Made with Spoken. Theodore Langley, Gears of Thought and Steam, by Gabriel Stroop. Digital narration performed by Emo Edward. Preface. This work is the culmination of an idea I first conceived around my 30th birthday. By that time, I had rediscovered my passion for books and storytelling, and I found myself drawn to stories rooted in fact, those intertwined with history, science, and the pursuit of knowledge. Reality, as I came to appreciate it, is beautiful in its ever-evolving complexity. Since our understanding of the world is constantly shifting, there are infinite ways to tell stories, even if they are not wholly original. The stories in this collection began as a thought experiment. If one could go back in history, would anything actually change, and what trends would one see? What seemed like a simple premise unraveled into a much deeper exploration, one that touched on the nature of time travel, the persistence of human nature, and the ways in which knowledge endures. I became fascinated by the idea that the voices of the past could breathe again, allowing their insights and struggles to be experienced anew for us to learn from. I feel fortunate to live in an era where knowledge of the entire world is available at our fingertips, and the careful use of technology, including AI, allows us to reconstruct and reimagine historical figures and moments, bringing them to life once more through words on the page. When considering the form and structure of this work, I was drawn to the purity of short stories, with their ability to distill a handful of ideas without getting lost in the minutiae of world-building or a prolonged arc. Initially, I envisioned this as an anthology of loosely connected narratives, but as I wrote, a natural progression of ideas emerged. The stories evolved into a larger journey, one that follows a single character through encounters that each stand alone, yet collectively build upon one another, mirroring the unfolding of history itself. Beyond storytelling of both prose and education, my hope for this work is to offer an intellectual challenge, to use creative expression to pose questions that invite reflection on what gives meaning to our lives. What do we value? What will we leave behind? History is more than just a record of the past. It is a guide to shaping the future. By understanding those who came before us, we can better navigate the present and make choices that will resonate long beyond our own time. 1. A Steward's Hubris. Sarajevo, Austria-Hungary, 1914, A Fool's Errand.
Sophie, don't die. Live for our children. Archduke Franz Ferdinand.
Theodore Langley stepped off the locomotive, the sharp whistle cutting through the crisp morning air. The clatter of market stalls and the pungent scent of horse dung filled the streets. He adjusted his tweed coat, pulling the weight of his timepiece from his pocket. Its intricate network of gears confirmed he had arrived at the exact moment history would begin to fracture. If he could prevent the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, he could unmake the war that had shattered empires, slaughtered millions, and had taken his father before Theodore was old enough to understand what had happened. His father's last words, "History needs stewards, son," haunted him as he matured. But even now, could he really be sure what his father meant? The Great War had not been inevitable. No war was. History was merely a series of fragile moments, so all it took was a single well-placed hand to tip the scales and save his father from ever having to leave Theodore's side. Theodore studied this day from every possible angle. He knew the layout of Sarajevo's streets by heart, memorized the timing of each stop along the motorcade route, and mapped out every conspirator's position, weapon, and intent. He had traced the Archduke's movements from the moment he arrived in the city to the fatal wrong turn that sealed his fate. He analyzed witness testimonies, cross-referenced accounts, and accounted for every possible variable. If history had any chance of proceeding as it always has, he needed to be flawless. The brass surface of his timepiece hissed faintly as warm steam escaped through tiny vents. Tracing his finger over the cool metal, Theodore felt the warmth seep into his palm, grounding him. It had been his father's once. the one object his father placed in his hands before he left forever, emitting comfort that echoed through his life. His father's voice was always sharp and clear in his memories, but here, Theodore forced it aside. He cannot afford to be distracted. Theodore ambled through the city, passing women in elegant hats and men flicking cigarette ash into the street. Conversations in Bosnian, Serbian, and Croatian all mixed together into a multicultural rhythm of a living city. Ahead was Franz Joseph Street and Appel Quay, and there, loitering in the shadows outside Moritz Schiller's Delicatessen, was Gavrilo Princip. Theodore's pulse quickened as he saw Princip. He stepped forward, feeling the weight of history pressing down on him with each stride. Every step felt like it might be the one that would either make or break everything he'd worked for. As he approached, the city's noise seemed to fade, replaced by the thudding in his ears. A bead of sweat traced down his temple. His breathing matched the tempo of the steam from the timepiece in his coat pocket. Its soft hiss was a constant reminder of history's pressure. The motorcade would turn the corner at any moment. Princip moved. The young assassin's face was gaunt, his eyes hidden under the shadow of his cap. His coat was drawn tight, with a faint outline visible where the gun rested. The crowd around them thinned as the motorcade approached, and Princip's hand slipped into his coat. Without thinking, Theodore surged forward, his hand darting toward Princip's wrist, closing around it in a vice-like grip. For a second, he thought he might succeed. He could feel the pistol's cold metal beneath his fingers just within reach. The sound of an old sputtering engine reached their ears. Princip's hand jerked free, and with a surge of strength, he pulled the gun from his coat. Theodore's heart skipped a beat as he saw the gun's barrel swing towards the open car. The Archduke was seconds away from being in the line of fire. Theodore's blood raced, every muscle in his body screaming for action. History was right in front of him, waiting for his intervention. Princip was strong, far stronger than Theodore had anticipated. The assassin's fist slammed into Theodore's stomach, knocking the air from his lungs. Theodore staggered back, gasping for breath, but his grip remained locked on Princip's wrist. He could feel the cold steel of the gun pressing against his chest, inches from his skin, perfectly willing to die to save his father from a senseless war. Princip's hand trembled with panic, but he was relentless, forcing the gun upward, aiming for the Archduke. Theodore's vision blurred with adrenaline as he struggled to maintain control. Every second felt like a lifetime. His fingers were slick with sweat, his arms screaming with strain. He had prepared for this. He had all the power in the world to stop this. The gun was moving closer as the engine sounds got louder. He could almost feel the heat of the shot before it was fired. Princip's free hand swung at Theodore's face, landing a sharp blow across his cheek. Theodore's head snapped back, ignoring the blinding pain. His stomach lurched as he fought to remain standing, fighting against the dizzying vertigo. He could not give up on his father, not now. Theodore twisted harder, trying to wrench the gun away, but Princip's grip was ironclad, his knuckles turned white with the effort. The engine stalled, and the first shot rang out. The explosion of sound was deafening, but not nearly as deafening as the blast of pain that tore through Theodore's side. His breath caught in his throat as his vision dimmed, feeling the bullet lodged itself deep in his flesh. He gasped, his knees buckling, but his hand still gripped Princip's wrist. Theodore could still change it. The second shot followed almost instantly. Theodore's world narrowed down to a sharp, biting pain as the second bullet found its mark. This time the world spun, and he collapsed to the ground, the weight of history crashing onto him. He saw Princip standing over him, staring at his target. Theodore shakily looked behind him as he laid weak on the street, scarcely making out the shapes. The Archduke slumped forward in his seat, the blood blossoming across his white uniform as he clutched his beloved, pleading for her survival. The cries of the crowd swelled around Theodore, but they were drowned out by the pulsing roar in his ears. Princip gave Theodore one last, unreadable look before quickly running away with the crowd. Theodore gasped for air, his vision flickering. The pain was excruciating, spreading across his entire body like his nerves caught on fire. Yet this pain was nothing compared to the pain of realization. Despite Theodore's best effort, history had proceeded as it always has. He found the strength to feel for his timepiece and twisted the tiny gears. It felt immensely warm and heavy in his hand as the streets, noises, and pain all faded away. The clamor of Sarajevo blurred into stone columns and open-air forums. Theodore blinked against the sudden change, the sound of heated debate filling his ears and mind. His body numbed from the bullet's sting as it faded into a deeper ache. Beneath the pain, guilt twisted inside him, lingering as the physical pain subsided. He had studied every detail, but the crucial moment had slipped through his fingers. How could one man stand against the weight of time itself? The soft hiss of steam whispered through the brass, and for a moment Theodore thought he could hear his father's voice again. "History needs stewards, son," his father said, kneeling beside him on a crowded train platform, the hiss of locomotives and noise of families all around them. Theodore had been young and confused, unable to grasp the full weight of those words. But now, standing on the precipice of his mission, he felt their truth in every fiber of his being. His father had taught that history was a series of moments, and those moments needed to be tended to carefully. Theodore believed he could change just one of those moments. But now, having been soaked in blood on the streets of Sarajevo, with the weight of his father's lessons pressing against him, the truth felt different. He believed that history was fragile, that a single action could redirect its course, but history fought back. In the face of all his preparation and all his calculations, nothing had changed. He had not stopped the war. He had not saved his father. The bitterness of failure festered inside, but the gears turned in Theodore's mind as the gears slowed in his timepiece. His heart still thudded in his chest, but a new, unfamiliar resolve was beginning to settle in his bones. History had fought back in ways he didn't expect, but now Theodore saw a new truth. He couldn't simply wait for the right moment or the perfect twist of fate. History had its own momentum, carrying its own unyielding force. This force was something to confront head-on. Theodore wasn't going to be a passive spectator anymore. He wasn't going to try to steer history with the delicate touch of a bystander. If he was going to alter its course, he had to challenge it, face it, and somehow make it bend to his will. It wasn't just about saving his father anymore. His father had become a captive of history, trapped in its unrelenting grip, a hostage to the events that had defined his fate. Theodore would become the negotiator, the one who would demand a different outcome. He would confront the very essence of history itself, not with submission, but with the intent to strike a deal that would free his father from the chains history had placed around him. As he stood among marbled columns, he clutched the timepiece, feeling the weight of his father's words echoing in his mind. It wasn't enough to simply witness history unfold. He would have to fight for it. He would have to confront the past and demand something different. He was done being a passive observer. The past had its grip on him, but he was going to fight back. He would bend history to his will by confronting it himself. Rome, Italy, 44 BCE. The Ides and the Unyielding Tide.
I would rather be the first man in a village than the second man in Rome, Julius Caesar.
Theodore Langley stumbled out of the vortex, the hiss of his timepiece swallowed by the noise of ancient Rome, a city of marble and ambition. He inhaled deeply, breathing in the air rank with salt and olive oil. His mission was clear: to stop Caesar's assassination. Failure haunted him still, as a victim of the gunfire in Sarajevo that didn't save his father. The Great War had unfolded as if he had never been there, destined to ripple into the fate of his father and into an even greater war that reshaped the world. He held deep in his chest the memory of standing between the Archduke and his killer, when he bore a pain that paled in comparison to the realization that all of his research and foresight just wasn't enough. Perhaps the complexity of early 1900s politics had been too far ahead of history's tipping point. Here, in a world ruled by orators, Theodore had more control. He could persuade and negotiate, become a player, not a mere bystander. If he succeeded, he could rewrite the ending of history, preventing the tragedy he'd failed to stop in Sarajevo, and saving his father in the process. Theodore navigated the bustling streets, his sandals slapping against the cobblestones. He had studied every detail of this day, the conspirators, their motives, and the layout of the Senate. He knew that Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus led the plot, believing Caesar's rise threatened the Republic, but Theodore knew better. As he approached the theater of Pompey where the Senate convened, he spotted a group of senators huddled in whispered conversation. Among them was Brutus, his face betraying uncertainty even as Cassius spoke with steely resolve. Theodore's heart pounded as he stepped forward, calling out in the tongue of statesmen and orators as his father taught him. "Senator," Theodore called out, striding toward Brutus. "A word, please?" Brutus turned, his brow furrowing.
"Do I know you? Do you belong here?"
"We have a mutual acquaintance," Theodore improvised, stepping closer. "A soothsayer who warned of great peril today." Brutus's eyes narrowed.
"You speak of Spurinna?"
"Yes," Theodore said, recalling the seer's name from his studies. He foresaw a dire outcome if Caesar attends the Senate. Theodore's words spilled forth, his Latin flowing as naturally as his breath. This was his father's language, a major language of history, law's fate, and men who believed their words alone could shape the world. It was also the language of a republic already crumbling, of orators whose speeches could not stop the march of empire. Theodore pressed on, his voice desperate. "You believe you act in defense of Rome, but you do not see what follows. You strike down one man, but in doing so you destroy the republic you claim to protect. Civil war will follow, bloodshed beyond measure. The Senate will not be restored, it will be abolished." Brutus paled, his breath hitching.
"That cannot be."
Theodore's voice wavered, desperation further seeping in. "It is. The Republic will die today, Brutus, not with Caesar's rise, but with his fall." Brutus glanced at his fellow conspirators, then back at Theodore.
"And what would you have me do?"
"Delay the meeting," Theodore urged. "Convince the Caesar to stay away. If harm befalls him, it will plunge Rome into chaos." Brutus hesitated, his gaze darting to Cassius, to the Senate doors, and back to Theodore. Theodore had spoken in the language of Rome, pleaded in the tongue of its politicians, negotiated with history with the words that had shaped empires, toppled kings, built and broken entire civilizations. For a moment, Brutus took Theodore's words to heart, for anyone speaking his own tongue so flawlessly deserved to be recognized. But he had little time to consider his options. Right then, a hush fell over the gathered senators. Caesar had arrived. The conspirators stiffened, hands drifting toward concealed daggers. For a moment, time slowed, and Theodore stood paralyzed, his mind racing. This was it. The moment that had defied him, a moment as unshakable as the fall of the Archduke. He had played his cards with history and warned its makers in their own language, but it wasn't enough. A hand grasped Caesar's shoulder, then another. The first blade struck. "No!" Theodore surged forward, shoving past stunned senators, reaching desperately for Caesar's arm. "Caesar," his Latin dissolved into raw, unrestrained English. "Beware!" History didn't listen. A second dagger buried itself in Caesar's side, followed by another. Chaos erupted as the conspirators closed in, their blades flashing in the dim torchlight. Caesar gasped, stumbling, his once pristine toga now marred with streaks of crimson. Theodore grabbed at the nearest assassin, wrenching his arm back, but before he could react, something else struck him. A sharp force drove into his side, suddenly and decisively. His breath hitched. Pain flared white-hot in his ribs. Theodore staggered as he lost his footing, twisting to see an unfamiliar senator, face grim, already retreating into the chaos. Theodore could only watch as Caesar's end played out before him. Caesar coughed. Blood bubbled at his lips as he turned to Brutus. His body received the dagger while his voice escaped strained and disbelieving.
And you, Brutus?
Caesar collapsed at the foot of Pompey's statue, his body crumpling in a pool of his own blood. The Senate chamber, once filled with hushed anticipation moments before, now rang with the echoes of fleeing footsteps as the assassins scattered like rats from a sinking ship. Theodore clutched at his own wound, his fingers coming away slick with blood. He tried to move, trying to speak, but his body couldn't respond. Through the haze of moving bodies, he caught Brutus's gaze one last time. There was regret in it, but not enough. Brutus stood for only a second before falling in step with the retreating crowd. Theodore had thrown himself yet again into history's path, but history had cut him and Caesar down without hesitation. His breath came in short, ragged gasps as he lay on his side beside the fallen ruler, just as what happened in Sarajevo. Failure gripped him colder than the stone beneath him, almost as cold as he felt when he learned his father would never return. His father's handwriting, scrawled on an old note from the chest of artifacts he had inherited, reading, "To my son, whom I trust will continue the tradition of stewardship for the sanctity of history." Theodore clutched the memory like a talisman. He had always thought it was his legacy to shape history, but now it felt like a curse, an inheritance that had doomed him not once, but now twice. Had his fascination with history ever been his own? Or had it been cultivated, set in motion by the father he had lost, by the ancestors he had never known? Had his father seen this fate coming? If history could be shaped, then why couldn't his father's fate be reshaped? Could Theodore even control his own fate? The questions rattled in his mind as the pain chilled through his body. But no answer would change the reality pressing down on him now. The blood pooled. The walls towered, and history moved forward. Indifferent, decisive, and unstoppable. Lying in the blood of his own and the former emperor, Theodore exhaled sharply, his hands trembling. He had convinced himself that history could be reasoned with, that knowledge and foresight granted him leverage over time itself. But here, in the halls where the Republic bled out, he saw the truth. History was not a debate to be won, nor a course to be gently redirected. It was a truly unyielding force, written not in words but in marble, steel, blood, and silence. He had bargained and reasoned with history, and in return, it struck him down with a dagger. With shaking fingers, he reached for his timepiece, blood-stained and scuffed, twisting back the tiny gears. The familiar comforting steam hissed through the brass tubes as the world blurred and the scene of Caesar's death dissolved into nothingness. The intense pain on his side dulled away as the sounds of car radios and color television repleted his senses. The sun was high, reflecting off steel and glass rather than marble and stone. The crowd had gathered, murmuring, excited. In a matter of minutes, history would lurch forward again, unyielding as ever. History continued to be an unyielding force, impervious to both impulsive action and careful negotiation. Even so, it still wasn't some sentient being. It still had a weakness, blindness. History saw what has already been written, but it never sees the hands that guided the pen. Theodore had tried to reason with it, to bend it to his will with words and actions, but now he saw the futility in that. If history could not be fought head-on or negotiated with, perhaps it could just be slipped past, unnoticed, like a shadow in a room too bright for anyone to see. Theodore was done fighting inevitability. Sarajevo had taught him the futility of simple action. Rome had taught him the futility of words. Here he would not warn. He would not argue. He would simply move in silence, unseen, altering details so subtly that history might not notice the shift. His mission wasn't lost. His father's life and the legacy he had entrusted to Theodore could still be salvaged, but the approach would have to change. No longer would Theodore stand at the crossroads of history to be a mere bystander or a negotiator. A new plan was forming in his mind, one that required patience, subtlety, and a dexterous touch. This time he would shape the course of events without ever truly touching them. His father had told him that history was not kind, but perhaps, if one moved quietly enough, it did not have to be cruel. Dallas, USA, 1963, a shot heard across time.
A man may die, nations may rise and fall, but an idea lives on. Ideas have endurance without death. John F. Kennedy.
Theodore Langley materialized in a dimly lit alleyway. He straightened his navy blue suit, adjusting his black tie and taking a deep breath. The air was thick with anticipation. The president was in town. His mission was as clear as it always was: prevent the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. He had tried to stop assassins twice before. In Sarajevo, he had been a passing good Samaritan, while in Rome, he attempted to negotiate with the assassins himself. Both times, history found a way to correct itself. Dallas would be different. It had to be. His father had been swallowed by the Great War. Another soldier lost to what was considered inevitability, but Theodore knew inevitability was a lie. It had to be. If history could not be guided, then what was the purpose of being a steward? He had studied wars at the anatomical level, traced their roots, and dissected every cause and consequence. Sarajevo proved a single bullet could ignite a war. Rome showed him empires unraveled through moments, not fate. Now in Dallas, history stood poised to repeat itself once again, another shot waiting to shape the world. Theodore couldn't prevent his father's fate, but maybe he could prevent the fate of those still to come. He couldn't save his father from a war of horses and repeating rifles, but perhaps he could stop millions from dying in wars of helicopters, espionage, and nuclear brinkmanship. Maybe this time it would all mean something. Maybe this time it will finally be enough to break history's flow. As always, Theodore had studied every second of this day. He had memorized every map, every documented testimony, every photograph of Dealey Plaza. He had run countless scenarios in his mind, considering every possible intervention. He had analyzed security weaknesses, studied Oswald's psyche, even pored over ballistics reports. Sarajevo taught him that preparation alone was not enough. Persuasion had failed him in Rome. He had tried to reason with history, to challenge it openly, and each time history had refused to yield to his demands. This time, Theodore would not confront history head-on. He would not intervene in plain sight. Instead, he would move in the shadows, acting before the moment could crystallize into inevitability. Warning the president was impossible. No one would believe him. A mysterious man predicting an assassination in Cold War America would only be arrested, or worse. He couldn't change the story after it was already being written. He had to erase the ink before it touched the page. That left only one option: stopping Oswald before he ever took the shot. Theodore navigated the bustling streets, his running shoes silently and swiftly gliding over the pavement. The crowds were already gathering, eager to catch a glimpse of the charismatic president and his elegant first lady. Excitement buzzed through the air, but Theodore's mind was focused on one figure: Lee Harvey Oswald, a disillusioned ex-Marine who carried history in a brown paper package as he strode towards his nest. Theodore moved with practiced ease, slipping into the Texas school book depository with quiet determination. The scent of ink and paper filled the dimly lit halls, a stark contrast to the charged anticipation buzzing in the streets outside. He had walked this path 1,000 times in his mind, studied every report, every photograph, every possible outcome. This time, he would not disrupt history with grand gestures or direct confrontation. He would simply act before the moment could solidify. He swiftly ascended the stairs, his heartbeat steady, his purpose singular. On the 6th floor, just as he had anticipated, Oswald knelt behind a barricade of boxes, his rifle laid out before him, methodically assembled piece by piece. The window framed the approaching motorcade, the crowd's cheers swelling as history barreled toward its appointed moment. Theodore left no moment to chance. He moved in silence, each step calculated, closing the distance between himself and the weapon. Oswald's attention was on the street below, his fingers adjusting the scope. A few more inches and Theodore would have the rifle in his own hands. The floor creaked. Oswald snapped around, his expression shifting from focus to alarm.
Who the hell?
Theodore lunged, fingers closing around the rifle's barrel just as Oswald twisted to yank it away. They struggled, bodies colliding against the stacks of books and crates. The cheers outside grew deafening. Theodore gritted his teeth, wrenching at the rifle, but the Marine's grip was ironclad, as was Princip's grip decades before this moment. Theodore felt Oswald shift his weight, trying to angle the weapon in spite of Theodore's presence. Theodore renewed his resolve. He wouldn't let history play out again. He drove his shoulder forward, slamming Oswald against the wall. The gun jerked sideways, too fast, too sudden. The room erupted with sound. The rifle cracked, the force of the shot sending a violent ringing through Theodore's skull as he was forced away from the rifle. A second later, he lunged again at Oswald, his fingers clawing for the weapon, his pulse hammering in his ears. Another shot rang out. Time slowed. A terrible silence followed just for a moment before the chaos below swallowed it whole. The crowd fractured into screams, a cacophony of panic and horror rising from the streets. Theodore's breath was ragged as he continued to wrestle with Oswald, but his eyes were fixed on the window. The motorcade had slowed. Jackie Kennedy was hunched over her husband, her pink suit darkening with blood. A cold weight settled in Theodore's chest. History had slipped through his fingers once again. The Cold War would continue unchanged. Sarajevo, Rome, and now Dallas. 3 different strategies in 3 different eras, all leading to the same inevitable result. History needs stewards, son. His father's words once again echoed in his mind. But for the first time, they did not steady him. What did it mean to be a steward if history refused to be guided? If knowledge, preparation, and selective restraint were all powerless against the weight of inevitability, then what was the point? He had studied, acted, and risked everything to break the cycle. And still, history endured, indifferent and immovable. A bitter thought took root within Theodore, billowing through his mind like smoke. His father had always spoken with such authority, insisting that history was not to be controlled, just understood and respected. What if respect was just another form of submission? What if stewardship was merely an excuse to watch tragedy unfold, time and time again, without daring to change it? Back in reality, Oswald shoved Theodore back, tearing free from his grasp. Theodore barely registered the man's retreat, the pounding of footsteps as he disappeared into the stairwell. He stood frozen, his mind racing through every failed attempt. Every moment he had fought against history's current only to be dragged under. A bullet doesn't change history, it only reinforces it. Another phrase of his father's, said long before JFK had even been born. Theodore had never questioned the wisdom of those words before, but now, with the scent of gunpowder still thick in the air and the sound of sirens screaming from the streets below, they felt less like insight and more like an admission of helplessness. Theodore's fingers found his timepiece, hands trembling slightly as he activated it. Warm steam whistled through its brass tubes as Dallas dissolved into a blur of light and sound. Theodore left while one question burned brighter than all the others. Had his father been wrong, or had Theodore simply misunderstood what it truly meant to be a steward of history? Theodore felt a myriad of questions and contradictions overcoming his mind, but they led him to a new resolve. His father had taught him patience, discipline, and restraint. But history had spat them back in his face. He couldn't hope to break an oppressive system by playing by its own corrupt rules. If knowledge and subtlety were not enough to fracture the past, Then it was time to take a different approach. What if history's flow was too rigid to prevent the loss of a life? Could it be more flexible if it meant ensuring a loss instead? The scent of gunpowder and old books transitioned to that of pretzels and beer before his vision had fully settled. Crimson banners draped across the city as the hum of fervent voices filled the air. This time he wasn't here to save someone. This time he was here to make sure they met an early fate. Munich, Germany, 1939. A Führer's narrow escape.
I did what I did out of necessity. If my act changes the course of history, then so be it. Georg Elsa.
Theodore Langley emerged from the temporal vortex into the crisp air of Munich, Germany. Unlike his previous attempts in Sarajevo, Rome, and Dallas, he was no longer seeking to preserve a life, he was looking to end one. The city buzzed with fervent National Socialism, a brewing storm beneath the veneer of beer halls and patriotic songs. He adjusted his plain worker's uniform, blending into the restless crowd. The scent of pretzels and smoke drifted through the streets. But Theodore had little time to take in the details. He had long since abandoned the idea of changing his father's fate. The Great War had claimed him as it had so many others, and no amount of study had yielded a moment where history wavered, where time had left room for interference. It was a loss he had come to accept only reluctantly and bitterly. If he could not reclaim his father from history's grasp, he could still defy it. What had started as an effort to preserve life had twisted into something else entirely. History had rebuffed him at every turn, mocking his efforts with its stubborn inertia. Theodore realized he needed to be just as stubborn if he hoped to conquer history. He had failed in Sarajevo, Rome, and Dallas, each time trying to alter history through the preservation of life, only to watch it course forward undeterred. This time, if history refused to bend through means of reason and subtlety, perhaps it could be broken through force. He would not need to pull the trigger himself, only ensure that someone else did. Theodore had meticulously studied the events of this day, November 8, 1939. Adolf Hitler was scheduled to deliver a speech at the Bürgerbräu Keller, commemorating the anniversary of his failed 1923 coup. It was here that a German carpenter, Georg Elser, had planted a bomb, but history had conspired against him. Hitler's speech would end early, and the bomb would detonate too late. 13 minutes decided the fate of millions. Theodore's role was simple: keep Hitler in the hall long enough to force history's hand. As evening descended, he joined the sea of bodies surging into the Bürgerbräu Keller. The hall was a storm of red banners and black insignias, the air saturated with the stench of smoke and fervor. He edged toward the rear, watching as Elser made his final adjustments, his face unreadable. Theodore felt a strange pang of admiration. A man with no foreknowledge of the future, armed only with conviction, had come closer to altering history than Theodore ever had. As Theodore moved past Elser and moved into his position, a hand clamped around his wrist. "You don't belong here." Theodore froze. "You're not the first and you won't be the last." Then just as suddenly, the grip released. Theodore spun, but the man was gone, swallowed by the crowd. A trickle of unease crawled up his spine, but he shoved it aside. He had no time to ponder. Back towards the wall, he turned towards the stage. Adolf Hitler arrived to thunderous applause, his presence electrifying the entire hall. He began his speech, the crowd swaying with his every word. Theodore positioned himself near the exit, watching intently as Hitler's voice rang through the hall, his Austrian accent sharp and commanding.
"Germany stands at a crossroads,"
Hitler declared, his voice a sharpened blade. The crowd roared in agreement, the floor vibrating under Theodore's feet.
"Our enemies fear us because they know what we are capable of,"
Hitler continued, his cadence accelerating. Theodore clenched his fists. The speech was moving too fast. He had studied hours of footage, learned Hitler's usual tempo, and planned for interruptions, but tonight, something was different. His pace was erratic and rushed. His words curt and piercing.
"We will not be silenced."
Hitler's voice rose to a fever pitch. Theodore's pulse quickened. He had planned to make every disruption as necessary, but Hitler was deviating from his usual rhythm. pushing forward with almost frantic urgency. If he finished too soon, Theodore's carefully laid plans would collapse before they even began. Desperate to stall for time, Theodore shoved a stack of beer mugs from a nearby table. The crash was deafening, glass shattering against the wooden floor, sending shards skidding across the hall. Gasps rippled through the crowd, heads turning toward the disturbance. Hitler faltered mid-sentence, his piercing eyes snapping toward the source of the noise. For a fleeting moment, Theodore met his gaze. A cold, assessing stare, sharp with irritation, but unreadable beyond that. The seconds stretched unbearably. Was there suspicion, recognition, or merely contempt for the fool who had disrupted his speech? The murmurs faded, and with an abrupt shake of his head, Hitler dismissed the distraction. His expression hardened once again, and he pressed on, voice rising with renewed urgency, but now he spoke even faster, as though the interruption had only spurred him to finish sooner. Theodore's heart pounded, his plan was slipping away. He scanned the room for more means of delay, but before he could act, Hitler reached his final words.
Germany will not wait. We will not cower. The time for action is now.
With this final cry, Hitler thrust his right arm forward in a rigid salute, his expression fierce, almost feverish. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, their voices swelling into chants that echoed through the hall. Even as their fervor reached its peak, Hitler wasted no time. His salute barely held before he turned sharply, striding toward the exit with determined haste. His guards fell in step, forming a tight phalanx as they hurried him away, leaving Theodore standing in the dissipating roar of the crowd, his carefully laid plans unraveling before his eyes. Theodore's breath caught in his throat. He glanced at his timepiece. 9:18 p.m. He had failed again, despite his best efforts. He would surely be shot if he tried anything else here. He slipped away quickly, with no time to warn anyone. Because at precisely 9:20, an explosion rocked the Burger Bräukeller, reducing it to rubble. 8 people perished and dozens were injured, but Hitler remained unscathed, untouched by history, unshaken by fate, and off to doom millions of innocent lives. History laughed in Theodore's face yet again. Theodore clenched his fists as he watched the dust of the building fly into the air, with the crowd panicked and the wail of sirens rising in the distance. Another failure, another moment lost to the grip of history. He had abandoned preservation for destruction, only to find that history resisted him all the same. Sarajevo, Rome, Dallas, and now Munich. No matter his approach, history mocked his efforts, immutable, indifferent, untouched by his will. Theodore begrudgingly activated his timepiece, the warmth of steam desperate to calm his nerves of rage and mystification. The dark night of Munich dissolved into a swirl of heat and motion, but this time, something was different. A harrowing thought burned beneath the surface, cutting through the frustration like a blade through fog. Someone had known. Someone had seen him. Not just seen him, but understood. A stranger in the crowd had spoken with familiarity and certainty. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. They hadn't stopped him. They hadn't turned him in. They didn't shoot him. They had simply let him go. Why? If history was so unyielding, if all paths led to the same end, why had this figure not fought against him? Are there more out there? Theodore's thoughts tumbled as they landed in another time and place. His father's study, hazy and flickering in the recesses of his mind. He was a boy again, perched at the edge of his father's desk, watching as the old man turned the pages of a leather-bound manuscript. The parchment was filled with strange diagrams, twisting lines that wove together and diverged at impossible points. This doesn't make sense, his father murmured with furrowed brows, tracing a finger over the ink. None of these lines should cross, yet the end results remain the same. He paused, flipping to another page. History corrects itself, yet there are variations. An event can happen in many ways, but how? His father's brow furrowed, his restless gaze drifting before settling on Theodore. A slow smile crossed his face. Perhaps you'll learn things I'll never know. The memory splintered, cracking apart as Theodore staggered back into the present. His timepiece sputtered weakly, steam hissing in uneven bursts. It was wearing down. He was wearing down. Every failed attempt gnawed at the edges of his mind, tearing at the very core of who he was and what his father's sacrifice had meant. There are variations. His father's voice echoed in his ears, a weighty reminder of the burden Theodore carried. He had tried to navigate the twists, hoping for subtlety to guide him to the right moment, but subtlety never worked, only encouraging history to push him aside. What if understanding alone wasn't enough? What if history wasn't a river to be steered, but a dam to be shattered? The calculating and measured Theodore Langley he had once been was now slipping through his fingers, eroded by the failures and near misses. Theodore pondered his new plan as his senses filled with the scents of sugarcane and cigar smoke and the sounds of heavy footsteps and hushed voices. This time there would be no room for mistakes. No more trusting fate, no more reliance on the hope that others would act as they should. History would bend to his will, not the other way around. He would make the world crack under the weight of his resolve. The careful plans had led him nowhere. This time he would force the change. His father's lessons had led him here, but his path forward would be different. Brute force, not reason, would surely break history's flow. Cuba, 1961, in the shadow of the Bay of Pigs.
A man who has the courage to fight for his ideals is a man who makes history. Fidel Castro.
Theodore Langley emerged from the swirling vortex, greeted by the humid air, thick with salt and sweat. He crouched low in the dense Cuban jungle, his borrowed fatigues damp against his skin, M14 rifle close to his side. The sounds of distant gunfire crackled through the overcast day. The Bay of Pigs invasion was already beginning. Another war, another moment history demanded to remain unchanged. But Theodore refused to comply. His father had died in a war he couldn't stop. This time he would make it mean something by forcing history's hand. Like in Dallas 2 years later, he fought to prevent wars bigger than his father could have possibly imagined. And like in Munich 22 years ago, he wasn't preventing an assassination. Now he's prepared to commit one himself. His target, Fidel Castro. The CIA had tried and failed countless times to erase the dictator's existence through exploding cigars, dive suits, lined with tuberculosis, and even absurd psychological ploys. Theodore, however, had something they didn't. Certainty. He knew exactly where Castro would be, how the battle would unfold, and most importantly, where to strike. This wasn't some idealistic experiment anymore. If history was capable of changing at all, he would be the one to force it. Moving stealthily through the undergrowth, Theodore reached a ridge overlooking the Playa Girón. Below, CIA Cuban exiles waded through the surf and met relentless fire from Castro's forces. The invasion was gruesomely unraveling just as history dictated. Theodore wasn't here to fix the invasion. He knew that was doomed. His only goal was to eliminate Castro, to change the trajectory of the Cold War for the better, preventing further bloody tension between the U.S. and Soviet Union. Through the trees he spotted movement, a convoy of Cuban troops making their way toward the beach. At the center of the column, clad in his signature brown fatigues and cap, was Fidel Castro himself, standing in the open bed of a jeep, cigar lit in hand. Lying prone in the grass, Theodore raised his rifle, steadying his aim with the bipod. One shot was all it took. One pull of the trigger, and he could alter history. No Cuban Missile Crisis, no paranoid proxy wars, no decades-long communist stronghold in the Western Hemisphere. Theodore held his breath as he peered through the scope, its reticle centered on Castro's chest. Timing his shot between heartbeats, he nearly pulled the trigger when he heard a rustling behind him. Before he could react to the sound, a soldier flipped him around, landing punches on his face. Hands grasped at Theodore's arms, the soldier pulled him on his feet. Theodore thrashed, but more soldiers restrained him. Voices shouted over one another in urgent, clipped Spanish.
Tranquilo, no se mueva.
Above the chaos, the distant rumble of Castro's jeep faded into the night as the soldiers dragged Theodore away. Failure gripped him once again. Sometime afterwards, Theodore found himself bound to a chair in a dimly lit interrogation room, the thick scent of tobacco and sweat clinging to the stale air. A Cuban officer loomed over him, sifting through the contents of Theodore's backpack. An outdated map, American dollars, and, most dangerously, his brass timepiece.
You're not one of the invaders. Who are you?
Theodore kept his gaze low, his silence calculated. It didn't matter. He failed again. And now he was about to rot in a Cuban prison if they didn't kill him first.
Silencio?
The officer chuckled, the sound devoid of humor.
That's not going to work, friend.
Theodore didn't flinch, his expression stone cold. The officer's questions grew more insistent, but Theodore remained mute. The officer leaned in closer, his eyes narrowing as he inspected Theodore.
What are you doing here?
Theodore gave no response.
You think silence will save you?
With a furrowed brow, the officer picked up the timepiece, freely passing it between his hands as he paced back and forth.
This isn't a normal watch. What is it?
Theodore's jaw tightened, avoiding eye contact and replying through his teeth. A keepsake.
A keepsake that ticks but has no hands.
The officer studied the delicate timepiece, looking back at Theodore with growing suspicion.
A keepsake that sounds like a machine.
Theodore refused to meet his gaze, but the officer seemed to understand. His suspicion deepened as if he could read between the lines of Theodore's silence.
You carry an old map, but your clothes don't match. They're neither American nor Soviet, just like your accent.
The officer stepped even closer, his dark eyes locking onto Theodore's with an almost knowing glint.
You're out of place, Mr. Langley.
Theodore's heart skipped. His name, how did he know? His mind raced, thoughts scattering like leaves in a storm. No one should know him here. No one in history should know him. The officer's lips curled into a slight knowing smile as he spoke again, shifting seamlessly from Spanish to accented English.
Yes, we know many things, Mr. Langley.
He set the dirt-stained timepiece on the table between them, oddly with care.
But you are a mystery.
The officer leaned back, fingers steepled, watching Theodore as if he were waiting for something. Some flicker of recognition, some shared secret that Theodore wasn't yet privy to.
Tell me, Mr. Langley, what time are you really from?
A chill ran through Theodore's spine. He kept his face impassive, but inside, his thoughts raced. How? How could this man possibly know who Theodore is? Did he know where Theodore was when he first arrived? No one in history should have recognized him, and yet the officer spoke with a familiarity that made Theodore's skin crawl. The officer paused for a long moment before exhaling, shaking his head.
You don't have to answer. I already know more than you think.
He stood and walked around the table, his footsteps slow and deliberate.
I've seen men like you before. Ones who don't belong. You think you're above us, don't you? Above time itself?
Theodore kept his gaze steady, unwilling to show weakness. But the officer's words struck too close to something deep within him. The belief that he could change history, that he could bend time to his will, had defined his mission. Yet here was this officer with a seemingly unsettling understanding of his purpose. The officer's words brought back an old memory. His father's voice. Steady and patient as they sat together at his workbench. They were cleaning the timepiece, methodically disassembling each impossibly small part when his father spoke. Some people think they stand outside history. He held up the delicate gears between his fingers, the brass catching the dim light. They're wrong. No matter how much you twist and wind the clock, it still keeps ticking, and so does history. Theodore had been too young to fully understand then. But now, staring into the eyes of a man who seemed to have lived this truth before, he felt something shift. The officer paused by the door, glancing back at Theodore one last time.
Maybe after a while alone, in your cell, you'll decide to answer my questions. Until then, enjoy the silence.
The door slammed shut. Moments later, rough hands lifted Theodore out of the chair and dragged him down the dim corridor, his mind reeling. Several hours later, Theodore woke to the sound of shackling iron bars. His bruised face throbbed as he saw the door slightly ajar and his bag hanging by the strap, beckoning for his retrieval. Theodore had no time to wonder how this could have happened. He quickly searched his bag, found his timepiece, and turned the gears, steam sputtering through the tubes. As he escaped, a sickening realization settled in Theodore's gut. Chance, an ever-present element. Every attempt, no matter how carefully crafted, had been undone by chance. A stray interruption, a minor delay, a last-minute change of plans. History was not written solely by grand events, but also by the forgotten, trivial details no one recorded. The missing thoughts and actions of people never documented. The unseen currents beneath every person's decision. Theodore's pulse quickened with an unsettling thought. Was history really as mutable as he had believed? Or did it have its own momentum, an invisible hand steering its course, regardless of his presence? Worse yet, someone had recognized him, again. The officer knew him, knew his name, even though they should have been strangers. This wasn't the first time. A voice in Munich had stopped him, spoken to him with an eerie familiarity. Who were these people? What were they? Too many questions, too many unknowns, too many failures. For the first time since he had begun this mission, Theodore let himself feel the full weight of what he had feared. Doubt. He had always believed his gift came with a moral responsibility, a duty to change the course of history. What else was he supposed to do but use it for good? What could be more righteous than preventing the tragedies that had taken his father away? Yet now, in the quiet of his failure, the very purpose that had driven him seemed more like an illusion. What if history refused to be rewritten? What if the past was as immovable as it seemed? And if that was the case, what was left? Hide, abandon the mission, destroy the timepiece? This thought stirred something deeper. A memory. He was a boy again, sitting cross-legged on the floor of his father's study, watching intently as his father traced his fingers over the worn pages of an old manuscript. Theodore had asked why some of the pages were marked with careful annotations, while others remained untouched. Because some things must be observed before they can be changed. He pointed to a passage, a historical account of a war long since past. Understanding isn't about deciding what should have happened, it's about seeing why it did. The young Theodore frowned, not yet able to grasp the full weight of his father's words. His father smiled patiently, setting the book aside and picking up the timepiece. With practiced ease, he wound it between his fingers. A clock doesn't force time forward, Theo. It only helps you read it. The memory hit Theodore with startling clarity now. His hands tightened around the timepiece, the cool metal grounding him as he absorbed the lesson again. Understanding. Not forcing history, but studying it. Learning its rhythm, not battling it. That was what he had been missing. Forcing his will on history had been an illusion, one that had slipped through his fingers like sand. Perhaps his father had been right all along. Maybe it wasn't about rewriting the past. Maybe it was about learning from it, understanding its flow. In that understanding, there might be a way to honor his father's sacrifice without the need to fight against time. He needed to understand. He needed to learn from the past, instead of trying to fight it. Theodore realized something he hadn't previously. It wasn't about bending history to his will. It was about seeing where it had been so that he might find the right way forward. Perhaps there was still a way for him to change history's course, but Theodore was not going to get anywhere without learning its ways. With that understanding, the weight of doubt began to lift, replaced by something else. A quiet sense of direction. Maybe, just maybe, in understanding the past, he could unlock the key to controlling its flow. Then he would know where history's secrets truly lay, and how to honor his father's legacy in a way that no one, not even time, could erase. 2. A Steward's Enlightenment. Part 1. Seeking Solace. Theodore Langley had waged war against history and lost. Sarajevo, Rome, Dallas, Munich, Cuba. Each attempt more precise, each intervention more desperate. Yet they had only proven what his father had once murmured between lessons. History did not yield. It did not bend to mercy or force, nor did it break under the weight of his will. It remained indifferent, unshaken. Why? His father had always insisted that understanding must precede action, that history was not an enemy to be conquered, but a pattern to be studied. Yet Theodore had spent years imposing his will upon the past, convinced that fate could be rewritten if he only struck the right chord. If force could not shape history, then perhaps knowledge could unlock its secrets. Perhaps history was not a battlefield, but a code, one that, if deciphered, might reveal how to ease human suffering and honor the man who had died, believing in something greater than himself. For once, Theodore did not set his timepiece for the moments where history teetered on the edge of decisive change. Instead, he turned the gears toward those who had sought to understand it. If history resisted him, then he would learn why, from the very minds that had spent their lives unraveling its mysteries. Theodore had exhausted himself, risking everything in each doomed attempt. Perhaps, at last, he would find the peace and rest he had spent a lifetime chasing. Halicarnassus, Anatolia, 425 BCE, the father of history.
The most important thing in life is to learn what you can and to be wise enough to understand what is right. Herodotus.
The salty breeze of the Aegean carried the scent of fish and parchment as Theodore Langley strode through the bustling streets of Halicarnassus. Sunlight gleamed off whitewashed stone, and the voices of merchants haggling over goods wove into the distant crash of waves. He had spent so long trying to bend history to his will. Perhaps the original historian could teach him what he had failed to grasp. The modest home near the marketplace was unremarkable, but inside, it felt like the beating heart of history itself. Scrolls lined the walls, ink-stained tablets lay stacked in precarious towers, and maps of the known world curled at the edges from repeated study. At the center of it all sat a man draped in a simple tunic, his beard streaked white with wisdom, his eyes sharp with curiosity.
You are not from here,
Herodotus said, barely glancing up from his work. It wasn't a question. Theodore hesitated. He had hidden himself in every era, yet time itself seemed to leave a mark on him, rendering himself transparent. He swallowed and stepped forward. If a man knew the course of history and sought to change it, why would he fail? Herodotus set aside his quill and leaned back, stroking his beard.
Because history is not a single road, but many intertwining paths. Some are well-trodden, others hidden away. You may try to alter one, but the others continue forward, weaving together again.
But what if a man could see where they lead? Should he not act to prevent suffering? The historian chuckled, his eyes alight with something that unsettled Theodore. Not dismissal, but understanding.
But who decides which path is right? Who is worthy to judge whose suffering is necessary and whose is unjust? If a man diverts a river to save one village, does he not starve another downstream?
Theodore's breath caught. He had stood at the fulcrum of history, choosing whom to save, whom to condemn, all under the belief that he alone had the clarity to make that choice. What if he had never possessed such clarity at all? Did he mistake his sense of conviction for certainty? His agency for inevitability? Herodotus had once warned in his work that nations rose and fell in cycles, that fate and fortune turned as inexorably as the tides. What if in trying to impose his will upon history he had become just another force in the current, no different from the forces and people that lived in their time around him? Herodotus continued, his voice steady and deliberate.
History is not a beast to be tamed, nor a battle to be won. It is a great river flowing ever onward. Some throw stones to change its course. Others build dams, but always, always, the water finds its way.
A chill ran through Theodore's spine. He had spent years fighting against the current, only to be swept away time and time again. He had believed his failures were his own, that if he could only plan better, act faster, strike at the right moment, he could reshape the world as he saw fit. What if his failures were all inevitable, not because of his own limitations, but because of the very nature of history itself?
You have much to learn,
Herodotus said, rolling up a scroll.
Perhaps your place is not to change history, but to understand it, as is the duty of all historians.
Theodore clenched his jaw. His father had taught him to exercise his agency, to challenge assumptions, to act when others hesitated. Had he been so fixated on action that he had forgotten to truly see? Herodotus did not shape the world, yet his words outlived the men who ruled it. His histories had inspired Thucydides, Polybius, and countless others. Historians who sought truth not in conquest but in understanding. Theodore had spent so much of his time trying to force history's hand, to mold it into something it refused to become. From Sarajevo to Cuba, all of his strategies failed to save his father. What if instead he sought to comprehend history's design, just as he had once understood the inner workings of his timepiece, not by forcing it to move, but by studying how it functioned? As Herodotus dipped his quill into ink, Theodore activated his aging timepiece. If history would not yield to force, then perhaps wisdom would reveal the threads that bound it. Perhaps understanding, not intervention, was the key. And who better to seek out than the man who had unraveled history with questions? Athens, Greece, 399 BCE, the death of Socrates.
The unexamined life is not worth living. Socrates.
The air was thick with dust and incense as Theodore stood before the Athenian court, blending into the crowd. At its center stood Socrates, unshaken as usual, as his trial reached its climax. He stood accused and convicted of corrupting the youth of Athens with his obsessive, questioning nature. A veteran of the Peloponnesian War, Socrates witnessed the fall of Greek tyranny to be replaced by Greek democracy. But whispers of revolution still roamed the Athenian zeitgeist. They found in Socrates an easy scapegoat, for his real crime was exposing the true uncertainty that Athens' leaders hid inside. Once they determined how dangerous his questioning method had become, his fate was sealed. And as far as Socrates was concerned, he had done his duty. Theodore knew he had mere moments before the sentence was delivered. Pushing forward, he caught Socrates' gaze. Socrates' gaze lingered on him. Not with suspicion nor with curiosity, but with something unsettlingly close to familiarity, as if he had seen him before. "Teacher Socrates," Theodore called. "If a man had the power to change the course of history, why would he fail?" The court hushed as the philosopher tilted his head, amused.
Do I look like a man who concerns himself with changing history?
Murmurs rippled through the court. The judge scowled. Theodore pressed on. But if one knew what was to come, wars, suffering, injustice, should he not act to prevent it? Socrates smiled.
Tell me, my friend, if a man knew his fate and sought to change it, is he not already following the path fate laid for him?
Theodore faltered.
History is not a beast to be tamed. It is a mirror, reflecting the nature of men. Change men, and history will follow. Attempting to change history alone?
He shook his head.
You have surely learned the answer yourself.
A cup of hemlock was placed before the philosopher. Theodore stood paralyzed as Socrates lifted it with steady hands. In that moment, something else cut through his thoughts. A lingering gaze, an almost imperceptible knowing. Had Socrates expected him? As the philosopher drank his death, Theodore activated his timepiece. Herodotus saw history as a force too vast to be tamed. Socrates believed history was merely a reflection of people shaped by their choices rather than an independent entity to be manipulated. Socrates' words settled into him like an echo. Hadn't his father said something similar once? His father, perched at the kitchen table, taught him the art of thinking critically. The cluttered table was always scattered with books, and a worn map of the world hung on the wall with lines marking routes his father had traced in his younger years. Theodore, younger then, had often asked, why do we have to think through everything? Why not just go with what's obvious? His father, looking up from his papers with a half smile, had replied, the obvious is only obvious until you look closer. People see things one way and then they stop looking. You must keep questioning even when you're sure you found the answer. That's when the truth starts to show itself if you are honestly searching for it. At the time, Theodore had found his father's words frustrating, but now, as Socrates' words mirrored his father's lessons, the meaning settled into him. The obvious answer, change history by force, wasn't the right one. Maybe it never was. Reasonable insights, Theodore thought, but they raised more questions than answers. If history could not be rewritten, why was he able to move through it? Why did everyone seem to recognize him, as if he were not the first to challenge time's dominion? If altering events was impossible, was there at least a way to understand what controls their course? Theodore needed broader perspectives, minds that had wrestled with fate, causality, and the tides of human action. Some had argued that history was shaped not by passive forces, but by those bold enough to impose their will upon it. If that were true, then perhaps they would recognize the flaw in Theodore's approach. If history was indeed shaped by those bold enough to impose their will upon it, then perhaps the next mind he sought would teach him how. With a steadying breath, Theodore reached for his timepiece. The familiar pull of the vortex seized him, and when the world reassembled, the scent of ink and burning incense filled his lungs. The stuttering hiss of his timepiece drifted through a sunlit courtyard. Lu, China, 500 BCE, Confucius and History's Calling.
Real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance. Confucius.
Theodore Langley had sought answers from Herodotus, who chronicled history's course, and from Socrates, who questioned its nature. Yet something was still missing. If history reflected human nature, as Socrates suggested, then understanding humanity itself was the key. But could history truly be changed by guiding people rather than by rewriting events? If so, what right did he have to intervene at all? Confucius sat beneath the sprawling branches of a gnarled cypress tree, a group of attentive students surrounding him. Theodore approached, wearied by his search, the weight of his failures pressing heavier with each step. Confucius caught sight of him, offering a gesture to sit.
You are troubled,
the sage observed with his calm, penetrating gaze. I've tried to change history, Theodore confessed, his voice tinged with frustration. But every time my actions seemed to merely reaffirm its course. Confucius nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful.
A ruler who forces his will upon his people without understanding them does not guide, merely pushes. And what happens when people are pushed against their will?
They resist, Theodore murmured, or they undo what I've done. His thoughts flashed to the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. He had intercepted the assassin's path, only for another to take his place. He had stalled Caesar's murder by mere moments before the daggers found their mark anyway. Every dam he built had burst. The sage's eyes sharpened, his voice unwavering.
A great flood will carve its path, no matter how many dams you build. A wise man does not fight the river. He teaches the people to prepare, to endure, to shape their lives around its flow. Thus they do not suffer the flood, they master it.
Theodore's pulse quickened. If history could not be changed through force, then what of those who had shaped it? Were they merely swept along by history's currents beyond their control? Or had they in some way mastered history's flow? But if suffering lies ahead, should I not try to prevent it? Confucius's gaze remained gentle, yet firm, his words deliberate.
Any fool can see a storm and shout at the heavens. A wise man seeks shelter and teaches others to build strong roofs. What good is fighting fate when you could teach men how to live despite it?
Theodore clenched his fists. He had thought himself the architect of history, but at every turn his influence had been undone. Was he just another fool shouting at the heavens? Confucius smiled knowingly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly.
To change history, time traveler, do not strike at the events themselves. Shape the hearts of its people. History is not written by moments. It is written by men.
Theodore's breath caught. Confucius's words struck at the heart of his doubts. Was history truly shaped by the hands of active participants, or was he deceiving himself in thinking he could direct its course? Could history only be altered if he imposed his will upon people, nudging them toward a certain path? Was that the true nature of his role? Do men really need to be guided to change history's course? Could they not just be nudged in the right direction? Confucius's brow furrowed ever so slightly, pondering.
You cannot prevent the flood of suffering itself, but you can guide the people to deal with it. Some will resist, but should the leader then abandon them? Should resistance deter the teacher from his duty?
Theodore stood silent, his thoughts churning. Had he been going about this the wrong way all along? If he had no power to alter history's great events, perhaps he had the power to shape those who lived through them. Was that any different from manipulation? Theodore paused before getting at the heart of his doubts. But what is knowledge if not the means to shape history? If I preserve it without action, without purpose, is it anything more than words locked away in stone? Confucius studied him for a long moment.
Knowledge is not merely what is written or remembered. It is what is lived. It is wisdom passed from teacher to student, from parent to child. It is not an artifact to be hoarded. It is a torch that must be carried.
Theodore frowned. Then does it matter who carries it? Who decides which knowledge survives? Confucius nodded approvingly at the question.
It matters greatly. Knowledge in the wrong hands can be as dangerous as ignorance. But does that mean we do not teach? That we do not share? A man does not hoard fire for fear of it burning his house. He learns to wield it.
Theodore exhaled slowly. If knowledge had power, then perhaps his role was not to change events outright, but to shape how knowledge passed through time. To teach, prepare, and ensure that the right minds understood the lessons of history. Was that enough? Could it truly change anything? Theodore bowed, but unease remained. He had learned from Herodotus that history was a force too vast to be tamed. Socrates had suggested that history was a reflection of men, not an independent entity. Confucius believed that men could be guided, that knowledge could shape the course of events, but was he the right one to guide them? Every attempt he had made to alter history had all ended in abject failure. His intervention swept away like sand before the tide. What if his efforts to shape men's hearts ended the same way? Could he trust himself to lead others when he had been so blind before? A quiet dread settled over him. If history resisted force, and if even knowledge could be misused, was there another way? Was it possible to surrender to time's flow without losing the ability to act? Was there any wisdom in letting go? Theodore exhaled, slow and uncertain. If knowledge was a torch, then perhaps he needed to understand how to carry it, or even whether he should carry it at all. With that thought, he reached for his timepiece, steam hissing as the cypress tree dissolved into a secluded river valley. Hangu Pass, China, 500 BCE, Lao Tzu and history's flow.
Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. Lao Tzu.
Theodore Langley arrived at the foot of Hangu Pass, where warm mist drifted between the mountain peaks, and an ancient road wound through the valley. A quiet stream trickled nearby, its waters clear and undisturbed. Lao Tzu, an old man with a long white beard, sat cross-legged on a rock, gazing at the flow of the water. The air was cool, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. It is here, on the precipice of Lao Tzu's departure from society, that Theodore found him. Theodore hesitated. He had come seeking wisdom, yet doubt weighed him down. He had tried everything. Reasoning with powerful men, halting assassinations, steering people toward different choices. Each time, history pushed back, reshaping itself, as if correcting an error. If Confucius had taught him that history was written by men, and men could be guided, then why did every attempt to do so end in failure? Lao Tzu's presence was unlike the other thinkers he had sought. He did not analyze nor question, he merely watched. His robes were worn, his expression serene, and he seemed as much a part of the landscape as the stones beneath him. Without looking up, he spoke.
You carry the weight of many struggles on your shoulders, time traveler. Why do you fight the river?
Theodore exhaled sharply. Because my actions throughout history have done nothing to change it. Lao Tzu smiled faintly.
And why do you believe it should change?
Theodore hesitated. Because I know where it leads. Wars, suffering, mistakes repeated over and over. If I can steer it away from those disasters, isn't that the right thing to do? Lao Tzu dipped his fingers into the water, watching the ripples spread outward.
A man who throws stones into a river only exhausts himself. The river does not struggle. It simply flows. The harder you push, the more resistance you create.
Then am I supposed to just surrender? Do nothing? Accept that history must remain as it is? Lao Tzu chuckled.
To do nothing is still to act. The sage does not impose his will upon the world. He moves with it, like the stream moves around the rocks.
Theodore's mind churned. Confucius had said history was shaped by men, that a leader must guide his people. Lao Tzu spoke as though history had a will of its own. If history could not be stopped, should he merely drift with it? Lao Tzu continued.
Tell me, Theodore, have your struggles brought you peace?
Theodore clenched his fists. No. Lao Tzu nodded.
Then perhaps you are asking the wrong questions. Do not ask how to change history. Ask how to be in harmony with it.
The longer Theodore listened to Lao Tzu, the more he felt something within him loosen, as if there was a validating truth that he had always known, but never dared to embrace, finally being spoken aloud. Theodore watched the stream, the way it glided over and around every obstacle, never resisting, never stopping. He had seen history as a force to be resisted. But what if it was simply indifferent? What if he had exhausted himself fighting something that was never meant to be controlled? Yet a part of him still rebelled. My father told me that history is meant to be guided, not left to its own devices, that knowledge is meant to shape the world. If I learn but do nothing, then what is knowledge worth? Lao Tzu opened his eyes and studied him.
A fish does not ask what water is worth. It simply swims.
Theodore frowned. But what if the water is leading the fish toward danger? What if the current will take it somewhere it shouldn't go? Lao Tzu smiled knowingly.
Then perhaps the fish must learn to swim differently. But tell me, do you believe the river does not know where it flows?
Theodore's thoughts twisted in on themselves. Had he been trying to force history into a shape it was never meant to take? Or was Lao Tzu's philosophy simply an excuse for inaction? Knowledge, history, fate, were they all separate concepts? Or were they all part of the same great current? Did Theodore's mistake lie in assuming that knowledge was meant to be a tool for change rather than something that simply was? Was knowledge just a simple tool, or was it a product of the confluence of history's many threads that only grew in complexity through the generations? Even now, Theodore hesitated to accept it. The old master's words brought a kind of peace, but the peace felt dangerous, akin to mere complacency. Could surrender ever be an answer? If he let go, would suffering persist unchecked? Could he ever find peace in that? If history was a river, then suffering was the storm that swelled its banks. Theodore took a slow breath, the whisper of the stream filling his ears. If he truly wanted to understand history, perhaps he needed to understand suffering first. He had sought to erase and prevent it, but perhaps he had never truly understood it. Lao Tzu closed his eyes in meditation as Theodore reached for his timepiece. Steam hissed as the mist of the valley dissolved around him. If anyone could illuminate the relationship between knowledge, suffering, and peace, it was a man who had faced suffering itself and emerged enlightened. Perhaps the Buddha would offer the key to the questions that still gnawed at Theodore's soul. India, 400 BCE. The Buddha's wisdom.
Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. The Buddha.
The serene figure sat beneath the Bodhi tree, eyes half-lidded in meditation. Theodore hesitated before kneeling, the weight of his journey pressing down on him. I have seen history unfold, Theodore said. I have tried to change it, but no matter what I do, the past remains unchanged. The Buddha's eyes opened slightly.
The past is a river. You may stir its waters, but its course is not yours to command.
Theodore's chest tightened. He had heard this sentiment countless times, from Herodotus, from Socrates, from Confucius, and from Lao Tzu. Yet here, in the presence of one who had confronted suffering itself, the words settled differently within him. They no longer felt like a rebuke, but an invitation to look beyond the struggle itself and ask a deeper question. Then is there no way to alter suffering, no way to change what is to come?
Suffering is a fire. It cannot be crushed, only understood. One does not end suffering by fighting the flames, but by removing the fuel that feeds them.
Theodore furrowed his brow. And what is that fuel?
Ignorance, prejudice, the desire for control, the illusion that one man alone may shape the world as he pleases.
The silence between them deepened. Theodore turned the timepiece over in his hand, its polished surface catching the light filtering through the branches of the Bodhi tree. It had always been a symbol of his journey, a tool he had wielded in his futile attempts to alter fate. Yet for the first time he saw it differently. It was not a weapon, not a lever to pry apart history's course. It was a vessel, a way to carry something far more important than altered events. Ignorance, Theodore repeated in his mind. Could it really be that simple? That all the suffering he had fought against had not stemmed from inevitability but from what had simply never been known. His thoughts raced through his every failure. Had the Archduke understood the weight of his steps? Would he have changed his route? Had the Roman senators foreseen the rise and fall of an empire? Would they have chosen differently? Had Kennedy known the precise moment his story would end? Would he have stepped another way? What of those who survived? Did Hitler sense his own precariousness, knowing that his hold over history was rooted in deception and fear? Did Castro walk with such confidence because he believed his place in history was unshakable? The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He had spent a lifetime believing that suffering was inevitable because history refused to change, but history was never the enemy. It was always ignorance. Suffering had never come from fate, but from what people did not know, what they failed to see until it was too late. It was never history that failed. It was the knowledge that was missing. When the truth was obscured by fear, deception, or the simple limits of time itself, history stumbled into suffering. His father's voice echoed in his mind, "History is meant to be guided, Theodore, not left to its own devices." Perhaps his father had been wrong. Theodore had spent his journey believing history was something to be rewritten, to be forced into a different shape. But history was not wet clay to be molded. It was a vast current of choices, each flowing from what people knew and what they did not. His mistake had been trying to steer the river itself when he should have been helping others to see the water more clearly. For the first time, Theodore understood. He had sought to be the hand that shaped history, but that was never his role. He was not meant to rewrite the past. He was meant to remember it, to carry its knowledge forward so that others could read the currents for themselves. A deep calm settled within him, something he had not felt since he first took hold of the timepiece. The weights of constant failure and endless struggle no longer crushed him. It had transformed into something lighter, purpose. Yet philosophy could only take him so far. If he was to carry history's lessons forward and serve as a guide rather than a force of disruption, then he needed more than reflection. He needed to understand time itself, not as a mystery that can't be solved, but as a phenomenon to be studied. He needed logic, method, and reason. His timepiece hissed softly and warmly in his palm. He had assumed its power was a means to an end, a tool for altering the past. If that was never its true purpose, then what was? Why had it chosen him? How did it function? The answer, he knew, could not be found in ancient wisdom alone. The past had given him clarity of purpose, but only reasoned inquiry could illuminate the mechanics of time. Theodore took a breath, steeling himself for what came next. He no longer struggled against the current of history. He was no longer bothered by the illusions of control. He was ready to learn not just from history but from the universe itself. As the Bodhi tree dissolved into the stream of time, Theodore stepped forward towards the knowledge that beckoned his protection, toward the truth waiting to be unveiled by reason. Part 2. Seeking Insight. The timepiece in Theodore's hand no longer felt like a burden. It was a guide, a means to gather and safeguard what history sought to teach. It was a symbol of history's worth as a teacher in itself. His father had called him a steward of history, and at last Theodore knew what that meant. He had spent his life believing knowledge was only valuable if it changed the world, that history was something to be controlled. But now he saw that his father's wisdom had not been wrong, just incomplete. His lessons had taught Theodore to think critically, to seek understanding, but they had never demanded that he impose his will upon history. His father had spoken of guiding history, but perhaps true guidance was not about altering its course, but ensuring its lessons endured. He imagined his father's steady gaze, with quiet certainty in his voice. Question everything, Theo, but never forget that what you preserve is what truly endures. For the first time, Theodore understood the depth of that lesson. His father had given him the tools to question, to observe, to learn. Yet there was more to uncover, more that even his father had not foreseen. Perhaps history could not be changed, but its wisdom and truths would endure, and he would be the one to carry them forward. Yet even with this revelation, questions remained. Why did history resist him so stubbornly? Was it merely fate, or was there a deeper force at play? And why did so many recognize him, as if they had seen him before? Was he truly alone in his journey through time? If there were answers to these questions, he would not find them in the courts of rulers or the teachings of philosophers. If he was to preserve history's lessons, he had to understand the nature of his own gift. The past had shown him wisdom, but wisdom alone was not enough. Understanding required more than reflection. It demanded precision. It demanded a mind that could see the hidden forces shaping reality, measure the invisible, and define the rules governing motion, change, and time itself. His next path was clear. He would seek out those who had revealed the order beneath the chaos, those who had dared to systematically uncover the very principles that bound the heavens and the earth. Cambridge, England, 1680. Newton's Laws of Fate.
If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Isaac Newton.
Theodore Langley had seen the horrors of war and suffering firsthand, no matter how many times he's tried to stop it. Controlling history became a thorn on his side, until he found peace in embracing his thirst for knowledge as an antidote to suffering. Here, he seeks to understand how history operated insofar as humans can perceive, and one man would surely provide answers to his most fundamental questions. The candlelight flickered against the walls of Isaac Newton's study, illuminating stacks of parchment covered in cryptic calculations. The great physicist barely looked up from his work as Theodore entered.
You are not one of my students,
Newton muttered, scratching equations onto a page.
Nor are you even from my time. What do you want?
Theodore hesitated. He considered telling Newton how profoundly his work would shape the world centuries into the future, how he would be revered as the father of modern physics, but Newton was not one for flattery, so Theodore kept it simple. I seek to understand why my actions in the past failed to change history. Newton finally looked up, his sharp gaze appraising Theodore like an equation in need of solving.
Failed. Ha! You assume it was ever possible. History is not some plaything to be molded by whims. Motion follows laws. Laws I discovered long before you were born. You think your little disruptions have any weight against that?
Theodore frowned. He expected Newton's arrogance, but had hoped for more than dismissal. Then why does history resist change? Newton exhaled sharply, as if explaining gravity to a dull student.
You think yourself beyond nature's laws? That time itself bends to you? The past is not a blank slate for your convenience. It is a system, one you clearly do not understand.
His mouth curled.
You are not the first to believe intellect alone could outwit the universe. Leibniz, Hooke, fools, all of them.
Theodore leaned forward. Then you admit even great minds have limits? Newton's quill hovered above the parchment.
I admit nothing of the sort.
He set the quill down with a deliberate motion.
I have given the world a framework for the universe. But the problem is not knowledge, it is presumption. Thinking one can control what was never meant to be controlled.
Theodore held his gaze. And yet you spent your life trying to find that control. Newton stiffened.
I sought understanding. There is a difference.
For a moment the study was silent save for the crackling of the candle. Theodore watched as Newton's fingers tapped once against the desk in a brief, unthinking motion. Did you ever find peace in it? Newton did not answer immediately. His fingers tapped once again against the desk. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter, as if speaking more to himself than to Theodore.
There are things even I could not calculate.
His eyes flickered toward the window to the darkened sky beyond it.
Not because they were unknowable, but because I was foolish enough to believe I could know everything.
Theodore studied him, sensing that was as much of an admission as Newton would ever allow. He saw in that moment not just the man who had tamed the laws of motion, but the man who had spent decades chasing certainty, grappling with the boundaries of his own understanding, unwilling to accept they existed at all. Newton picked up his quill again, turning back to his parchment.
Understanding.
He trailed off, pressing ink to the page, though he had not yet written anything.
Perhaps.
Theodore waited, but Newton was already scratching out an equation as if the conversation had never happened. Newton had given the world laws that could predict the movement of planets and falling apples. But he had spent his life chasing certainty he could never fully grasp. His belief in absolute order had left him blind to the edges of his own understanding. If even Newton could not master knowledge, could Theodore ever hope to master time? Theodore sought answers, and Newton had given him one. History, like nature, resisted control. But Newton's certainty disturbed him. He spoke as though he had solved the universe, yet even he admitted that some things had eluded him. If Newton's vision of a mechanical, ordered world was truly complete, why had he spent his life struggling against its limits? Why was he still searching? Perhaps history was not such a simple equation, and time did not follow the rigid order Newton assumed. If there were answers, they would not come from a mind obsessed with laws and absolutes. As Theodore turned to leave, Newton spoke again to himself so softly it was nearly lost beneath the scratch of his quill.
If only knowing was enough.
Newton had sought to explain the heavens by reducing them to rules of motion. But Theodore knew of another who had looked at the same sky and seen something entirely different. They had sought to understand time as something fluid and interconnected beyond rigid calculation. If Newton's laws could not explain time, then Theodore needed to seek out a mind that offered an alternative. Berlin, Germany, 1915. The Relativity of Time.
Science is a way of thinking, much more than it is a body of knowledge. Albert Einstein.
Theodore had spent so much of his life trying to force history under his will, to save millions and to save his father. Yet no matter the time or place, history resisted. He had stopped an assassin's bullet only to watch another take its place. He had whispered warnings into the ears of kings and revolutionaries, only to see fate twist their choices back into the same patterns. Every attempt, every desperate intervention had collapsed beneath the weight of something larger than himself. Now he no longer sought to change history. He sought to understand it through the eyes of the minds who deconstructed reality into its most foundational parts. The office smelled of pipe smoke and ink as Albert Einstein leaned back in his chair, his keen eyes studying Theodore with a mix of amusement and curiosity.
So,
Einstein mused, brushing his mustache with his fingers.
You are a traveler from the future. Fascinating.
Theodore, desperate for answers, explained his dilemma. How history resisted every attempt to alter it. How no matter what he did, the past seemed to realign itself. Einstein listened in silence, occasionally tilting his head in thought. When Theodore finished, the physicist exhaled a slow stream of smoke and set his pipe down carefully.
I understand your plight, but time is not a rigid line, my friend. It is part of a continuum, inseparable from space. General relativity teaches us that space and time are not fixed backgrounds. They are more like a vast, flexible fabric that bends and shifts under the weight of everything in it.
Theodore frowned. Bends? Einstein gestured with his pipe.
Picture a heavy ball resting on a stretched-out sheet of rubber. The sheet dips under its weight, yes? Now imagine rolling a smaller ball across that surface. Instead of moving in a straight line, it curves toward the larger ball, following the shape of the distortion.
He tapped his desk for emphasis.
This is how gravity arises, not as an invisible force pulling objects, but as the bending and distortion of space and time itself.
Theodore ran a hand over his timepiece, his fingers tracing the brass tubes. Then why does it feel so immovable? Einstein's lips curled in a knowing smile.
Because you are trying to shift history in singular moments, without understanding how those moments connect. Space-time is not a sequence of isolated events. It is shaped by mass, by gravity, by the collective weight of all that exists. The larger the mass, the greater the curvature. And history.
He leaned forward, his voice quieting.
History is not written by lone men either. It is shaped by the weight of entire civilizations.
Theodore's stomach tightened. He had spent years pushing against individual moments, thinking they were the levers that controlled the past, but what if they weren't? What if history wasn't resisting him, but simply bending in ways he couldn't see? He swallowed. So I've been thinking too small? Einstein nodded.
A single act may not shift the course of time, but a series of well-placed actions spread across space and history. That is another story.
He lifted his coffee cup with a wry smile.
To change history, you must stop thinking like a man and start thinking like the universe.
Theodore hesitated, then asked, if time and space have curvature, does that mean history can bend as well? Einstein picked up a sheet of paper and a pencil, drawing a dot on one end of the sheet and another on the other end. Then, folding the paper so that the dots touched, he continued.
If space-time was folded like this, these points in time could be connected. You would no longer be traveling through time in the traditional sense, but rather just stepping across it.
Theodore's pulse quickened. Einstein Rosen-Bridges. Einstein gave a small nod.
A colleague of mine, Nathan Rosen, and I have been exploring the mathematics of such connections. If they exist, they could allow for instantaneous travel between distant points in space-time.
Theodore's fingers tightened around his timepiece. Was that what he had been doing all along? Not moving through time, but skipping across it? If history resisted his interventions, was it because he was trying to shape events linearly, when history did not operate in such a straightforward manner? Einstein interrupted his thoughts, tapping the paper.
But even beyond that, as I said, history does not shift through singular actions. It is shaped by waves, movements of entire civilizations, just as massive celestial bodies warp space-time together, creating ripples that spread across the cosmos.
Theodore frowned, not entirely understanding. Ripples? Einstein leaned back, exhaling another plume of smoke.
I have been working on a theory that predicts them. Gravitational waves, disturbances in space-time caused by massive events. Imagine two black holes colliding, sending out ripples across the universe. If history behaves the same way, then change does not happen in isolated moments, but in waves of influence, spreading through time.
He paused, then gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug.
I lack the means to confirm it. Not yet, at least.
Theodore hesitated, weighing his next words. In my time, gravitational waves are common knowledge. For the first time, Einstein's fingers froze around his pipe. He did not speak right away, only staring at Theodore as if waiting for a punchline. He then let out a thoughtful hum, tapping the pipe lightly against his desk.
Ah, then the universe does confirm its own logic.
Theodore exhaled, watching the way Einstein absorbed the information, not with shock, but with quiet satisfaction, as if his own equations had merely whispered their truth to him long before it could be proven. For a moment, Theodore saw the beauty in how Einstein perceived the world. He did not demand certainty the way Newton had. He did not rage against the unknown. He reveled in it. Yet something gnawed at Theodore, As profound as Einstein's view was, there was a gap in it. The physicist's certainty in a universe that bent and curved was clear. But when Theodore brought up probability and uncertainty, Einstein's expression darkened.
The quantum world.
Einstein exhaled slowly.
It is a puzzle I do not like.
Why? Einstein's fingers tapped idly against his desk.
Because it lacks continuity. It lacks order. I prefer a universe that can be understood, not one dictated by randomness.
Theodore considered this. But isn't history unpredictable? Isn't that the very problem I've been facing? Einstein gave him a long, searching look. Then finally he nodded.
Perhaps. But if you wish to understand such things, you will have to look beyond me.
Theodore gave a nod of farewell to the physicist and turned the dials on his timepiece, the familiar hiss of steam filling the air. As Einstein's office blurred into light, he felt the weight of the physicist's words settle over him. Newton had seen the universe as rigid and absolute. Einstein saw it as a fluid fabric woven together by forces beyond individual control. Yet even Einstein flinched at the idea of pure uncertainty, sole probabilities, of total randomness. A world that did not merely bend but could leap unpredictably. Maybe that was where the answers lay. Not in absolute laws, nor in great sweeping curvatures, but in the strange flickering space within them. California, USA, 1965. Feynman's Dance of Probabilities.
I learned very early the difference between knowing the name of something and knowing something. Richard Feynman.
Theodore Langley had spent countless lifetimes trying to prevent suffering at the hands of history, but every attempt only confirmed its course. Over time, he found peace in the idea that history was not something to be forced, but something to be understood. Now he sought wisdom from the minds who unraveled the very laws of nature, hoping that knowledge, rather than interference, might offer the best chance of changing the world. Newton and Einstein had mapped the laws governing the heavens and time itself, yet both men recoiled at the idea of uncertainty. If Theodore was to understand the finer details of his gift, if he was to finally grasp the forces at play, there was one man who might be able to provide the missing answers. The lab smelled of chalk dust, warm circuitry, and the lingering aroma of stale coffee. Richard Feynman leaned against a cluttered desk, rolling a coin over his knuckles, his knowing smirk as much a part of his demeanor as his thick New York accent.
So let me get this straight,
Feynman said, tossing the coin into the air.
You keep trying to rewrite history, but every time the world snaps back like a rubber band?
Theodore sighed. No matter what I do. Feynman caught the coin and twirled it between his fingers.
That's because history isn't a single track. It's a probability field, just like particle physics. You ever hear of quantum superposition?
Theodore crossed his arms. You mean how particles can exist in multiple states until they're observed?
Exactly.
Feynman flipped the coin again.
Now scale that up. Every moment isn't a single event. It's a spread of possible outcomes. With enough probability, history, like an electron, is forced to collapse into the most probable path.
Theodore made a connection. So when I tried to stop the world's worst events...
You were betting against a loaded dice.
Feynman grinned, the same mischievous energy that had made him legendary among students and physicists alike.
The odds were always stacked against you.
Theodore rubbed his temples. Then I never had a chance? Feynman wagged the coin at him.
No, you had a chance, just a lousy one.
He let the coin fall, and it clinked onto the desk.
But the trick isn't about forcing one big change. It's about stacking the deck with 1,000 little ones.
Theodore frowned. The same message had surfaced again and again. Newton had preached immutable laws. Einstein had hinted at hidden forces. And now Feynman was suggesting something smaller, more subtle. Small changes? Feynman nodded, shifting from his casual slouch to the posture of a patient teacher.
The bigger the shift you try to make, the more resistance you'll face, so start small. Talk to people, plant ideas, and introduce tiny variables into the probability equation. That's how you increase your odds.
Theodore stared at the coin on the desk, considering the weight of Feynman's words. So it's not about breaking history. It's about nudging it just enough to make it stumble? Feynman smirked.
Exactly. Tiny shifts don't just cause ripples. They stack up, increase probabilities, and eventually, when enough of them accumulate, they force a tipping point. Push hard enough and the timeline doesn't just bend, it splits.
He strode over to the chalkboard, swiftly sketching a single line that branched into countless diverging paths.
With enough probability, you don't merely alter history, Theodore, you multiply it.
A chill ran through Theodore as realization dawned. So every time I make a big enough choice, I'm not just rewriting events. I'm creating entirely new timelines? Feynman twirled the coin between his fingers.
That's the beauty of it. One small change here might mean nothing, or it might be the trigger that reshapes an entire branch of history. The problem is, you can never know in advance which shift will be the one to split the timeline. The splits are unpredictable, like the position of an electron. But the more you push, the more probable their paths become.
Theodore stared at the branching diagram, a memory stirring. Munich, Cuba, a presence just at the edges of his perception. Could there have been a shadow of himself? Theodore spoke aloud. If timelines split, does that mean I split too? Are there other versions of me scattered across these branches? Feynman leaned back, giving him a moment.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Theodore hesitated. Could I ever reach them? Could I talk to them? Feynman shrugged, his expression thoughtful.
That's the million-dollar question. No one knows. The many worlds interpretation says these different branches exist, but if they never interact with each other, their existence can't be confirmed. It stays only theory and philosophy. To test it, you'd need a way to detect a split in time while keeping your own mind intact, without the whole damn universe unraveling in the process.
Theodore frowned. A reversible mind.
Exactly. We'd need something that could experience both outcomes of a timeline split at once and retain awareness of both. Right now, we don't have a way to do that, but quantum entanglement suggests particles can communicate across distances, so maybe, just maybe, they could communicate across timelines too.
Theodore considered the implications. So if that's true, then time travel isn't just movement through time, it's movement between timelines, versions of reality. Feynman smirked.
Now you're thinking like a physicist. Every jump you make doesn't just change when and where, it shifts who you are at that moment. Maybe you're weaving through different versions of yourself without even realizing it.
Theodore's pulse quickened. He looked back at the chalkboard, the branching paths stretching outward like the roots of some massive unseen tree. What if he wasn't the only one traveling? What if someone else, another him, had been moving across these branches all along? Feynman leaned back, tossing the coin one last time.
Funny thing about probabilities, pal. Start messing with them and they just might mess with you back.
He caught the coin, let it roll across his knuckles, then flicked it toward Theodore. Theodore caught the coin and stood in place, frozen in thought, trying to fully comprehend the ideas he had just confronted. Feynman saw his struggle.
Take it from me, kid, as I say to all my students, if you think you understand quantum mechanics, then you don't understand quantum mechanics.
Despite himself, Theodore smirked at Feynman's refreshing humbleness. He paused, expecting Feynman to continue, and he did.
I can live with doubt and uncertainty and not knowing. I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answers which might be wrong. I have approximate answers and possible beliefs and different degrees of uncertainty about different things. But I am not absolutely sure of anything, and there are many things I don't know anything about. I don't feel frightened not knowing things, by being lost in a mysterious universe without any purpose, which is the way it really is as far as I can tell.
Theodore considered his words. Newton had sought immutable laws as an expression of absolute proof of his God. Einstein had sought hidden order also as proof of his own concept of God. Yet Feynman embraced uncertainty itself, not as a flaw in knowledge, but as an essential part of reality. Feynman leaned against the desk again, his smirk softening.
You're a scientist, Theodore. Understanding quantum mechanics might be beyond those of us trapped in a single timeline, but you have the rare privilege of seeing the quantum world from outside of it. Test some things and follow the questions, no matter where they lead.
Theodore glanced down at his timepiece, its faint stuttering hiss, now feeling more like a rhythm, a breath. He wasn't just an observer, nor was he a lone actor against an immovable history. He was part of the equation itself. One variable among infinite possibilities, creating new variables with every decision he made. His grip tightened around his timepiece. He still had questions. How many versions of himself were out there? Had they learned what he had just learned? Had they already crossed paths? Theodore began to see a larger pattern emerge. One ant doesn't build a colony, but thousands of them create tiny nudges, a network of interwoven interactions. They create something greater than the sum of their parts. Newton had shown him rigid laws. Einstein had shown him fluid time. Feynman had shown him probabilities. But was there something larger? Some chaotic emergent structure underlying them all? Paris, France, 1890s, Poincaré's chaos.
If we wish to foresee the future of mathematics, our proper course is to study the history and present condition of the science. Henri Poincaré.
Theodore had fought against history and lost every time. He eventually found inner peace in seeking to understand it instead. After speaking to some of the greatest minds in science, he had learned much about the nature of time, history, and his travel through it. Yet despite all he had learned, his knowledge still felt incomplete. Perhaps there was a missing piece, a pattern he had yet to grasp. What if history could not be fully understood until he could comprehend the full depth of its complexity? He arrived in late 19th century France to speak with a man who had pioneered the science of complexity itself. Theodore stepped out of the Parisian evening and into the quiet of Henri Poincaré's study. The air inside smelled of ink and old paper. Candlelight flickered over scattered notes filled with equations, arcane symbols of motion, probability, and uncertainty. Poincaré looked up from his desk, his sharp eyes reflecting both warmth and curiosity.
You arrive as if in search of certainty where it may not exist.
Theodore hesitated before responding. Perhaps I am. His gaze fell on the papers strewn across the desk. Calculations describing the orbits of planets, their paths twisting in ways that suggested not order, but a kind of controlled chaos. They reminded him of something his father had once shown him. A diagram of tangled, looping lines. A model of history shifting and correcting itself in ways that had left his father dumbfounded. Theodore's father's words echoed, "Perhaps you'll learn things I'll never know." The papers also reminded Theodore of something Feynman had said a century later, about the unpredictable nature of subatomic particles, about a world that resisted certainty even at its smallest scale. Poincaré noticed his gaze.
Do you see something familiar?
Theodore exhaled. You could say that. He stepped forward, running a finger along the edge of one of the papers. This is celestial mechanics, isn't it? The motion of planets. Poincaré nodded.
Yes. You would think that, following Newton, their paths should be predictable, perfectly calculable for all eternity. But the truth is less simple.
He tapped one of the equations.
A small variation in a planet's position, so slight as to be immeasurable, can lead over time to a completely different trajectory. A shift impossible to predict in detail.
Theodore frowned. Even if you knew every law, every force at play?
Even then.
Theodore let the words settle. They felt like an answer to a question he had been struggling with, yet they continued to open new uncertainties. He had seen history resist his interference, not in neat Newtonian ways, but through unpredictable consequences, unexpected shifts, changes that rippled outward beyond his control. Theodore's voice was quiet when he spoke again. So history is like this too. Poincaré studied Theodore carefully.
You speak as if uncertainty is fundamental, not just a limitation of our knowledge.
Theodore's gaze lingered on the equations. Some once thought the world moved like a great clock, each gear turning in perfect order. Then someone looked closer and saw that even time itself could bend. He traced a slow arc in the air with his finger, and deeper still, another found that at the smallest scale, even the simplest events refused to follow a single path. Poincaré's fingers rested lightly on his notes.
Then prediction is an illusion. Certainty is just a matter of scale.
Theodore tilted his head. Maybe not an illusion, but a question of perspective. Poincaré tapped one of the pages.
A system can follow laws, and still be unpredictable. A contradiction, it would seem.
Theodore let his eyes drift over the swirling planetary orbits. A pattern, one that only emerges over grand scales of time. Poincaré's expression was unreadable, but his silence carried weight. Finally, he exhaled.
Then perhaps the question is not whether something is determined, but at what scale we see it.
Theodore let the words settle. He had heard something like them before, though not from Poincaré. Poincaré finally leaned back, thoughtful.
You have given me much to consider.
Theodore allowed himself the faintest smile. You're not the only one. Poincaré led into another thought.
And yet, do you not still see structure in these patterns?
Theodore thought for a long moment. I do, he said finally. Even in chaotic systems, patterns emerge. Not because they're predictable, but because some deeper order still governs their shape. A flicker of something crossed Poincaré's face. Understanding? Amusement?
Then, what is it you are really searching for?
Theodore hesitated. He had come looking for an explanation, for an answer to history's resistance. Now standing here, something else was taking shape in his mind. Patterns, he said, not just in history, in everything. He paced slowly, turning the thought over. Physics, history, biology, even the way societies form ideas. None of them exist in isolation. If chaos emerges from small variations, then maybe knowledge itself is one of the most important starting conditions. The right idea at the right moment can shape everything that follows. Poincaré considered this.
You suggest that understanding the world is not about reducing everything to a single discipline, but about finding what unites them.
Theodore gave a hesitant nod. A quiet settled over the room. Poincaré gave a small nod in return.
Then your path is not that of a mere historian.
Theodore felt something shift inside him. He had spent so much of his journey trying to change history, to alter its course as if he could direct it towards some better outcome. Now he saw the true limits of that thinking. The patterns that shaped history were not just those of politics or war, but of science, knowledge, and the transmission of ideas across time. Maybe his role wasn't to rewrite history. Perhaps it was to ensure that the right ideas emerged when they were needed most. Poincaré spoke again, his voice thoughtful.
If history follows patterns, where do you fit within them?
Theodore opened his mouth, then hesitated. He wasn't sure if he feared the answer or if he already knew it. As he stepped out into the cool night, the world around him felt different. Not in its details, but in its depth. The movement of people, the flicker of gas lamps, the stars overhead, all of it complex, unpredictable, yet not without order. He walked slowly, his thoughts turning toward what lay ahead. If he's a part of history's pattern, then what does that make him? The question lingered as he turned his dial. The familiar steam vented as smoothly as it ever has. Paris dissolved into the night as Theodore sought the man who unraveled the nature of time itself. Cambridge, England, 1995, Hawking's Vision of Time.
We are not only trying to understand the universe, but also trying to understand our place within it, Stephen Hawking.
Theodore Langley had spent his life chasing history, desperate to change its course, only to be thwarted at every turn. Assassins still succeeded, tyrants still rose and fell. No matter how far he traveled, across centuries or continents, history resisted him. It did not bend. Yet wherever he went, people recognized him. Soldiers in Cuba, philosophers in Greece and China, scientists in distant corners of the world. They looked at him not with curiosity, but with certainty, as if they knew, as if somehow he had always been there. Newton had given the laws of motion. Einstein had redefined space and time. Feynman had unraveled the quantum fabric of reality. Poincaré had shown him the chaos within it. Each conversation illuminated the mechanics of his strange gift, yet none could answer the deeper question, the one that gnawed at the edges of his mind. Where did he fit within time itself? Seeking answers, Theodore returned to Cambridge 3 centuries after Newton. The halls were different, the world had changed, but the pursuit of knowledge remained. Here, in a quiet, dimly lit room, sat the one man who might make sense of his predicament, a mind unshackled by physical limits, a thinker who had spent his life peering into the abyss of time itself. The hum of the motor filled the space. Theodore watched as Hawking's fingers twitched against the control of his wheelchair. The voice synthesizer crackled to life.
You are a time traveler.
No hesitation, no surprise, just certainty. Theodore stiffened. He hadn't introduced himself, nor had he even spoken. How did you know? A pause, the machine whirred.
You move through history, but history does not change. That tells me something fundamental is at work.
Of course, Hawking had already figured it out. As the man who saw black holes as time machines, who had reshaped humanity's understanding of the cosmos, there was no one else who could dissect Theodore's dilemma with such precision. Theodore exhaled. I've tried to stop wars, prevent deaths, even carry out assassinations when I thought they were necessary, but I failed every time. Why? Hawking's computer processed before responding.
There are two possibilities. The first is the Novikov self-consistency principle.
Theodore frowned. Which means?
Time is a closed loop. Any attempt to change the past only ensures that history unfolds as it always has. If you try to prevent an event, you may only cause it to happen another way.
Theodore thought of Sarajevo, of the bullet that found its mark despite his interference. He thought of every attempt to alter fate only to watch history realign itself as though his presence had already been accounted for. Inertia, Theodore murmured, like Newton and Einstein said. A faint smile flickered across Hawking's face.
The second possibility is that you are in a universe where history is already fixed. Your actions do not matter because events always play out the same way.
Theodore's stomach tightened. That thought unsettled him more than failure. If history was immutable, then why did his presence feel important? Why did people know him? Then why does everyone recognize me? Why do they sense that I don't belong? Hawking's eyes gleamed with curiosity.
That is the more interesting question.
A pause. The machine clicked.
Perhaps you are a fixed point in time.
The words sent a chill through Theodore. A fixed point?
Something outside of history itself. A traveler, unbound by time, yet unable to alter it. No matter where you go, history corrects itself around you.
A deep unease settled in Theodore's chest. Was he doomed to be nothing more than an observer? A ghost in time, drifting through history without ever truly existing within it? Then why do people sense it? His voice was quieter now. Hawking considered the question.
The human brain is more powerful than we understand. Perhaps people perceive inconsistencies, a subconscious recognition of something that does not fit. A ripple in reality.
A ripple, Theodore repeated in his mind. A stone disrupting the flow of a river. A black hole bending the fabric of space. An effect rather than a cause. Then I can never truly change anything. I'm always an observer, never a participant. Hawking regarded him carefully, then, with deliberate weight, he said,
That depends on what you think changing history means.
Theodore frowned. What do you mean?
You seek to change events, but have you considered that you may be changing people?
Theodore stilled. He heard an echo of Confucius's words. He thought of the Cuban officer who might have let him go. He thought of Socrates, who seemed to know him before his death. He thought of Newton, who spoke to him at length despite his notorious disdain for company. Had Theodore really left an imprint on them? Had history's subjects felt his presence even if history's course remained the same? Hawking's expression remained unreadable, but there was something knowing in his gaze.
The arrow of time always moves forward. Perhaps, Theodore, you are meant to do the same.
For the first time in years, Theodore felt something settle within him. It wasn't about changing events. It was about simply belonging to them. He had spent his journey trying to fight time, but maybe his purpose was to just live within it. To walk through history not as an outsider, but as someone who belonged in every moment he visited. Perhaps he wasn't meant to rewrite the past, but to understand it. To influence it in ways that were invisible in the grand scheme of things, yet deeply personal to those he encountered. He was not separate from time. He was woven into it. A quiet understanding took hold. Not a revelation, nor an epiphany, just a slow, steady realization of what he had always been meant to do. He was not a ghost. He was not an anomaly. He was an integral part of history itself. Theodore and Hawking shared a look of understanding as Theodore reached for his timepiece. He felt the warm steam vent under his palm as the ethereal void dissolved in a flash of light. There was one person left who might deepen this new understanding. A thinker who had looked at the vastness of the universe with awe and humility. A man who, more than anyone, had devoted his life to making sense of the cosmos and humanity's place within it. Matt Wilson Observatory, California, 1928, Hubble and the Expanding Universe.
All nature is a vast symbolism. Every material fact has sheathed within it a spiritual truth. Edwin P. Hubble.
Theodore Langley stood in the crisp mountain air, staring up at the massive dome of the Hooker telescope. The faint hum of machinery and the distant whisper of wind against the observatory's steel frame filled the silence. It was a quiet world atop the mountain, where the universe seemed just within reach. When Theodore stepped inside, he found Edwin Powell Hubble bent over calculations, his fountain pen scratching across paper as he translated the night sky into numbers. The scientist straightened at the sound of footsteps and regarded Theodore with an appraising eye.
"You're not one of the usual visitors,"
Hubble observed. His voice was measured, his curiosity piqued, but restrained. Theodore nodded, sensing no need for deception. "No, I'm not." Hubble gestured to the papers spread across his desk.
"I assume you're here because of this."
Theodore followed his gaze and saw the raw calculations detailing the redshifts of distant galaxies, the very evidence that would soon reveal the expansion of the universe. Hubble's discoveries were in their infancy, but even now the weight of their implications was beginning to settle over Theodore. "I've spoken with many great minds. Some have tried to shape the course of history. Others have merely sought to understand it." Hubble leaned back slightly, his sharp eyes studying Theodore.
"And which are you?"
Theodore hesitated. That was the very question that had driven him here. For so long he had fought against history itself. His father had raised him to question, to push back against the idea that fate was immutable. History was not merely to be studied, it was to be shaped, and Theodore had tried. He had thrown himself into firefights, pleaded with assassins in their own languages, and even attempted his own assassinations, all to cause a single ripple that never came. Time and time again, the weight of inevitability had crushed his efforts. No matter how he tried to alter history, it seemed to push back, refusing his interference. He took a deep breath, the past still heavy in his mind. It feels like the past is set in stone, unchangeable. My father used to say that history needs stewards, that knowledge is key to understanding the world. But now, I wonder if it's not just about preservation, but about purpose. If I can't change history, what am I meant to do? Hubble turned toward the great telescope, his expression distant, as if he were already peering into the depths of space.
"The universe is not static. It stretches, grows, changes. The farther we look, the farther back in time we see."
Theodore stepped beside him, drawn into the quiet intensity of the moment. But if the past is visible, written across the cosmos, then doesn't that mean it's already set? Fixed? Hubble folded his arms, considering the thought.
"Perhaps. Or perhaps it means we are only beginning to understand the forces that shape it. The mind of man is like a telescope. At first, we see only the nearest, most familiar stars. Then, as our vision sharpens, we glimpse the vastness beyond."
Theodore absorbed this, the weight of his journey pressing against his thoughts. He had spent so long attempting to change history, but standing beside Hubble, he saw a different perspective. Change was not always an act of will. It was an inevitable force, woven into the very fabric of the cosmos. He turned the timepiece over in his hand, its metal warm from his grasp. His father's words continued to echo in his mind, about knowledge as both a burden and a responsibility. Perhaps his father had always known that Theodore would reach this point, that he would wrestle with the same questions and arrive at a different conclusion. The past was written, fixed like the stars in the sky. Yet for the first time in Hubble's presence, he glimpsed the deeper truth buried within those lessons. Not just the duty of preserving knowledge, but the quiet acceptance that he did not need to fight so hard against the current of time. He had spent his life wrestling with history, trying to shape it, alter it, leave his mark upon it, but perhaps history had never needed his interference. Perhaps his purpose was not in changing the course of events, but in simply witnessing them, in existing between the moments that others lived and died for. Did that mean he was forever untethered? Did belonging require a fixed place in time, or had he, in touching every era and mind, found a place in all of them? Hubble turned back to his desk, where a worn notebook lay open. He ran his fingers along its spine, his expression unreadable.
Astronomy is something like the ministry. No one should go into it without a call. I got that unmistakable call, and I know that even if I were second-rate or third-rate, it was astronomy that mattered.
Theodore recognized the conviction in his voice, the certainty that knowledge was worth pursuing no matter the cost. But what if that calling leads you somewhere unexpected, somewhere beyond your control? Hubble gave him a measured look.
Control is an illusion. We are all shaped by the forces around us. War, discovery, time itself.
He paused, his gaze drifting briefly downward.
I once served in a different way. The Great War taught me how small we are. But the stars, they reminded me how vast everything else is.
Theodore noted the way Hubble's posture stiffened slightly, the way he did not elaborate. It was a familiar restraint, the mark of a man who had seen the world's fragility and found refuge in something greater, not unlike the Buddha's path to enlightenment. The mention of the Great War continued to remind Theodore of his father's fate. He heard echoes of his father's devotion to duty in Hubble's words, but where his father committed to service, Hubble committed to discovery. Hubble noticed Theodore's pensiveness.
The past is always visible. And yet, no matter how much we study it, we cannot alter what has already happened.
He turned to Theodore.
But perhaps you already know that.
Theodore exhaled, recalling his conversation with Feynman decades later. I've been recognized by people who should not know me, no matter the space nor the time. Even you seem to expect me in a way. Hubble nodded slowly.
Perhaps history does not resist change. Perhaps it simply knows its observers.
Theodore considered this. He had always believed himself an outsider to time, a traveler, untouched by the forces that bound the rest of humanity. What if he was wrong? What if in witnessing history he had already become part of its rhythm? Hubble returned to his notes, his focus unwavering.
If the universe is expanding, then it had a beginning. And if it had a beginning, then there are questions we have yet to ask.
Theodore watched him work, the quiet persistence of a man unraveling the cosmos. And the future? He asked. Is it as inevitable as the past? Hubble gave a small, knowing smile.
The past is written in the stars. The future is ours to explore.
Theodore's fingers curled around the timepiece, its brass warm against his palm. He had spent his life wrestling with history, trying to shape it, alter it, leave his mark upon it, always searching for the moment where he could wrench time from its course. Yet standing here in the presence of a man who sought only to understand, he saw his struggle from a different perspective. If the past was written in the stars, then he had been reading it all wrong. It was not a script to be rewritten, but a story to be understood. He exhaled slowly. He was not its author or editor. He was its steward, to witness, to preserve, to guide. As he turned to leave, Theodore hesitated at the door. You remind me of something a future astronomer once said, that we are a way for the cosmos to know itself. Hubble's expression remained unreadable for a moment, then a faint smile crossed his lips.
Then perhaps we are not so different from time itself.
Outside, the night sky stretched wide and infinite, the stars burning with histories already written. Somewhere beyond them, the future remained unwritten, waiting for its storytellers, scholars, messengers, and archivists. With a final glance at the vast mountain sky, Theodore activated his timepiece. As the warm steam hissed, he felt the embrace of time and the quiet certainty of his place in the universe. 3. A Steward's Oath. Part 1. History's Messenger. Theodore Langley had spent a lifetime wrestling with history, believing at first that he could bend it to his will. History turned out to be not a river to be diverted, nor a script to be rewritten. Every attempt to alter its course had crumbled beneath the weight of something far greater than his own determination. Through his travels, he had met the minds who shaped civilization, not as foreseers of fate, but as fragments of a greater whole, all contributing to something they alone could not fully grasp. The past was not the work of any one person, nor was it bound to any single moment. It moved forward in ways both deliberate and unseen, shaped by questions asked in one era and answered in another. Yet as history resisted change, knowledge did not. Theodore's father had once spoken of stewardship, of the responsibility that came with understanding the past. At the time, Theodore had dismissed it, believing that knowledge alone was enough to shape the world. Now, in standing before those whose work had outlived them, he had come to see knowledge as something else entirely. Not just a force to be preserved, but a weight carried forward by those willing to bear it. There were ideas that had endured across centuries, whispered through time, even as the world tried to forget them. Some had been dismissed in their day, only to re-emerge long after their originators had turned to dust. The nature of matter, the fabric of existence, all from questions as old as thought itself, passed from one mind to the next, like an ember refusing to die. Theodore thought of a man who had once sought to understand the smallest building blocks of the universe, long before there was any proof to support his vision. A man whose ideas had outlived him, carried forward by those who never knew his name. Perhaps history could not be rewritten, but ideas, once set into motion, could never be truly lost. Abdera, Greece, 400 BCE, a philosopher's premonition.
Everything existing in the universe is the fruit of chance and necessity. Democritus.
Theodore Langley had been given the gift of time travel, a legacy passed down by his father, whom he had tried and failed to save from destruction. He had struggled against history, believing he could steer it away from bloodshed and suffering, only to find himself complicit in the very forces he sought to resist. In the end, history remained unchanged, unmoved by his interventions. Accepting this, he found peace not in control, but in understanding, embracing his role as a transient messenger. Yet the weight of uncertainty remained. Was history truly immutable, or had he only failed to recognize the ways in which all lives shaped its course? If he was not meant to alter the past, then what purpose did his present serve? Seeking clarity, he turned to a philosopher whose ideas had endured across centuries, hoping to find in the past an answer for his future. The air was warm with the familiar scent of the Aegean, and the streets of Abdera jittered with life. Merchants calling out their wares, philosophers debating in fervent tones, and children darting between the bustling crowds. At the heart of the city, beneath the shade of a fig tree, sat Democritus, the laughing philosopher. Aged but full of vitality, his eyes sparkled with a boundless curiosity as he gestured animatedly to a small group of students gathered around him.
Everything is composed of indivisible pieces, the atomos, the smallest uncuttable unit of matter.
Theodore stood at the edge of the gathering, arms folded. How strange it was to hear this idea spoken as if it were mere speculation, when he had seen its truth confirmed beyond all doubt and had seen what men would do with it. As the students dispersed, Democritus caught Theodore's eye and grinned.
You have the look of a man with thoughts he does not say. Come, stranger, let me hear them.
Theodore stepped forward. Your atomos, they are real. Democritus raised an eyebrow, intrigued rather than skeptical.
And how would you know this?
Theodore hesitated, then answered as obliquely as he could. I have seen what lies beyond theory. Democritus gestured for him to sit, eyes gleaming with curiosity.
Then let us speak as men who chase understanding.
Theodore lowered himself onto the stone bench. Your atomos move through the void, as you say, but they are not indivisible. They, too, are made of smaller pieces. Democritus chuckled.
Smaller still, so even the uncuttable may be cut.
He tapped his knee, considering.
And they move through the void, as I have said?
They do, Theodore confirmed, but not with certainty. The philosopher stilled, his fingers hovering over the stone bench.
Not with certainty.
There is a pattern, Theodore said, but at the smallest scale movement is unpredictable, a dice roll within the fabric of existence itself. Democritus exhaled sharply, then laughed.
Ah, if only old Parmenides could hear you. The poor man would collapse on the spot.
He leaned back, his grin widening.
So, the world is not fixed then, not fated. Even at its smallest, most fundamental level, all is uncertainty, just the whim of chance rolling its dice.
His gaze drifted toward the sunset, his voice growing more reflective.
It is the eternal struggle of those who chase wisdom. Even now, men bicker over what the truth must be. The Stoics surrender to fate. The Platonists insist on a world of perfect forms. Heraclitus, well, he'd have us believe the only certainty is change itself. I've heard whispers that the gods have no hand in it at all, that the universe tumbles forward on chance alone. Yet, for all their quarreling, they are all reaching for the same thing, an understanding of the world, though none can agree on where to grasp it.
Theodore felt the tension of those words press against him. Fate, change, the divine, and chance. All competing concepts, each claiming to hold the key to truth, but none of them seemed to have the full picture. His mind darted to the men he'd known, who clung to their belief in control, their conviction that history could be shaped, that their power and knowledge could defy the course of fate. How many times had Theodore himself tried to steer events, certain that he could prevent disaster, only to see history unfold in ways he could not stop? Perhaps, he thought, he too was guilty of seeing only what he wanted to see, believing that he could change the course of things when, in truth, he was just another player in the game, albeit with the edge of time travel. Democritus chuckled, seeing Theodore's face of contemplation.
What a strange thing it is for men to hold tightly to their own truths, yet never see how they all pull at the same thread.
Theodore shifted uneasily. His thoughts lingered on Caesar and his assailants. All were men who believed they could dictate history through power and force. They were men who had dismissed all warnings, convinced that their understanding of the world would make them untouchable. In the end, their certainty had led only to destruction. Was Theodore, too, guilty of wielding his knowledge like a hammer, hoping to break the chains of fate, only to find that it was the hammer that broke instead? Democritus picked up a small stone, turning it over in his palm.
What another odd thing it is for men to chase knowledge so tirelessly, only to tremble when they finally grasp it.
He rolled the stone between his fingers.
Tell me, traveler, did they learn to wield such power with wisdom?
Theodore hesitated. There was no simple answer to that. How could he fully explain the awe of discovery, the elegance of understanding, or the devastation? They have seen farther than ever before, he said at last. They have healed. They have understood. He looked away. And they have destroyed. Democritus nodded as if this did not surprise him. He held up the stone between his fingers.
Men once feared fire, but they learned to tame it, to warm themselves, to forge tools, to cook their food.
He turned the stone over once, then twice.
And yet, still, they burn one another.
He flicked the stone aside. It landed with a tumble down the hill.
Perhaps it was never about the fire at all, but the hands that hold it.
A silence stretched between them. Then Democritus turned to Theodore, studying his face.
And you, traveler, what part do you play in all this?
Theodore didn't speak. He didn't need to. The answer was already forming. Not in words, but in the quiet certainty that settled in his chest. Democritus chuckled.
Perhaps you are still deciding.
He gestured toward the horizon.
But if it is light you wish to bring, remember, fire does not only burn, it illuminates.
Theodore rose, the philosopher's words lingering in his mind. He bid him farewell and activated his timepiece, steam hissing softly from its brass tubes. As the world shifted around him, he considered his purpose yet again, now feeling the weight of history rest on his shoulders yet again. He thought of those who had come before and those still to come, of the men who, like Democritus, would never live to see the full reach of their discoveries, of the ones who sought knowledge not for dominion but for understanding. They would change the world even if they never saw their true extent, and Theodore would be there to ensure that they had the light to see. Kent, England, 1865, The Evolution of Ideas.
Ignorance more frequently begets confidence than does knowledge. Charles Darwin.
Theodore Langley stood at the edge of history, the turning of the gears in his timepiece a constant reminder of the endless dance he had been part of for years. He had tried unsuccessfully to change history. He failed repeatedly to alter key moments like the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, Caesar, or JFK. Each time he traveled back to these pivotal points, each time he intervened, he learned the painful truth. History had its own course, and he became little more than a fleeting figure in the backdrop. Now Theodore had come to understand something far more profound. He was not here to change history. His mission had evolved. He had now become a witness of time, a messenger of knowledge, ensuring that the minds who forged the intellectual legacy of humanity knew of their true impact. His timepiece, his father's brass contraption of pipes and gears, hissed warmly in his hands as he prepared to meet a man whose ideas touched on much more than just the origin of species, but on how humans approach knowledge itself. The study was quiet, save for the soft rustle of papers and the faint crackling of a fire in the hearth. The walls were lined with shelves of books on economics, geology, natural history, and philosophy. Charles Darwin sat hunched over a desk, his tired eyes scanning a manuscript. He noticed Theodore as he approached his desk.
"You're not a journalist, are you?"
Theodore chuckled. "No, but I am here to discuss your theory of evolution." Darwin arched an eyebrow.
"You've read my work, then?"
"Yes, and I've seen what comes after." Darwin looked up and set his papers aside, intrigued. Theodore leaned forward. "Your idea that species evolve through natural selection is correct. But what fascinates me most is how transformative it would become, despite its resistance."
"Resistance, you say?"
"Indeed. Your work challenged deeply held beliefs, not just about the natural world, but about humanity's place in it. Many actively fought against the idea that humans were not separated from nature. They feared the implications." Darwin exhaled a quiet sigh.
"That much, I expected. I experienced that myself."
"But over time, your ideas endured, not because they were convenient or because an authority said so, but because they explained the world as it is. Scientists built upon them, confirming your insights in ways you never could have imagined." Darwin studied him, his curiosity sharpening.
"And what is it you think I can't imagine?"
"The mechanism, the key to inheritance. A monk in Austria-Hungary, Gregor Mendel, is experimenting with pea plants at this very moment, making observations that would lay the groundwork for our understanding of heredity, a field called genetics." Darwin leaned forward, intrigued.
"Mendel?
His work will unfortunately be unknown to science until the next century, but he does already know of your work." Darwin shook his head in slight disappointment, but Theodore continued. "Genetics will be paired with your theory to become the mechanism you sought. We know now that traits are passed down through genes, tiny segments of a chemical called DNA. Changes in these genes help to create variation in an organism, and it's upon this variation that natural selection acts. Over time, these small changes accumulate, shaping entire species." Darwin's face shifted, a mixture of surprise and quiet satisfaction.
"And this can be observed?"
Theodore nodded. "Without a doubt. We can trace evolutionary lineages through DNA, reconstructing the tree of life with a level of precision beyond anything you could have imagined. In fact, we've refined some of the relationships you proposed, sometimes predicting traits of ancient species before we ever uncover their fossils, just like you did with Archaeopteryx." Darwin smiled, clearly pleased.
"What of the development of an organism? Has it too been unraveled?"
Theodore paused, considering his next words. Yes, in a way. You might know Ernst Haeckel's idea that ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. Darwin nodded slowly, a flicker of recognition.
He believes an organism's development directly mirrored its evolutionary history. It makes sense, in some ways.
Theodore nodded. It's a step forward, but not the whole picture. Development isn't a simple retracing of evolutionary steps. It's far more complex. Genetics and development interact, but they don't follow a clean, linear path. Darwin's brow furrowed in thought.
So, Haeckel, he had part of it, but not the whole picture, just like myself and this Austrian gentleman, Mendel.
Yes, Theodore agreed. All of your work pointed towards something larger, even if the specifics were off. Today, we understand that organism development is deeply entwined with evolution, but both are shaped by numerous other factors we're still uncovering. Darwin leaned back, the weight of this new perspective settling on him.
I see. The more we know, the more we realize how much knowledge remains to be found.
Theodore nodded, smiling. Exactly. And that's what makes it so exciting. What you started has become a whole new field, a branching tree of its own.
A branching tree,
Darwin repeated as he connected dots in his head.
Perhaps ideas adapt, just as species do, always refining as new knowledge becomes discovered.
Darwin's gaze shifted toward the stack of letters on his desk, his fingers brushing over them absently.
I spent my life studying the struggle for survival. I never thought of ideas fighting the same battle.
Theodore smiled. They do. And the ideas that endure, like yours, change the way we see the world forever. Some are so fundamental that they have even transcended their original context. Darwin tilted his head in intrigue.
You mean evolution occurs in sciences beyond biology?
Theodore nodded. Your ideas have influenced not just science, but also technology and even the way we understand human culture. Darwin's eyebrows lifted in surprise.
Culture?
Yes, Theodore continued. Just as species change over time, so do human languages, customs, even specific beliefs. Units of culture are passed down, adapted, diversified, and sometimes lost, just like the traits of a species. Darwin sat back, absorbing the thought.
So, cultural habits are subject to selection as well.
Exactly. We even have a name for these units of culture. Memes. Like genes, they're transmitted from one generation to the next, altered by time and environment. If they resonate, they persist. If they don't, they disappear. Darwin chuckled, shaking his head.
Fascinating. And to think, I believed natural selection only applied to the living.
Theodore watched as Darwin absently tapped his fingers against his desk, his thoughts clearly spiraling outward, branching like the tree of life he had once sketched. Here it was, the living process of knowledge itself. Theodore's gears were turning in his mind as well. Ideas weren't static. They grew, diverged, survived. Likewise, history wasn't a rigid timeline. It was alive, shifting along with the minds that shaped it. Darwin finally spoke again.
I often wondered what I would not live to see. You say my ideas endured, but I wonder, at what cost? The backlash from my work was immediate. I was accused of undermining morality, stripping humanity of its dignity. Even today, I receive letters filled with anger and scorn.
Theodore met his gaze. You also received letters filled with admiration. Many of your colleagues saw the brilliance of your work immediately. Huxley, Hooker, Lyell. Others resisted, but their opposition sharpened the arguments that followed. Science thrives on challenge. Every skeptic plays their part in shaping ideas. Darwin chuckled.
Oh, Huxley. Yes, he relished the fight far more than I did.
He shook his head with a knowing smile.
I've often wondered if I was too cautious. So many of my colleagues were emboldened where I hesitated, afraid of the storm I knew would follow.
That caution allowed you to build a foundation no one could ignore. Even your greatest critics, like Owen and Agassiz, forced deeper inquiry. Their resistance made the evidence stronger. It's how science moves forward, not in agreement but in divergence, like the branches of a tree. Darwin's brow furrowed thoughtfully.
The tree of life appears again.
Indeed, theory itself isn't static. It grows like the life you studied. The ideas you set in motion found new pathways. What was once Darwinian evolved into something richer, fuller. It's like a conversation stretching across generations. At first, it's a challenge to what came before, but then it becomes a part of the larger dialogue. And now it's woven through everything, from the genes in our cells to the algorithms that run our machines. Taking in the full breadth of how his theory has transformed scientific thought, Darwin simply responded,
So not only do species evolve, but knowledge itself evolves in similar ways, as if evolution is a unifying principle of change.
Darwin trailed off, lost in thought. Yes, Theodore said, recalling his conversation with Poincaré. From your theory of natural selection to the growth of culture, it's all part of a broader process. Evolution isn't just for species. It's a lens through which we can understand everything that changes and adapts over time. Darwin's smile returned, finally grasping the full weight of his ideas.
Perhaps I should be grateful to my critics after all. Tell me this then, are humans themselves beholden to evolution?
Theodore hesitated, then continued. So much knowledge from so many fields has confirmed your suspicions. We evolved from primates, and our closest relatives still live today as the great apes. In my time, we have discovered what you called numerous gradations between humans and African apes, to such a degree that it is now difficult to draw a clear line between human and non-human. Through both the genes and the fossils, the connection is plain to see. Darwin chuckled.
I imagine that caused quite a stir.
Theodore gave a half smile. You have no idea. But now we understand that all humans share a common ancestor. We're all shaped by the same forces. Darwin leaned back, his fingers drumming softly on the desk.
All life is connected, across time, across species. It's a lot to take in. To think that humans are not a special creation, but part of the natural world, just another link in the chain, well, it seems to have shaken everything.
Theodore nodded, then added, It hasn't just shaken the science. Your work, though groundbreaking, has been used to justify some of humanity's darker tendencies. Ideas like survival of the fittest were twisted into excuses for racism and imperialism. Darwin's brow furrowed.
I never intended my work to be used that way.
I know, Theodore said softly, but that's the danger of new ideas. How they're used doesn't always reflect the spirit they were meant in. Darwin fell silent for a moment, his gaze distant.
The danger of knowledge, I suppose, is in the hands that wield it. The science I and my colleagues uncovered, I always believed it would point people towards understanding and compassion, towards seeing our shared humanity. But it seems that some are more eager to use it to divide us.
But your work also helped to spark the rise of progressive ideas. Ideas about equality, shared human dignity, and the interconnectedness of all life. Darwin's expression softened.
Yes, I've never shied away from expressing support for such things. The work itself, at its core, was about unity, not division. We are all part of the same web, and if we understand that, we should be driven toward kindness, toward respect. But the real challenge is ensuring that others use this knowledge to progress society, not to tear it apart.
Theodore nodded. So the responsibility isn't just in discovering the truth, it's in guiding how it's used.
Precisely. Progress isn't just about discovery. It's about ensuring the truth serves the right purpose. Knowledge should lift us as a society, not degrade us.
Theodore considered this, hearing his father's words echo through his mind. Knowledge is both a tool and a burden, Theo. We have a responsibility to it. Could being a mere messenger of history not be enough to ensure the preservation of knowledge? Theodore said aloud, It's not enough to just have the facts. We have to use them wisely, with the moral responsibility they demand. Darwin met his gaze with a quiet intensity.
Yes, that's the key, how we use what we know. It's not just about what we discover, but how we apply it that defines our progress.
As the evening wore on, the conversation turned to others who had helped shape the landscape of evolutionary theory. both its advocates and its adversaries. Theodore spoke of Alfred Russel Wallace, the naturalist who independently conceived of the theory of natural selection and faced much of the same criticism. Darwin gestured toward the letters, a flicker of something unreadable in his expression.
Wallace. He reached many of the same conclusions I did, though through a very different path. While I agonized over the implications, Wallace seemed to embrace them with remarkable boldness.
Theodore raised an eyebrow. You think he sees something you don't? Darwin smiled faintly.
Perhaps. Or perhaps he simply accepted what I have spent years wrestling with. Perhaps it makes the truth appear clearer when multiple thinkers independently arrive at it.
Theodore pondered on the wisdom Darwin had just dropped, once again recalling his conversation with Poincaré and with Democritus. When the truth is deduced by multiple people over different disciplines, a higher overall principle is found. The truth of reality is rarely confined to the musings of a single thinker, but rather found in the splitting and converging branches of the tree of knowledge. Sensing a finality to their discussion, Darwin extended a hand.
Godspeed, Mr. Langley.
Theodore grasped his hand firmly, no longer surprised by the subtle recognition in the scientist's eyes. A previous Theodore might have been shocked that Darwin knew his name, but this Theodore had already learned why he is always recognized no matter where he travels to. With a quiet nod, Theodore activated his timepiece, and warm steam hissed as the study dissolved into light. Theodore no longer felt mystified by history's unrelenting flow, but now understood that it was shaped by ideas that have always evolved and diversified. Theodore's role would be to witness the consilience of knowledge and share it among history's subjects, but was there more he could do? Darwin had seen nature's beauty, not just in its diversity, but in its unbroken connections, a truth that shaped both his science and his moral convictions. His scientific and social ideas had unsettled the world through the centuries, forcing it to confront humanity's own origins, yet he had not lived to see how far they would reach. Others, like Wallace and Mendel, would carry the torch forward in their own ways, revealing new branches in the ever-growing tree of knowledge. Could Theodore do the same in his own way, by planting seeds of knowledge and fostering its growth, rather than trying to rewrite its branches? If history was a branching, evolving process, then knowledge, also an evolving force, would be the key to shaping it. The tree of knowledge brought not just enlightenment to Darwin, Wallace, and Mendel about the science of life, but also its application to find more knowledge and to challenge the societal ideas of their time. Is Theodore meant to do the same with the knowledge he carries? Does the possession of this knowledge unburden Theodore to apply it wisely, as his father once told him? As the light surrounded him, Theodore understood. History did not need a sculptor chiseling away at its shape. It needed a gardener, someone who planted ideas, tended them carefully, and let them grow into something beyond himself. Ternate, Indonesia, 1858, More Than Just Knowledge.
The more one studies, the more one is amazed at the vastness and variety of nature. Yet the more one learns, the more one feels that he is only on the edge of knowledge. Alfred Russel Wallace.
Theodore Langley had fought against the tide of history, believing he could bend it to his will, but time had proven unyielding. Each attempt to alter its course only reaffirmed its trajectory. The harder he pushed, the more it slipped through his fingers. His father had tried to teach him that, but only now did Theodore understand the weight of his lessons. History was not a force to be controlled, only understood. Yet even that understanding had its limits. The lingering question remained. Was understanding enough to change anything? Or was his role always to be a silent witness? The humid jungle air clung to his skin, thick with the scent of mud and salt. The calls of unseen birds echoed through the dense foliage as Theodore approached a modest hut, its walls lined with pinned butterflies, vibrant bird feathers, and cases of iridescent beetles. Pages of handwritten observations fluttered in the warm breeze. Amidst it all, Alfred Russel Wallace sat hunched over a desk, deep in thought. Wallace looked up, eyeing Theodore with sharp curiosity.
You don't seem like the typical trader or missionary. What brings you here?
Curiosity, Theodore said. Wallace chuckled.
A fine trait if it leads you to the right places.
He gestured to his scattered notes.
It was my own curiosity that led me here myself. And what, exactly, are you curious about?
Your theory of evolution by natural selection? Wallace's eyebrows lifted.
Ah, a follower of Darwin, then.
Of both of you, Theodore corrected. You both independently reached the same conclusion. In fact, your letter to Darwin pushed him to publish sooner than he might have otherwise. Wallace barked a laugh.
So, I forced the great Darwin's hand, did I?
He leaned back, fingers tapping his desk.
Fitting. Evolution doesn't wait for anyone, not even the most cautious of men.
The contributions you've made, though, they're recognized. Wallace's smile faded.
But are they? Or am I just a footnote in Darwin's story?
He ran a hand through his disheveled hair, then on the scattered papers on his desk.
You won't find many fancy degrees in my background, not like my colleagues. I've had to teach myself through sheer will. Sometimes I wonder if I've made it this far simply because I don't know any better than to keep going.
You're remembered as a co-discoverer of evolution, and your work still shapes science in my time in ways you may never have imagined. Wallace exhaled, shaking his head.
Science, perhaps, but what of society?
He stood from his chair, moving toward the window.
I saw it here, on the Malay archipelago, how geography carves the boundaries of life, with its oceans and mountains, but human boundaries. Those are carved by selfishness, not easy to erase.
He gestured vaguely outside, his movements as unpolished as his words, but full of an innate understanding honed by years of direct experience.
And even with all this knowledge, you still can't change the course of men's hearts.
Theodore followed his gaze. You mean colonial exploitation? Wallace turned to him sharply.
Yes. I've spent months watching men carve up these beautiful forests, showing no interest in understanding what they were destroying, nor in showing goodwill for the people who live within it, who depend on its resources. I fear these delicate ecosystems may soon disappear under the weight of capitalist greed.
He held his head in his hands.
Even I struggle to support my family because I'm forced to participate in this system. It costs me dearly.
He sighed.
It always costs, doesn't it?
Theodore nodded slightly. Wallace sighed, rubbing his temples.
Tell me, does your world still see nature as a battlefield, or have they learned to recognize its balance?
More than before. In my time, protected land exists, but there are fewer than there should be. Wallace let out a bitter laugh.
They always focus on the struggle, don't they? The fight for survival, the competition. But in these forests, I see something else. Mutual aid, cooperation. Life doesn't persist by war alone, but through alliances.
That balance not only exists, but it extends beyond biology. Ideas evolve too. The greatest discoveries and theories come from synthesis, not just rivalry. Wallace turned to Theodore, expression sharp.
Discoveries and theories are only useful if they serve something greater. Science should not be a prize for the privileged. It should be shared and used to shape a just world.
And still, Theodore hesitated. Not enough has changed. Wallace studied him, then nodded to himself.
Then the work is not yet done. If great change is impossible, then we must make small ones and let them take root. Even great ecosystems started with a single seed.
Theodore's fingers traced the gears of his timepiece. His father had said something similar. Knowledge without action was like an unplanted seed. Theodore had found purpose as a messenger of history, illuminating the legacies of those who would never know their true impact. Yet was being a silent observer enough? Could one man plant a seed in a field overrun with the weeds of time? Could his small role make a difference? Or was he merely clinging to a legacy that was never his to mold? Outside, the air hummed with the sounds of life. Calls from unseen birds, and the rustle of leaves underfoot as unseen creatures moved through the underbrush. The jungle itself seemed to breathe in unison, with every leaf and vine part of a system greater than the sum of its parts. It wasn't just the fierce struggle for survival that shaped the forest, but also the quiet, almost imperceptible acts of cooperation that sustained it. Wallace paused, chuckling at the words he had just spoken.
Here I am, halfway across the world from home, still teaching myself, still searching for answers.
He smiled, not without self-awareness.
Funny, isn't it? In the end, I've become a teacher too.
Wallace extended his hand. Theodore shook it firmly, feeling the weight of both their legacies in the gesture. With a final glance at the hut, Theodore stepped out and reflected on Wallace's legacy, not merely in the annals of evolutionary theory, but in his unwavering belief that knowledge, wielded with integrity, could shape a better world. He had never separated science from social responsibility. He had fought for both, and though history had not made him its centerpiece, his influence remained, woven into the fabric of understanding as part of something greater than any one man could claim. Wallace had fought not only to change minds but to shape hearts. Perhaps that was Theodore's role too. Not to command history, but to nudge it forward, quietly, steadily, like the unseen roots of the jungle that supported the towering trees above. Beyond the hut, Theodore saw the ravages of human presence, clear-cut patches of forest, barren land, stilted homes, and roads that tore through the jungle's heart. Wallace's words echoed in his mind. Those boundaries carved by greed, they are not so easy to erase. Theodore thought of his father, remembering a moment spent tending to their greenhouse. His father had said that nature always prevails. Wildfires, floods, and humans may ravage landscapes, but nature always bounces back. Perhaps Theodore, just one man, could still make an impact, planting seeds of knowledge and doubt in history's wake, allowing humanity to recover and evolve into something vaguely resembling the visions of Wallace and Darwin. Another contemporary of Darwin and Wallace nurtured a garden full of seeds, unknowingly laying the foundation for one of the greatest scientific revelations. As Theodore activated his timepiece once more, setting his course for a quiet monastery, he felt the weight of his own small role in the unfolding story. Among rows of pea plants, a humble monk meticulously planted seeds of knowledge, unaware that he was unraveling the very essence of heredity. Theodore was no savior nor an agent of grand change, but perhaps he could be a gardener of knowledge, planting seeds of foresight and wisdom, letting them take root to survive history's inevitable destruction. Brno, Austria-Hungary, 1865, Mendel and the Garden of Life.
The laws of inheritance are not so simple as we once thought, but they are far more intricate and marvelous. Gregor Mendel.
Theodore Langley had once fought to change the course of history, but with every failed attempt, he learned an inescapable truth. History was a force beyond his control. He could not prevent the bloody tragedies that led to further bloodshed, whether it was archdukes or presidents. Nor could he enact the death of tyrants who had condemned millions to death. History continued relentlessly, indifferent to his desires. Slowly he had come to peace with this. History was not something to fight, but to understand. Yet still, a question lingered. Was he merely a messenger, meant to only carry knowledge through time? Or could he, through the wisdom he had gathered, still nudge its course in subtle ways? His journey had led him to many places and many minds. Darwin and Wallace had both suggested that knowledge could transcend intellectual satisfaction, that its power extended far beyond the individual. Perhaps it was Mendel, the father of genetics, who would best illustrate the true force of knowledge. Its ability to shape not just the present, but the future. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth as the golden evening light cast long shadows over the garden. Gregor Johann Mendel moved among the pea plants, his hands brushing leaves and stems, checking each pod with the patience of a man who had long since stopped expecting immediate answers. He did not glance up when Theodore approached. Theodore slowed his steps, careful not to disturb the neat rows. There was something reverent about this space, betraying a methodical yet deeply personal way in the way the monk handled his plants. Theodore hesitated for a moment before speaking. Father Mendel, it is an honor to see your work firsthand. Mendel hummed in acknowledgement.
An honor? That is unexpected.
His fingers pressed lightly against a ripening pod.
Most do not think much of a monk and his peas.
Theodore took a step closer, his boots sinking slightly into the damp soil. He let his gaze sweep across the garden, seeing the pristine order of the plants, the worn wooden stakes supporting climbing vines, and the ink-stained papers peeking out from the folds of Mendel's robes. This was more than a simple garden. It was an archive of unseen discovery. They should. His gaze moved over the carefully tended rows. What you are doing here, it will change the world. Mendel let out a soft chuckle, still not looking up.
You sound like one of my students, eager to make more of my little peas than they deserve.
He gestured vaguely to the plants.
A curiosity, nothing more.
Theodore shook his head. No, a foundation. At that, Mendel finally turned his head, studying Theodore with quiet amusement. The evening light softened the deep-set creases around his eyes, but his expression remained unreadable.
A foundation?
He dusted his hands against his robes.
That is quite a claim.
Theodore met his gaze. Not a claim, a certainty. Mendel watched him for a moment. Then, with a thoughtful nod, he returned his attention to the plants.
Certainty, that is a rare thing, and yet you speak as if you have seen the future.
Theodore let the words hang in the air before answering. In a way. A breeze stirred through the garden, setting the vines swaying. Somewhere beyond the walls, the distant chime of monastery bells rang out the evening hour. Mendel ran a thumb over a pod, his voice contemplative.
Then tell me, does this future think well of me?
Theodore's expression softened. Not at first. Mendel's fingers stilled. For a time your work will be overlooked, but when it is rediscovered, it will reshape science. It will explain far more than you ever intended. Mendel exhaled through his nose, gaze distant.
I see.
You don't seem surprised. Mendel's lips twitched in something too small to be a smile.
I am a man of faith, my son. Faith has a way of tempering expectation.
He looked back to the plants, running a thumb over a leaf's edge.
Still, it is something, isn't it? To know that the seeds I plant will take root even if I will not see the harvest.
Theodore watched him carefully. That doesn't bother you? Mendel glanced at him.
Does it bother you?
Theodore didn't answer. Mendel chuckled softly.
Yes, I thought so.
He turned slightly, facing Theodore fully now.
You speak as a man who has seen much but held little, a traveler perhaps, but not merely of places.
Theodore said nothing, but Mendel's gaze was patient, waiting. Finally, Theodore said, I've seen the best ideas go unrecognized in their time. I've seen people die before they ever knew what their work would become. Mendel nodded.
And yet here you are.
Theodore frowned. What do you mean? Mendel spread his hands.
You carry their stories, do you not? Their knowledge?
Theodore glanced at the plants around them. The neat rows, the careful hands that had cultivated them, the notebooks Mendel would fill with numbers and ratios that would lie dormant for decades.
Knowledge is not so different from the seeds we plant. Some grow quickly, others lie dormant, waiting for the right season.
He smiled faintly.
Perhaps we do not need to see the harvest to know it will come.
Theodore exhaled, the weight of Mendel's words settling deep. A bird called from the rooftops, the sound crisp in the cooling air. The last sliver of sunlight dipped below the horizon, casting the garden into the gentle hush of twilight. After a moment, Mendel turned back to his plants, running a gentle hand over the leaves.
And tell me, traveler, do you believe your work is done?
Theodore hesitated. No? Mendel gave a small, knowing nod.
Then you still have much to learn.
Theodore let out a quiet chuckle. I suppose I do. Mendel smiled, returning to his work.
Good. Then perhaps one day you will tell me what you have learned.
Theodore and Mendel shared a look of quiet understanding before the monk returned to his work, tending to the delicate green shoots with the same patience he had given his ideas. Theodore stood among the neat rows, the cool evening air carrying the scent of damp earth, unaware of how these humble plants would one day unlock an entire realm of human knowledge. He had met many minds, each revealing a different truth. Darwin and Wallace had shown him that knowledge's power extended beyond the individual, but here, in Mendel's quiet garden, he saw another truth. Knowledge was like life itself, needing to be cultivated, nurtured, and left to take root in its own time. Mendel moved with practiced care, his fingers brushing over the vines, as if committing their patterns to memory. He had no certainty that his discoveries would endure, only faith that understanding, once set in motion, could not be undone. When Theodore spoke, the monk listened, thoughtful but unshaken. His work was overlooked in his lifetime, but would one day become the foundation of an entire field. Yet still, he did not seek recognition. He simply planted. As if sensing Theodore's thoughts, Mendel rolled a pea pod between his fingers.
The truths of nature are not ours to keep, only to uncover.
Theodore turned the words over in his mind. Knowledge was not a single act of revelation, nor a torch passed in haste. It was a slow unfolding, a legacy written in the hands of those willing to tend it. He had always seen himself as a messenger, carrying fragments of the past forward, but now he understood that he was more than that. He was a sower of ideas, a keeper of seeds, planting truths that would one day break through the surface. As he activated his timepiece, the soft hiss of steam mingled with the rustling leaves and distant chime of monastery bells. He glanced back once more at Mendel, the monk's quiet work uninterrupted, unaware of the future he had set in motion. The echoes of the past followed Theodore into the unknown, shaping his path as he journeyed onward. Ahead, another forgotten thinker awaited, one whose ideas, dismissed in their time, would one day shift the very ground beneath humanity's feet. Like seeds left in the soil, some truths must sleep before they awaken. Greenland, Denmark, 1930. Wegener's Drift.
The continents once formed a single landmass, and have since drifted apart. This idea is new, but I believe it to be the key to understanding Earth's geological history. Alfred Wegener.
Theodore Langley was a veteran of history's gusts of change, trying and failing to protect the people he loved from the erosion of time. His attempts at preventing or enacting bloodshed on history's subjects proved fruitless. He had spent lifetimes pushing against its current, only to find himself carried forward regardless. He had since found peace in understanding history as its own force, vast, slow-moving, and indifferent to individual will. He could not change its course, but only observe the unseen forces shaping it. However, perhaps history's course can still be influenced by an equally vast force that Theodore can control. Darwin, Wallace, and Mendel had shown how knowledge began and evolved. As ideas spread and grew like living things, but some ideas were too vast to be recognized in a single lifetime. One man would give his life supporting an idea the world dismissed, never knowing it would one day reshape an entire field of science. Theodore stepped into a world of ice and wind where the frozen silence was broken only by the distant howl of the Arctic storm. Snow crunched beneath his boots as he made his way toward a cluster of tents, their canvas walls trembling against the relentless gale. Inside one of them, Alfred Lothar Wegener hunched over a map, sketching lines with frostbitten fingers. His breath came in ragged, uneven pulls, each inhalation punctuated by a wheeze. Wegener barely looked up. His blue eyes, hollow with exhaustion, flickered over Theodore without recognition, to Theodore's slight surprise. He sat hunched forward, as if the weight of the cold had settled deep into his bones.
"You're not one of my men,"
he murmured, voice raw, like it had been scraped against stone. He pressed a hand against his chest, as if to steady something inside him.
"And no one comes out here unless they have a death wish."
Theodore dusted the snow from his coat. "I came for something greater than survival." Wegener exhaled a brittle, humorless laugh that dissolved into a coughing fit. He curled forward, hacking into his sleeve, each cough deep and rattling. It took him a long moment to recover, his breathing shallow, as if his lungs could no longer hold what they needed.
"Greater than survival,"
he rasped, shaking his head.
spoken like a man with warm lungs.
The Austrian scientist gestured weakly to the map before him, fingers trembling over the worn paper. A hand-rolled cigarette, half-smoked, lay crushed beside his notebook. He reached for it, hesitated, then let his hand drop.
Go on, then. What's worth dying for?
Theodore stepped closer. Your hypothesis. Wegener's cracked lips twitched.
Ah.
He traced the edges of the continents with slow, unsteady movements.
A puzzle no one once solved. They mock it. Say it.
He inhaled sharply, gripping the table as a wave of pain passed through him.
Say it's a coincidence that I see patterns in simple edges.
They don't see what you see, Theodore said gently. Wegener let out a slow, shaky breath. He flexed his fingers, watching them tremble against the map.
Do you?
Yes, Theodore said. The continents do move. They sit atop massive plates that float on a layer of molten rock. The force driving them is the movement of the Earth's mantle beneath the crust. Wegener stilled. His eyes flickered up to Theodore's, suspicion warring with something else, something fragile and hesitant.
And this is proven?
Not yet, but it will be. It will take decades, but eventually scientists will confirm seafloor spreading, new oceanic crust forming and pushing the continents apart. They'll measure the plates. They'll understand what you saw all along. Wegener let out a slow breath, though it shuddered on the way out. His shoulders sagged, his gaze drifting back to the map.
Too late for me.
Theodore gave a slow nod. Wegener reached for his cigarette again, but didn't light it. He turned it absently between his fingers, the tobacco frozen.
I knew. Out there, in the ice. My body knew before I did.
His eyes flickered to the tent flap where wind rattled the canvas.
This storm won't pass, will it?
Theodore stayed silent. Wegener let out another wheezing laugh, softer this time.
Not many men get to know their ideas will outlive them. I think that's enough.
Theodore's gaze lingered as the exhaustion finally settled over Wegener, his body slumping ever so slightly. Yet his eyes remained bright, reflecting something deeper than fatigue. Acceptance, or even relief. There was no anger, no frustration, only a quiet acceptance. Theodore had once believed that he could protect people, like his father, from the inevitable pull of history, that he could intervene to save them. Here, with Wegener, he saw something different. He had come to realize that there was no stopping history, no changing the course of time, not even for the ones he cared for. Some things, some people, were meant to slip through his grasp. His role, perhaps, was not to change the tide, but to witness it and honor those who had been swept along with it. Wegener's eyes flickered up to him, a mixture of suspicion and something else, perhaps a fragility or a quiet desperation.
You walk between worlds, don't you?
Wegener murmured, barely looking at Theodore now.
Between past and future.
Theodore nodded. Wegener swallowed, breath shaky.
Then tell me, what do you do with that knowledge?
Theodore thought of Darwin, Wallace, Mendel, men who never lived to see the revolutions they began. He thought of all the voices he had carried through time, not to change history, but to honor those who had shaped it. He answered simply, I share it with the people who would never have known otherwise. Wegener exhaled, his breath visible in the frozen air. His lips twitched almost imperceptibly.
Then you have a far greater purpose than I. Perhaps history, in the end, does remember its visionaries.
Theodore gripped his timepiece, feeling the gears shift softly beneath his fingertips. The storm outside howled on, but inside all was still. The world might resist truth for a time, but knowledge, like the earth itself, was always in motion. Wegener's breath grew slower, each one softer than the last, until it barely broke the stillness of the tent. His fingers trembled, the map slipping slightly from his grasp. Theodore watched him, sensing the finality of the moment as if the very air around them had stilled. For a brief, fragile second, Wegener's eyes found his. There was no fear in them now, just a quiet understanding, a peace that had eluded him throughout his life.
The land shifts beneath us, always changing, even when we don't notice, even when we refuse to see it.
Theodore didn't answer, not with words. He only nodded slowly, feeling the weight of his own journey in the pause that stretched between them. He knew that the land shifted, yes, but it wasn't only the land. It was everything, even ideas. The slow, relentless drift of thought and discovery was always present. Wegener's breath came in shallow, labored gasps, his chest rattling with each wheeze. Theodore could hear the wind howling outside, battering the canvas walls. His fingers clenched around the timepiece, feeling the warmth of the steam beneath his fingertips. Wegener's fingers stilled. His breath, a final fragile gasp, lingered in the air. For a long moment, Theodore stood still in the tent. The cold was sharp, almost tangible, yet it didn't touch the warmth growing in his chest. He had witnessed many men who pushed against history's tides, their efforts unseen by the world in their time. In the end, their ideas would ripple through time, slowly but inexorably. He looked down at Wegener's map, at the tentative lines drawn with frozen, unsteady hands. The continents had already moved. Their course had been set long before anyone had the words to name it, but it was the discovery and the understanding that was the work of people like Wegener. They had seen beyond the present moment and believed in them to the end, even when it cost them everything. Was Theodore willing to show the same conviction? The idea had outlived the man, while the continents continued to drift, history moving along with them. It may not be kind to its visionaries, but it did not forget them, not while Theodore was around. History was an endless drift, carrying with it the seeds of ideas that would grow in their own time, even when the men who planted them were long gone. Knowledge, like the continents, moved on, slow and steady, unstoppable in its path. As the winds howled over the frozen expanse, Theodore felt the reassuring warmth of steam in his palms. There were others who had pressed forward despite hard-lined resistance and their own physical harm, people who sought to understand as Wegener did where human senses failed. The slow shifting of continents was nothing compared to the upheaval that lay ahead. Paris, France, 1904. The Curie's glow of time.
Nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more, so that we may fear less. Marie Curie.
Theodore Langley carried the weight of history and knowledge on his shoulders, once believing that his burden was to control history's path. He thought he could change the course of events, wielding his knowledge and foresight as a tool to alter the fate of millions, including his father's. He had tried to prevent assassinations, negotiate with politicians, and even commit assassinations with no effect. Yet, time and again, he failed to prevent the deaths of those closest to him. He had learned that some things were beyond his reach, no matter how much he tried to steer the course. As he spoke with history's greatest minds, Theodore found peace not in controlling history, but in understanding his place within it. He could no longer bend the past to his will, but he could plant seeds of knowledge in fertile ground, ensuring their growth. Still, as he stood in the shadow of those who had changed the world, he struggled to understand the full scope of his role. Was he merely a messenger? Or was there something deeper, something more profound in the relationship between history's subjects and the knowledge they would leave behind? Most of the minds he had visited, from Democritus to Mendel, had shown Theodore the potential for knowledge to influence history's direction. Mendel and Wegener had shown him that some founders of knowledge would see death before they saw their ideas flourish, but it left Theodore questioning, how far does the burden of knowledge go? Is the inevitable discovery of knowledge truly worth the toll it may take on its discoverers, or on its benefactors or malefactors? Theodore found himself in Edwardian Paris to seek answers from a couple known for coming face to face with a force that slowly destroyed their bodies, in the name of uncovering a science that would bring humanity into a new age of technology and warfare. Theodore stepped into the dimly lit laboratory where the faint glow of radium bathed the room in an eerie light. The air was thick with the metallic scent of chemicals, and the rhythmic scratching of a pen filled the silence as Pierre Curie recorded the latest experimental results. At the far table, his wife Marie bent over a mineral sample, her face illuminated by the phosphorescent glow of radiation. At the sound of Theodore clearing his throat, both Marie and Pierre looked up, startled by the unexpected visitor. The past had a way of making him feel like an intruder. "My name is Theodore. I'm a historian, and I've come to tell you that your work will outlive both of you." Marie furrowed her brow, exchanging a glance with Pierre. His curiosity sparked, but there was a wariness in his eyes.
"A historian,"
Pierre said, setting his pen down.
"And what exactly do you claim to know of our work?"
Marie quickly interjected.
"Scientific progress is built upon what is yet to be discovered. If you are here to tell us that we will be remembered, that is of little meaning to the work itself."
Theodore shook his head. "It's not just about remembrance. Your research into radioactivity, your very word for it, will revolutionize science. You have uncovered a far more fundamental force than you realize. Not only will new elements fill the periodic table, but your work will unravel the very laws of atomic physics. Your discoveries will rival the forces of gravity and electromagnetism." Marie listened intently, skepticism flickering behind her eyes, but Pierre leaned forward, his scientific curiosity overcoming doubt.
"Fascinating,"
Pierre said.
"A historian and a man of science, who speaks not only of the past but the future as well. If I were more inclined toward mysticism, I might call you a prophet."
Theodore chuckled. "You don't strike me as a man who believes in prophecy, Professor Curie." Pierre smiled, an amused gleam in his eye.
"Not prophecy, no. But I do wonder about the unseen forces in the world, energies, phenomena that science has yet to explain. I have studied mediums, séances, all ways we could see the supposed movement of objects by unseen hands. Some are frauds, certainly, but I would be a poor scientist if I dismissed everything outright. There are patterns, anomalies. The supernatural, if real, should yield to experiment."
Marie sighed, shaking her head.
"He is fascinated with such things, but only so he can test them. He seeks proof, not faith."
"Exactly. If something exists, it must be measurable, observable. The supernatural, if it exists at all, is only science waiting to be understood."
Theodore studied him carefully. "Perhaps you're ahead of your time in that regard. Even in my time, people still debate what science cannot yet explain. Some would argue that certain things are beyond the reach of science altogether. But perhaps we can never know if there is always more to uncover." Pierre nodded thoughtfully.
"Then let science continue its work. It may not prove the supernatural, but it will surely uncover the truths hidden beneath superstition."
Theodore hesitated before speaking again, his gaze shifting between them. He had been here before, standing on the precipice of revelation, knowing what lay ahead. "Your discoveries will change the world," he said. "They will save lives, but they will also bring great danger." Marie folded her arms.
"And what danger do you foresee, Monsieur Historian?"
Theodore took a slow breath. He had seen the long shadow of their discoveries, how radiation would be harnessed to treat cancer and to power entire cities, but also how it would be weaponized, the devastation it would bring, and the wars it would shape. He thought of all the lives it would erase in an instant. Pierre caught the flicker of hesitation in Theodore's expression.
"You are withholding something."
Theodore chose his words carefully. "Your work will push boundaries, but some truths take time to understand. Radiation is not merely a force to harness, it is one to respect. Caution will be as vital as discovery." Marie regarded him with quiet intensity.
"If there are dangers in this work, we will meet them as we always have, through study, through understanding."
Theodore's gaze softened. He wanted to tell them more. He wanted to tell Pierre that an accident would take him too soon. He wanted to tell Marie that the very thing she studied would take its toll on her body, that she would carry radium in her bones, like a signature of her own genius. He wanted to tell them that their discoveries would reshape the world in ways neither of them could imagine, that wars would be fought, that cities would burn with the force of their knowledge, that millions would owe their lives to radiation therapy, and millions more would be reduced to mere shadows. Instead, he only said, "History will remember you both, not for destruction, but for your pursuit of truth." Marie's fingers tightened around the mineral sample in her hands. It was not pride that flashed in her eyes, but a quiet recognition of what lay ahead, the weight of progress. Pierre's gaze darkened, a question lingering in his eyes.
Should scientists be celebrated even if we are as flawed as everyone else?
Theodore smiled, though it was bittersweet. Scientific breakthroughs are not powerful because anyone can make them. They are powerful because those who push the boundaries of knowledge do so despite their flaws, despite their fears, despite everything. Pierre gave Theodore a nod of understanding, a flicker of respect passing between them. He extended his hand, and Theodore accepted, feeling a weight to the gesture, as if both men knew the deeper cost of the discoveries they had just discussed. Marie, ever dignified, offered a polite embrace and farewell. Before Theodore departed, he cast one last glance at the laboratory, at the two minds whose work would reshape the world forever. He couldn't change their fates, but he could ensure that they knew their struggles would not go unacknowledged. Perhaps that was his real goal. As he walked away, clutching the warmth of his timepiece, the weight of their legacy pressed on him. The knowledge they had uncovered would heal and destroy in equal measure, but, at least for them, their names would live on. Not for the destruction they had unwittingly unleashed, but for their tireless quest to push the boundaries of human understanding. Still, Theodore hesitated. Would it have made a difference if he had told them everything? Would they have changed their course? Or had he simply given them the comfort of knowing their work would last? Theodore felt the familiar warmth of steam venting from his timepiece as the streets of Paris dissolved in mist for his next destination. Knowledge was not only something to be cherished, but something to be respected for the sobering power it truly beheld. Should all knowledge be equally valued and respected, or would Theodore need to heavily consider its consequences? Knowledge did not merely endure only in the minds of great scientists. It was written, translated, passed down through centuries, waiting to be unearthed. As the mist cleared, stone walls replaced city streets, and the dry heat of an Egyptian summer replaced the cool Parisian air. Theodore felt newfound resolve as he began to more fully understand the true breadth of the knowledge he carries. Some knowledge once uncovered changed the world. Other knowledge simply waited, silent for millennia, for the right hands to reveal it. Stewards of history do not forget those who bore the weight of discovery. Theodore's father had once said, his words ringing in Theodore's mind. Perhaps Theodore carried his own weight of discovery forward, for better or worse, in the form of knowledge destined to radiate wisdom across the expanse of history. Rashid, Egypt, 1799. Language of a Lost Empire.
It is not enough to know, one must also apply. It is not enough to want, one must also do. Pierre-François Bouchard.
Theodore Langley had once believed he could wrestle history into submission, bending it to his will. He had tried to prevent his father's death in Sarajevo, to halt the assassination that shattered an empire, and to save an American president, only to fail every time. Later, he had sought to hasten history's course in Germany and Cuba, but death remained elusive. Time revealed to be more than a mere river to be dammed or diverted. It was an ocean, vast and indifferent, with tides beyond any one man's control. He had found solace, in the end, not in altering the course of time, but in being its messenger, offering glimpses of legacies to those who would never live to see them. Yet even as he traveled through time, the same doubts haunted him. Was he merely an observer of history? Or did he have a responsibility in ensuring the longevity of its lessons? Did knowledge belong to all of humanity, or did it truly need a gatekeeper? These questions had drawn him to this moment, to Napoleonic Egypt, to witness a discovery that would unlock the voices of the past, voices that had been silenced for millennia. Sand swirled in the dry Egyptian air as French soldiers labored in the trench, digging beside the foundations of Fort Julian. Each strike of the shovel unearthed more than dirt. It disturbed history itself. The diggers chatted in their casual French vernacular.
Careful,
a soldier barked. A slab of rock shifted with a dull scrape. exposing a blue surface cut with deep inscriptions. Sunlight caught the grooves, casting sharp shadows.
Lieutenant.
One of the soldiers called, and Pierre-François Bouchard stepped forward, peering over the ditch. He had spent years deciphering history's clues, but his vision wasn't what it used to be. Strained by time and the after effects of a failed experiment. Yet even with blurred edges, he saw it at once. Writing. 3 distinct scripts stacked upon each other lay on full display. Bouchard crouched, tracing the stone's surface with his fingers. The bottom was Greek, the top unmistakably Egyptian, but the middle was unlike anything he'd seen.
Strange.
He muttered in a mix of confusion and disbelief, his French clipped and refined.
You suspect it to be important, sir.
Lefebvre, a soldier, scratched his head, his French adjusted as he spoke to his superior. Bouchard's fingers ran over the surface.
History lies within stones like these, not just in books.
A quiet voice behind him answered in the best French he could muster. 3 scripts, 1 decree. Bouchard turned. Theodore stood apart from the men, his expression unreadable. He was no officer nor an engineer, yet he carried himself as if he belonged. Bouchard studied him for a long moment before turning back to the stone.
Do you know it?
It's a decree for Ptolemy V, pulled from an Egyptian temple for a new foundation in Quate-Bay's fortress, the very foundation you dig at now. Bouchard frowned. He had seen it before. Stones from ruined temples being taken and repurposed for new empires.
3 scripts?
To be understood by all of Egypt. Bouchard's fingers traced the inscriptions that were once read by rulers and priests, Greeks and Egyptians alike, and now by men centuries later of another empire in the same lands.
Move it carefully,
Bouchard ordered.
Not a mark damaged. We're sending it to Cairo.
The men nodded and set to work, securing the stone with ropes and pulleys. Bouchard stood and stepped away, taking position beside Theodore. They stood in silence, watching the men work. Bouchard's voice broke the quiet, steady, but with a slight edge.
Napoleon's campaign isn't just about conquest. It's about bringing knowledge to the East.
Theodore nodded, his voice almost a whisper. A noble mission. Bouchard clenched his fist, his certainty briefly faltering as a shadow of doubt crossed his mind. Was it truly the Enlightenment that Napoleon sought, or merely the spoils of war? He dismissed it quickly.
He wants the brightest minds to uncover what's been lost, what others forgot. There's value in that, even if the goal is power.
Theodore paused, still looking away, then spoke softly aloud. Is knowledge really just a tool? Bouchard didn't flinch, his eyes returning to the stone.
It always is. But the important thing is what we do with it. Even if it's used for power, it's still worth preserving. It enriches the world.
Theodore said nothing, his gaze distant. The words hung in the air, but Bouchard continued, almost to himself now.
You don't think so? The knowledge itself, it's timeless. It's not the hands that hold it, but what we can build with it.
Theodore's silence felt heavy. Recalling Edwin Hubble's words of knowledge transcending time, as it spread through the cosmos to build its path. Bouchard smiled faintly, the weight of his own conviction settling in.
Here we are, unearthing treasures, not for one man, but for the future.
Theodore didn't respond, but the question still lingered in his mind. Could he really be content as a mere observer? Or did he have a deeper role in safeguarding knowledge before it slipped away, buried under time's weight? Bouchard's men had begun to lift the stone from its grave, as if awoken from a geological slumber. Dust fell from its deep grooves as it revealed its text more clearly for the first time in centuries. Napoleon had built his empire with cannon fire, shaping his name through force that Theodore had never yet grasped. What had Theodore built? He had watched history unfold, yet never truly shaped it. He had tried before to intervene, multiple times, but each attempt had only been a passing blip in the tide. He then reluctantly resigned to watching history pass through the hourglass. A memory surfaced. Mendel, in a quiet monastery garden, pressing a seed into the soil and speaking of patience, of tending to knowledge even when the harvest was uncertain. Theodore had taken that lesson to heart, but only as a messenger, never as a gardener until now. As the ropes pulled taut, the stone wavered midair, tilting precariously. For a moment, Theodore feared it might slip, splintering into ruin before it could be understood.
Steady! Keep it living!
Bouchard's voice cut through the tension, a steadying force in itself. The men adjusted, their muscles straining. The ropes pivoted and began to lower the stone to its carriage. Theodore exhaled. Was this all knowledge was? Fragile, transient, subject to the whims of power or time's indifference? He had seen pivotal moments of discovery, glimpsed how knowledge shifted civilization, yet he never shaped them himself. This absence of agency gnawed at him. As the stone settled onto the wooden cart, Bouchard and his men carefully covered the stone with canvas, securing it tight before it was hauled away. Theodore felt an unshakable lament. How much more knowledge would survive if everyone treated it with such care, if everyone preserved it as carefully as these men did? How many other stones, other texts, had been buried and forgotten? How many voices had been silenced, not by time, but by indifference? Now, seeing a bunch of Frenchmen saving the knowledge of the Egyptians, Theodore realized his role wasn't to control history. It was to ensure knowledge survived, so others could shape history's path. History was not confined to one man or even a stone. It was powered by the care of several moments, artifacts, and voices of the past, preserving them so they wouldn't slip away. He thought again of Mendel, toiling in quiet obscurity, his work left unread for decades. Knowledge didn't always survive on its own. It needed hands to carry it forward, to protect it from the erosion of time. Simply being a messenger wasn't enough. To preserve knowledge, one had to nurture it, guard it from time's decay. Witnessing history unfold wasn't enough. He needed to protect it. For the first time, Theodore felt a sense of agency, stronger than the passive observation he had accepted before, nor even the initial role he had thought he had. His role in history would be one of passionate guardianship, not detached observation nor reckless force. Like the Rosetta Stone as it was buried, repurposed, and nearly lost. Knowledge needed active guardians, not mere witnesses or handlers. Theodore fiddled with his timepiece, feeling the familiar steam vent into his palm as it transported him forward. He had once been content to simply watch the pages of history turn. Now, as an archivist of lost knowledge, he realized the pages themselves would become his true legacy. Part 2. History's Archivist. As Theodore Langley stepped out of Napoleonic Egypt reaching for his familiar timepiece, he felt the continuing satisfaction of having the privilege to be history's messenger, bringing validation to those who may never fully realize their impact on the world they leave upon death. He had learned much from his initial attempts to fracture history in singular moments, finding understanding and insights from history's greatest subjects as a way to carry the burden of knowledge in a much more nuanced and tranquil way. And yet, was it truly enough to merely carry the seeds of knowledge and communicate it through time? His words could reassure, could even inspire, but they could not bring back what had already been lost. He had seen the embers of brilliance snuffed out by fear, arrogance, and destruction. What if he could do more than just bear witness? What if, instead of merely echoing lost ideas, he could rescue them? Lost fountains of knowledge littered across all eras of history, all once holding treasuries of human knowledge, stones and scrolls filled with insights had vanished into dust and myth. If a single text could be saved, if just one forgotten discovery could be returned to the world, would it be worth breaking his supportive role for an active one once again? Theodore's mission had been to guide, not to alter, but standing at the crossroads of history's memory and its oblivion, he could not help but wonder, was preserving the past truly a violation of time's current, or was it a responsibility to humanity too great to ignore? Alexandria, Egypt, 48 BCE, the Burning Library.
I wept, as I remembered, how often you and I had tired the sun with talking, and sent him down the sky. Callimachus.
Theodore Langley sat in a quiet library in the present day, his fingers tracing the spines of books that had collectively survived centuries of turmoil. Shelves stretched high above him, filled with knowledge from countless generations, but he knew all too well how much had been lost. The thought gnawed at him. Not just the absence of knowledge, but the notion that its absence had shaped the world just as much as its presence. What ideas vanished before they could shape the world? What cures had been forgotten? What discoveries never fully realized? For all his time traveling, all his efforts to understand history, he had always been bound by its unyielding nature. He had watched Archduke Ferdinand fall, stood powerless before Caesar's assassination, and seen the slow, inevitable march of time erase what people once held dear. But could he, in some small way, still push back against the tide? His thoughts returned to Egypt, a country with thousands of years of world history within its borders. The Rosetta Stone enabled the deciphering of Egypt's oldest history, yet some knowledge remains forever lost to time. There was every chance the Rosetta Stone would have been destroyed before it was saved by the hands of scholars, which was surely the fate of hundreds of other Rosetta Stones like it. Few losses weighed as heavily on Theodore's mind as the destruction of Egypt's Library of Alexandria. It had been more than just a collection of scrolls. It was a beacon, beckoning scholars from all across the known world. It was a grand effort to gather all of human understanding in one place, and yet, despite its grandeur, its fate had been of slow erosion. First ravaged by Julius Caesar's siege in the 1st century BCE, then left to decay, until its final destruction centuries later. No one knows exactly what had been lost, but Theodore knew one thing for certain. The world had suffered for it. He had already accepted that preventing its destruction entirely was impossible, but salvaging even just a handful of scrolls, that at least felt within reach. If knowledge could be saved, even in fragments, as the Rosetta Stone was, perhaps the following dark ages would be made a little brighter. The moment Theodore stepped into Alexandria's streets, he felt the weight of history pressing upon him. The city buzzed with life. Merchants bartering in ancient Egyptian and ancient Greek, Roman officials barking orders in classical Latin, and transient travelers speaking tongues as old as Babylon. The library loomed ahead, its imposing columns framing an entrance that felt like a portal to another world. It had begun as a dream. Ptolemy I's ambition was to gather all human knowledge under one roof as the ultimate symbol of intelligence and wealth. His son, Ptolemy II, had expanded it, sending agents all across the known world to collect manuscripts and commissioning scholars to translate them. Legend says ships that docked in Alexandria were required to surrender any scrolls on board for copying before they could continue their journey. The collection had grown beyond the main hall, spilling into the Serapeum, branching into annexes, becoming more and more grand than a mere library. It became a monolith of thought. Inside, the familiar scent of fresh parchment and ink filled the air. Scholars debated in hushed yet fervent voices. Some pored over texts, while others translated works from Farsi, Sanskrit, and beyond. It was said that the library had once housed over 400,000 scrolls, perhaps even more, but even now decay had made its mark. Scrolls cracked from age, and copies replaced lost originals. Some knowledge had already faded before the flames would take the rest. Theodore moved carefully, drinking in the sight of endless scrolls lining the halls. Here in these walls were centuries of knowledge. Numerous treatises on history, medicine, astronomy, engineering, and philosophy. Some of these ideas would resurface in later civilizations. Others would be lost forever. He took a deep breath as he unbuckled his satchel. What should he save? Does he take mathematical works that would guide future astronomers? Medical texts that might save lives? Or philosophy, the foundation of all thought? Before he could decide, a voice interrupted him.
"You seem lost,"
said a man with keen eyes and a knowing smirk. Theodore turned to face Callimachus, the famed scholar and librarian. If anyone knew the true value of the works here, it was him.
I can help you find what you're looking for,
Callimachus offered. Theodore hesitated. He had prepared for this moment, memorizing the library's layout, studying its history, but now, standing here, he felt overwhelmed. So much knowledge, but so little time. I just need to gather some scrolls quickly, Theodore said, moving toward the shelves. Callimachus watched him, suspicion flickering in his eyes.
You're not a scholar here, and yet you act with urgency. What is it you seek?
Theodore's grip tightened around the scrolls in his arms. He hadn't meant to draw attention, but Callimachus was too perceptive. The librarian studied him for a long moment before his expression softened.
You fear for the loss of knowledge. You are not alone in that.
Theodore exhaled. Then you understand why I need to take these. Callimachus nodded sympathetically, but his gaze remained sharp.
I have spent my life preserving this collection, sorting its vastness into something scholars can navigate. We created the Pilakis, the first attempt at a true cataloging system, organizing vast collections of knowledge by discipline.
Callimachus continued.
But even I cannot read everything, nor save it all. Some works are already lost, not by fire, but by neglect. Languages fade and change beyond recognition. Scrolls decay and fragment to dust. No library is truly eternal.
Theodore hesitated, glancing at the endless rows of shelves. But the knowledge itself...
It endures. Not always in the form we wish. Most of the work here is already just copies. Some of what is here will be copied by scribes in other places, carried by traders to distant lands, or whispered in stories long before they are written again. Other ideas will disappear, waiting to be rediscovered by curious minds centuries from now, as if they were never lost at all. Do you think wisdom only belongs to one man alone?
Theodore bristled at the thought. Knowledge dies every day, he argued. A single lost text could mean centuries before an idea is rediscovered, if it ever is. Entire civilizations have crumbled in the wake of forgotten wisdom. If you had the power to preserve it, wouldn't you? Callimachus frowned.
And if you choose the wrong knowledge to save? A single text in the wrong hands would shift the balance of the world. Some knowledge is born before its time, and some must be forgotten to be rediscovered in a better age. You're only one man. What if you take the wrong scrolls? What if you interfere with something you do not yet understand?
Theodore faltered. He thought of Mendel and Wegener, who would die before seeing the true fruits of their labor. Would they have been less impactful if such rediscoveries weren't needed? What if knowledge wasn't just lost, but purposefully pruned by history itself? What if preserving the past too soon led not to enlightenment, but to stagnation? Would the average person even know the difference? Before he could answer, the distant sound of shouting reached them. Then came the unmistakable scent of smoke. Theodore's stomach twisted. The fire had begun. Flames licked at the edges of the great hall. Scrolls toppled from shelves from evacuating crowds, some catching fire before they even hit the ground. Scholars scrambled to salvage what they could, their frantic shouts mixing with the crackling of burning parchment. Callimachus went to retrieve what he could from the panic. The truth was, the library had been struggling long before this fire. It had once thrived under royal patronage, but as political tides shifted, so too did its fortunes. Knowledge had already begun to scatter into private archives, its collections fragmented by neglect. Some believed future rulers would deal the final blow, perhaps from Christian zealots condemning its works as pagan heresy, or from an invading Arab caliph dismissing its books as redundant next to the Quran. In this moment, as Caesar's siege set Alexandria ablaze, the first great fire consumed its scrolls. Theodore knew, even as he clutched the scrolls in his arms, that this fire had already happened. It had burned in the past, and it would always burn in the memory of history. Somewhere outside, the clash of swords rang through the streets. Theodore forced himself to move. He clutched the scrolls tighter and darted toward the exit. A Roman officer seized him by the arm.
Stop. Thieves will not be tolerated in this chaos.
Theodore struggled, his mind racing. If he lost these scrolls, what would be the point of all this? Callimachus stepped forward, face torn between hesitation and resolve. Then, in a quiet voice, he told the officer,
He is no thief. Let him go.
The officer hesitated. Then, with a grunt, he released Theodore and turned away, rushing to enforce order as the invasion carried on and the flames grew. Theodore barely had time to breathe before another horror struck him. His satchel was gone. Somewhere in the chaos, it had been knocked from his grasp, lost beneath collapsing shelves and falling embers. He froze. His entire collection was in there, with every scroll he had carefully chosen besides what he held under his arms. Outside, Alexandria's harbor burned. The ships in the distance were aflame, casting an eerie glow against the city's skyline. This was it. The destruction that history would remember. The day Caesar's war set Alexandria's greatest treasure ablaze. This was the turning of an era. The moment when the beacon of the ancient world would be swallowed by time. He could go back, risk everything, dive into the inferno and try to recover what was lost, or he could leave with what little he still held. His arms were wrapped around just 3 scrolls. Not nearly enough, but something was better than nothing. He turned away. Theodore emerged from the burning library, skin and lungs filled with soot, with the glow of destruction behind him. Callimachus stood beside him as they watched his life's work turn to ash. Theodore saw the pain in the librarian's eyes.
I was wrong.
Callimachus murmured, defeated by the hastiness of the burning flames.
Some things, once lost, do not return.
Theodore said nothing. He had always believed knowledge could endure, but now, watching centuries of wisdom reduced to embers, he understood how delicate it truly was. It took only one war, one fire, one moment of negligence for ideas to vanish. Even the greatest minds, the most advanced civilizations, could not always protect what they created. As fire devoured centuries of knowledge, Theodore twisted the gears on his timepiece. Steam hissed, cogs clicked, and the ancient world blurred into light. The scent of burning parchment lingered in his mind even after he was gone. Later, in the quiet of a dimly lit study, Theodore sat before the 3 fragile scrolls he saved, the only remnants of a once vast collection. He unrolled them with care, his hands steady despite the weight of what he had salvaged. Painstakingly, he transcribed each word, translating them into different languages, copying them into multiple books. Yet as the ink dried, he felt the futility settle in. Paper burned as easily as scrolls. A book could be hidden, but what of the voices that had spoken these words? The hands that had written them? Theodore was only one man. Even if he spent all of eternity transcribing and copying scrolls, they remained inflammable. Knowledge was not only fragile, but inherently ephemeral, wholly dependent not just on physical preservation, but on those willing to carry it forward. A shadowed thought pressed against his mind. This was only one fire. How many more had come before it? How many more would come after? The Romans would come for Carthage, the Mongols for Baghdad, the conquistadors for the Aztecs. Wars, revolutions, crusades. Time and again fire would erase the written word, and with it the minds that had once illuminated the world. Theodore thought of the last great forgetting, the collapse of the Bronze Age, when entire kingdoms vanished, their languages silenced, their records left to decay, unread. For centuries the world had forgotten how to write, how to build, how to trade across vast seas. It had not been a single event, but a slow unraveling, knowledge slipping through unguarded hands. What if this, too, was only the beginning of another great forgetting? For so long, Theodore had accepted that history could not be changed. The library was destined to burn, the scrolls to turn to ash, and humanity to stumble forward, learning and forgetting in an endless cycle. If knowledge was fragile, then saving it was not enough. It had to be copied, taught, passed down through generations. Even the greatest fortress of books would crumble if no one remained to read them. He recalled the wisdom of Confucius in his mind. Knowledge was never truly safe, but perhaps, if enough hands carried the flame, it would never go out. That, he realized, was the true calling of a steward of history, not to rewrite the past, but to ensure that when the fires came, someone was there to save a single spark. For Theodore had seen another kind of fire, one more insidious than flame, the steady decay of intellectual curiosity. His thoughts drifted back to his own time, to his schooling, where he had witnessed the slow erosion of reverence for knowledge. His father had filled their home with the wisdom of ages, yet outside those walls, Theodore saw people turn away from it. He remembered his classmates scoffing at the very works that had shaped civilization. He had watched them groan at being made to read, dismissing the past as irrelevant. They preferred diluted, distorted adaptations over the real thing. Worse still, he had seen parents deny their children access to knowledge altogether, deciding for them what was worth appreciating, what was safe for them to learn. Fire was not the only enemy of knowledge. Ideas could burn away just as easily in the minds of those who refused to carry them forward. Apathy, dismissal, and willful ignorance were slow, relentless forces of erasure, capable of undoing even the greatest of discoveries. What use was preserving the words of history's brightest minds if they were left unread, their messages distorted, or their warnings ignored? A deep urgency took hold of Theodore. Not the desperation of a man trying to change history, but the resolve of one who understood what was truly at stake. It was not enough to honor the past, to let its thinkers glimpse the impact of their work. Their lessons had to endure not just as ink on fragile pages, but as living knowledge, defended against the creeping tide of forgetfulness. If history and science had their martyrs, then their sacrifices could not be in vain. Physical records would eventually decay. Libraries could be reduced to ash. The real battle of an archivist was not against time, but against neglect, against the forces that sought to bury truth beneath convenience and complacency. If knowledge could not be safeguarded in stone and parchment alone, then it had to be woven into the fabric of those who would listen, carried forward by those who refused to let it be forgotten. After the Library of Alexandria had turned to dust, Theodore took solace in the city's enduring reputation as a center of intellectualism. But he knew that its greatest adversary was still alive, not in flames, but in minds unwilling to seek the light of reason. Centuries after the fire, Theodore knew of a philosopher who would become one of the original martyrs of knowledge bearers, in the same city as the library itself. Alexandria, Egypt, 415 CE, an upset balance.
Reserve your right to think, for even to think wrongly is better than not to think at all. Hypatia.
Theodore Langley had inherited the gift of time travel, leaving him a legacy that he continues to fully understand. He thought he could save his father and millions of other lives by intervening in history's most decisive moments, but all had failed. He instead sought to understand history and his place within it, finding peace and purpose in being a transient of time, passing knowledge freely among history's subjects. Yet knowledge itself was fragile, crying out for protection that Theodore offered, but protection from what? He had experimented with saving scrolls from the Library of Alexandria just before it was engulfed in flames, but later realized the futility in one man's attempts to preserve physical forms. Theodore would have to learn how to combat the extinguishment of knowledge through humanity itself. Now, in the same city where the library burned, he would see firsthand how society conspired against its bearers of knowledge. The Library of Alexandria was long gone, and tensions between Christians and pagans were rising. Yet despite the turmoil, Hypatia remained a revered teacher. Her voice became a beacon of reason amid the growing storm. She navigated the shifting tides of faith and philosophy with grace, never scorning the Christian beliefs of her students, nor diminishing her own Neoplatonist convictions. Theodore found her not among the ruins of the Serapeum, but on the steps of the Caesareum, now a Christian church under St. Cyril's leadership. Cleopatra's Needles, the towering obelisks of Egypt's new kingdom, flanked its entrance as silent witnesses to the city's constant transformation. Nearby, Hypatia stood with a small gathering of students, holding an astrolabe that caught the afternoon sun as she traced unseen orbits in the air. Her focus was immovable despite the shifting tides of Alexandria. Her use of mathematical jargon spun Theodore's head, but it was not just the depth of her knowledge that struck him. It was the way she spoke, not as one hoarding wisdom, but as one igniting it in others. When she dismissed her students for a brief respite, she turned to Theodore with an amused glint in her eye.
"It seems you might have learned something from me, traveler,"
she said with a wry smile. "I can only hope. But your reputation precedes you." She chuckled softly as they began walking along the temple's perimeter, with the bustle of the city reduced to a low hum beneath their conversation. "You have a rare gift. You pursue the truth even when it is inconvenient, even when it is dangerous." Hypatia glanced toward the church doors where a few figures stood in quiet discussion.
"Reason does not always sway the masses. Men are often not drawn to the truth for its own sake, but for the comfort it gives them. They will naturally avoid the truth if it gives them no comfort at all."
Theodore exhaled slowly, remembering the faces of classmates who had been discouraged, sometimes outright forbidden, from questioning too much. He recalled the sharp rebuke of an adult when he had shared a beloved book with a curious friend. "I fear for knowledge," he admitted, "not just for the truths that are ignored, but for those who seek and protect them." Do you fear that one day those who promote knowledge, people like you, will be seen as threats rather than teachers? Hypatia's smile held a quiet sadness.
"Ideas outlive bodies. The stars will shine long after I am gone."
Theodore swallowed, taking in the weight of her words. Even centuries into his own time, Hypatia's name endured, though much of her work had been lost. While her writings did not survive, her essence had passed down through those who carried her struggle. Hesitantly, he admitted, "You will be remembered. Your influence will shape future generations, but your story will also be rewritten, reshaped, sometimes to serve causes you never intended." Hypatia did not flinch, as if this was something to be expected.
"Truth and myth are not always as far apart as we think. If my name inspires another to seek knowledge, then perhaps that is enough."
Theodore considered this, recalling his conversation with Darwin, whose ideas were equally distorted for reasons beyond his own time. Yet perhaps he would be proud that his ideas remained present. They continued their slow circuit of the Caesarium, their steps deliberate as though walking the edge of history itself. When they returned to where they had begun, Hypatia inclined her head.
"And what of you, time traveler? What truth do you seek?"
Theodore hesitated, then answered, "I seek to ensure that history's lessons do not fade to time." Hypatia regarded him with quiet approval before returning to her students, her voice rising once more to carry another lesson into the air. Theodore lingered only a moment before twisting the gears on his timepiece. The warm steam vented under his palm as the city of Alexandria dissolved into familiar light. For a long time he stood in silence, reflecting on what he had left behind. He knew Hypatia's fate. Despite her brilliance and her efforts to bridge divides between conflicting factions, she could not escape the growing paranoia of a society in turmoil. In a city where philosophy had once been a guiding light, she became one of the first thinkers caught in the crossfire of cultural strife, not for any crime, but because her role as a mediator was seen as a threat. Hypatia's knowledge, influence, and refusal to take sides were all seen to be dangerous by those who sought absolute authority. The purported followers of St. Cyril of Alexandria, convinced that her intellectual pursuits masked deeper, sinister intent, struck her down in a brutal act of political violence. She was not the first philosopher to be silenced, but she was among the first to fall not for what she believed, but for daring to doubt. A younger Theodore would have tried to warn her. He would have struggled against the tides of history, believing he could shift them, but a wiser Theodore understood that history was not so easily moved. Hypatia's death was not a singular tragedy. It was part of a pattern, one that had repeated itself across the centuries. Through Hypatia, Theodore saw that knowledge must be valued beyond personal attachment. She had embodied what the Greeks called apatheia. Not apathy, but equanimity. True reason required a mind unclouded by fear, by anger, or by the desperate need for history to be fair. Yet Theodore did not wish to discard his emotional attachment. His father had cultivated within him a deep reverence for history, not as an abstract thing, but as something personal, something alive. Besides, it was never the truly indifferent who destroyed knowledge. It was always the passionate ones, the zealots who decided among themselves which truths were acceptable, who demanded that knowledge be filtered, controlled, and censored, who insisted that ideology determined the value of knowledge. They became the arbiters of life and death, of whether the flames of reason continued to burn or got snuffed out. Even in the most enlightened of times, knowledge was at risk of being extinguished by forces far less visible than violence. Despite their success in bringing humanity from the Dark Ages, the ideas born from the age of reason and debate were also doomed to be swept away by ideologies that had once claimed to protect them. With this new understanding, Theodore set his sights on a man who had devoted his life to the core of rational ideals, only to watch it crumble in the flames of history. Paris, France, 1794, The Death of Reason.
The truth belongs to those who seek it, not to those who claim to own it. Marquis de Condorcet.
Theodore Langley had witnessed his own journey as a man who foolishly thought he alone could alter the fate of millions, including his own father, but learned that history was a force of nature indifferent to the will of any man. He had grappled with finding inner peace as his role of a transient time traveler, seeking knowledge and ensuring its spread. He now grapples with the forces of history that conspire to destroy the knowledge he safekeeps. Seeking to learn how some of knowledge's fiercest defenders came to accept their fates, perhaps Theodore can find a stronger sense of purpose as an archivist. Beyond being a mere observer and messenger, a millennia after Hypatia whispered words of wisdom to Theodore before she was struck down, Theodore sought the wisdom of a man whose ideas fueled the movement that would eventually lead to his own death. Theodore materialized in the heart of 18th century France, the pungent air thick with tension and fear. The cobblestone streets were worn from the rushed movements of revolutionaries and their victims. The unmistakable clang of the guillotine's blade reverberated like a grim metronome, signaling another life cut short regardless of the knowledge they held. The reign of terror was in full swing. Navigating the labyrinthine streets, Theodore kept his head low, cautious of the ever-watchful eyes of the Jacobins. He sought the great philosopher and mathematician, Marquis de Condorcet, who had become a fugitive from the very revolution he had once supported. Condorcet, a man whose life had been dedicated to the ideals of reason, liberty, and progress, was now hunted by the same forces he helped to inspire. Paris was once a beacon for Enlightenment thought, but now was a place where the very ideals of reason were being devoured in the name of liberty. Theodore's resolve hardened. He needed to find Condorcet before his own revolutionaries did. Theodore found his way to a small attic hidden from the prying eyes of the revolutionaries. The air inside was stale, tinged with the scent of dried ink. Condorcet sat hunched over a desk, his tired face illuminated by the flickering light of a single candle. His hands trembled slightly as he wrote, though his mind remained sharp. He did not startle when he saw Theodore. Instead, he offered a tired, knowing smile as if he had expected this moment.
"You found me,"
he murmured.
"Have you come to witness the end of reason?"
"I've come to learn from you, Monsieur Condorcet, to understand the ideals you fought for." Condorcet sighed deeply, turning back to the page in front of him.
"The irony of it all is not lost on me. I believed reason would guide us to a better world. But now?"
He dipped his quill again, watching the ink settle.
"Now I see reason alone is no match for the irrationality of men."
His quill moved feverishly across the parchment. "You're still writing," Theodore observed.
I must finish this. It is my final gift to the future, a legacy of hope, even if I do not live to see it.
Theodore watched him in silence for a moment before speaking. You fought for this revolution, but now it devours its own, even those who gave it life. His voice hardened. How can you still believe in reason when it has failed so utterly? Condorcet paused, quill hovering over the page.
It is not reason that has failed us. It's the men who claim to serve it.
He gestured vaguely, as if toward the streets below.
We sought to create a just and rational society. Instead, we allowed ourselves to be ruled by fear, by power, by the very instincts we wished to rise above.
His voice was steady, but his eyes flickered with something distant, unreadable.
The revolution is not wrong. It is only twisted.
Theodore shook his head. And yet, despite all this, you remain resolute. Condorcet smiled faintly.
I must. If not reason, then what? Emotion? Impulse?
He held Theodore's gaze.
Without reason, we are nothing but beasts in finer clothes. It must endure, even in the face of madness, even if I will not live to see it.
Theodore said nothing. He only watched as Condorcet turned back to his work, writing as though the future depended on every word. News of Condorcet's hiding place came swiftly. The Jacobins were closing in. Condorcet acted quickly, opening the attic window and signaling for Theodore to follow. They slipped out into the night, weaving through dark alleyways until they stopped to catch their breath. Condorcet turned to Theodore, his face shadowed by the street lamp's weak glow.
You must go,
Condorcet said, his voice heavy but decisive.
I cannot put you at risk. If I am captured, they will surely come for you too.
Theodore hesitated. I can help you. I know what happens. Condorcet held up a hand, silencing him.
I do not wish to know. I have made my peace. I will face my fate, as all men must. You must leave now.
With that, Theodore knew there was nothing more to be said. He watched with solemn respect as Condorcet disappeared into the night alone. Theodore watched from the shadows, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what was to come. It was only a matter of days before Condorcet was found, imprisoned, and eventually poisoned in the grim cells of the Revolutionary Tribunal. The French Revolution, once born from the very ideas Condorcet had espoused, marched on, heedless of the man who had sought to guide it with reason and intellect. Through Condorcet's struggle, Theodore came to understand the deep cost of revolution, not just in lives, but in the very ideals upon which it was founded. Condorcet had believed in progress, in the inevitability of reason's triumph. He believed reason would displace the need for monarchs and absolute power. Theodore now wondered, as Herodotus believed, if history's arc was less a smooth upward trajectory and more a series of cycles: destruction, renewal, and destruction again. Knowledge is discovered, destroyed, then rediscovered, hampering its ability to truly relieve humanity's suffering. The bearers of knowledge, whether they were libraries or people, remained vulnerable to the forces of history. As Theodore adjusted his timepiece, its steam hissing in protest, the questions churned in his mind. Is knowledge really enough to alter the course of fate? Can reason really overcome the darker forces of human nature, or is it destined to be consumed instead, as prey to humanity's more primal instincts? Theodore could not yet answer. But as the world around him spun on, he knew one thing for certain. Knowledge and reason are precious, yet vulnerable. Not just to physical threats like fire, but also to social movements and ideologies that turn against those who champion them. The suppression of ideas was a tactic as old as power itself, and there was one mind in particular who had dared to challenge accepted truths. A pioneer whose discoveries would not only shake the foundations of knowledge, but also draw the ire of those determined to silence him. As Theodore adjusted the gears of his timepiece, he set his sights on a man whose battle for truth would take on a different form a century before Condorcet, yet the stakes would remain the same. Florence, Italy, 1633. And yet it moves.
In questions of science, the authority of 1,000 is not worth the humble reasoning of a single individual. Galileo Galilei.
Theodore Langley spent his life grappling with history and his role within it. He had thought he had power to change its course with a few key changes, saving his father and others across time. The failures of his attempts led him to seek peace as a messenger or even a seeds keeper of knowledge. Yet now Theodore wondered if there was more to his purpose. He had seen the fragility of knowledge not just against the forces of nature, but against the ruthless social forces that bent truth to serve power. Theodore had seen philosophers from one age of reason to another get struck down in the name of ideologies, despite their mediative nature or their commitment to the ideals that protected knowledge. How could they have accepted their fate so easily? Perhaps one man could show Theodore how resilient knowledge really can be, despite its inconvenience to the privileged few. Theodore navigated the quiet, narrow streets of Florence, lantern in hand. The city slumbered beneath the pale glow of the moon, but within one house a mind too restless for sleep remained shackled not by iron but by decree. He knocked, then pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside, Galileo Galilei sat hunched over a table, fingers absent-mindedly tracing the wood grain. His once bright eyes, now weary with age and disappointment, drifted toward the small window, his only remaining portal to the cosmos. Without turning, Galileo let out a dry chuckle.
Who are you to disturb an old man's musings? Musings that, apparently, the Church finds dangerous.
Theodore stepped forward, setting his lantern on the table. I, too, am a scholar of the stars, and I am here to tell you that you are right. Galileo shifted just enough to glance at his visitor.
You understand that Jupiter's moons cannot possibly orbit the Earth?
Yes, and not just that. Saturn has many more moons than you could observe. Enough moons that they appear as rings around the planet, all while the entire solar system moves around the sun. Only our own moon orbits our world. A slow, knowing smile tugged at Galileo's lips. He bowed his head and let out a quiet, bitter laugh.
Of course. The truth does not bend to decree.
Theodore met his gaze, a slight tension in his voice as he pressed forward. Not only did you confirm Copernicus's ideas from 90 years ago, but just 50 years from now, we'll have laws that explain the movement of the heavens. With those laws, we will predict the orbits of countless planets, comets, and stars. Centuries from now, space and time themselves will reveal their shared nature, their very fabric, and man will grasp their power. Galileo was quiet for a moment, a faint trace of hope rising in his tired eyes before it faded into the grim reality he knew too well.
To think that the universe could one day be laid bare for all of us to see. If only the truth were more widely grasped.
Then his voice darkened.
And yet, the truth means little when the powerful dictate knowledge.
Theodore shared Galileo's struggle. The powerful always seem to bend the truth to their will. I struggle to accept how long it will take before reason finally triumphs. Galileo leaned forward, his voice growing bitter yet tinged with resignation.
Reason? What use is reason when it is buried beneath the weight of fear? They won't learn. They never do. In the end, it's the truth that gets buried.
Theodore hesitated. You'll be remembered, though, and perhaps the Church will offer its apology, though it will take centuries. Galileo scoffed.
An apology? A tardy concession meant for the dead. Justice is not found in words left behind.
Galileo's gaze grew heavy, his eyes narrowing.
What good is remembering a man who cannot see the truth of his own time? History, it will take what it wants and leave the rest of us to rot.
Theodore's mind shifted, his thoughts turning inward. He had seen it too. How the powers that be had rewritten facts and suppressed hard truths. He had watched societies burn books, twisting knowledge to fit their narratives. He had lived it, seeing revolutions that tore down those who dared to speak the unpopular truth. Perhaps it's never easy, he said aloud, though it was more a reflection than an answer. The truth always has its price, but there will always be those who refuse to let it die. Galileo met his eyes with a quiet understanding.
The weight of truth is a burden, and the world, The world is a slow, unrelenting beast. It can't see what it doesn't want to.
Theodore paused as he heard the echo of Hypatia through Galileo's words. Galileo continued.
For now, it is enough to know that the truth moves on. Even if it is ignored for centuries, it will move.
Theodore felt the weight of Galileo's words settle in him. The truth, no matter how suppressed, would find its way, but how long would it take? How many lives would have to suffer before humanity truly learned to embrace what it fears? Theodore turned to leave, stepping into the cold Florentine night. As he reached for his timepiece, feeling warm steam vent into his palms, he heard Galileo mutter almost to himself.
And yet, it moves.
The streets of Florence dissolved into light, but Theodore lingered in thought. Galileo had suffered, but he had not broken. Was knowledge truly worth the cost, the slow, painful grind of progress, or would it always be a battle to find those who would carry the light? Galileo's defiance had sparked a flicker of hope, but Theodore knew that knowledge was slow to spread. It was like a flame, steady, persistent, yet often hidden in the shadows. Perhaps that's all we can do, he thought. Hold fast and wait for the moment when truth can no longer be denied. The streets of Florence seemed to hum with an unspoken tension. A time of change was coming, but how would it unfold? Perhaps the world was shifting, not toward a new age of reason, but one that would blend truth and meaning in ways that were still beyond Theodore's understanding. For now, all he could do was carry the torch, waiting for the moment when the world would finally see. Weimar, Germany, 1830. The Experiments of a Poet.
Daring ideas are like chessmen moved forward. They may be beaten, but they may start a winning game. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe.
Theodore Langley spent his life trying to understand the nature of history, the nature of knowledge, and his place between them. After failing to force history under his thumb, he sought peace by embracing his role as a messenger or torchbearer of knowledge. Yet questions remained about what the true threats for knowledge were and what he could do about them to prevent mankind from slipping back to needless suffering and social stagnation. He had spent years watching history shift like sand through his fingers, trying to preserve its clarity before it was distorted by time, politics, and ideology. He had seen knowledge flourish and crumble, had stood in the chambers of philosophers and scientists, listening as they shaped truths that the world would later discard or revere. He had watched revolutions devour their own thinkers. Now, in the quiet heart of Weimar, he sought something else, a way to reconcile knowledge not just as an immutable record, but as something that would always survive in the minds of men. The evening air carried the scent of autumn as Theodore stepped from the stagecoach. The cobbled streets of Weimar stretched before him, bathed in the warm glow of gas lamps. Here, beauty and intellect had intertwined for centuries, but beauty, Theodore knew, was no safeguard against ignorance. As he arrived at the gates of Johann Wolfgang Goethe's estate, he couldn't shake the feeling that he would find something more elusive than genius, the fading echoes of a mindset whose time had long passed. Inside Goethe's study, shelves lined with manuscripts stood as testaments to decades of thought. Prisms and minerals caught the lamplight, scattering colors across the walls. Theodore hesitated, feeling for a brief moment as if he had stepped into his father's study, a place where knowledge was revered, but not always understood. Goethe looked up from his writing, his silver hair catching the light.
Ah, you've arrived, Theodore. Another traveler seeking refuge in my little corner of the world.
Theodore hesitated before nodding. I've come to learn, Herr Goethe, to understand how you see the world, how you believe knowledge should endure. Goethe leaned back in his chair, studying him with the patience of a man who had entertained such questions many times before.
But first, what do you yourself believe?
Theodore exhaled, slightly clutching his timepiece. I believe knowledge survives best when it is preserved in its purest form, untouched by emotion, unclouded by perception. Isaac Newton understood this to an extent, but you... Theodore paused, choosing his words carefully. You seem to believe knowledge is not merely to be understood, but to be felt. Goethe smiled faintly, as if Theodore had unwittingly proven his point.
Newton's truth is precise, yes. But tell me, does it move you?
Theodore frowned. Truth does not need to move, it needs to stand. In that way it moves me like the earth grounds my feet. Goethe's gaze sharpened.
And yet, here you are, sitting in a poet's study, asking questions that no unfeeling formula can answer.
Their conversation lulled before shifting to Goethe's scientific pursuits, particularly his defiant rejection of Newton's optics. Despite years of dismissal, he spoke with the passion of a man who refused to concede, as though conviction alone could preserve his vision.
Newton's work dissected light into numbers and wavelengths, reducing it to cold mechanics. But light is not just a phenomenon, it is an experience. My theory does not seek to break it apart, but to understand how it lives within us.
Theodore recalled his conversation with Newton, remembering the way he had spoken of the universe in terms of mathematical certainty. It was in that certainty that Newton found beauty, yet it had also driven him mad. Now Goethe insisted beauty lay elsewhere, in the way knowledge touched the soul. But isn't that the danger? Theodore pressed. To build knowledge on perception is to build on sand. What you see may be beautiful, but that does not make it truth. Goethe's expression darkened slightly, though not with anger, only a quiet, knowing patience.
Perhaps, but tell me this. What is the purpose of knowledge, if it does not account for how we experience the world? Newton's science gives us precision, but my theory gives us meaning. Must we always choose between them?
Theodore hesitated. He had spent his life immersed in the rigor of science, chasing truths, carved in fact and reason. Goethe offered a different kind of truth, one measured not in certainty but in internal meaning. Do you truly believe beauty must take precedence over reason? Theodore asked, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. If we allow our feelings to lead us, we risk losing the very thing that drives progress, knowledge, understanding, the pursuit of truth. Goethe's eyes softened, as if he had expected this argument all along.
And yet, what drives you to knowledge? We do not study nature in spite of our passions, but because of them. Meaning is what compels us forward. Without it, we are nothing more than machines.
Theodore exhaled. His father had once taught him that reason was beautiful in itself, a light that needed no justification beyond its existence. Then, clarity struck him. What Theodore feared was not beauty itself, but its power to obscure truth. He had seen revolutions discard reason in favor of rhetoric, seen knowledge buried beneath what people wished to be true. But here, Goethe had not rejected reason. He only sought to weave it into something greater, something Theodore wasn't sure he could accept. Goethe rose from his desk, moving toward the corner of the room.
If you doubt me, then allow me to show you the merit of my theory. Come, I will demonstrate it.
Theodore resigned himself to humor the man. Goethe reached for a prism and a number of minerals from his shelves. He adjusted the lamp's light and used the prism and rocks to cast various colors across the wall.
Look, see how the colors change, not just by the prism itself, but by the medium they pass through, by the way our eyes receive them. This is not mathematics, Theodore. This is human experience, and no doubt just as empirical as Newton's laws.
Theodore watched in silence. He couldn't escape the instinctual feeling that there was something valuable, even necessary in the way Goethe understood the world. Perhaps they both felt what all humans have felt since the dawn of time. Goethe turned to him as if he could see Theodore's thoughts as plainly as the colors on his walls.
You wish to preserve knowledge, to keep it untouched by time. But tell me, what good is knowledge if no one remembers it, if no one feels its worth? You have seen what happens when knowledge is left in the hands of cold reason alone, how easily it is cast aside when it no longer serves the world's immediate desires. If you wish to save knowledge, you must give people a reason to care about it.
Theodore opened his mouth to argue, but the words faltered. He had seen revolutions destroy scholars while preserving the poets. He had seen knowledge burned while myths endured. Works of knowledge seemed to perish more often than works of art. Perhaps Goethe had not been wrong to challenge Newton. Perhaps in some way both men had captured equally important pieces of the truth, just as Democritus once alluded to. Theodore gave Goethe a slow nod of new understanding. Goethe smiled like a proud teacher and gave a firm handshake in return. As Theodore prepared to leave, the weight of their conversation lingered. He had long believed knowledge was strongest when it stood apart from human weakness, but was that a mistake? Did truth need more than fiat preservation? Did it also need persuasion? His father had once said truth was beautiful in itself. But perhaps that wasn't enough. Perhaps truth needed a voice, not just a record. Do artists carry the torch just as much as scholars? Walking through the streets of Weimar, Theodore no longer wondered whether reason or beauty would win, but whether they had ever truly been at odds at all. Knowledge did not fail because it was wrong. It failed because the world was often not ready to accept it. That, he realized, was the greater danger. The refusal to let go of what one wanted to be true. He had seen revolutions discard their thinkers, seen truth ignored when it was inconvenient. One man would prove beyond all doubt that lives could be saved with the knowledge he acquired, only to be scorned for daring to share it. Vienna, Austria-Hungary, 1860s. Cast aside by history.
The world is now in the hands of the physicians. Their duty is to show that their work has a purpose, that they are capable of saving lives. Ignaz Semmelweis.
Theodore Langley had spent much of his life fighting against the tide of history, believing that a single man could change the fate of entire civilizations. He had learned otherwise. History was not a river to be dammed, but a storm to be weathered, a force indifferent to those who challenged it. His purpose had changed. He was no longer a would-be architect of time, but its steward, a keeper of knowledge against threats he had yet to fully define. Some threats were obvious: war, fire, the slow decay of time. Others were more insidious. He had witnessed the deaths of those who carried fragile truths, not just at the hands of natural disasters, but also at the hands of their fellow men. Paranoia, dogma, and the pursuit of power had buried just as much knowledge as any flood or war. What else, Theodore wondered, might seek to erase understanding from the world? The steam from his timepiece cooled in the cold night air as he sought out a man whose knowledge had been rejected not by violence but by silence. He had not been assassinated. He had simply been ignored. And that, Theodore had come to realize, was its own kind of death. The rain-slicked streets of Vienna reflected the glow of gas lamps, filth pooling in its gutters thick with the remains of the city's poverty. Outside the Vienna General Hospital, women clutched their swollen bellies in pain, their cries lost in the night. Their futures hung in the balance, not only from their own bodies, but from the unseen hands that would deliver them. Inside, one man fought a battle he was doomed to lose. Not against disease, but against the arrogance of his own colleagues. Theodore slipped into the hospital, the air thick with the acrid scent of unwashed bodies and sickness. The grim halls were lined with overworked doctors and students, their white coats stained with the remnants of past patients. They moved from autopsy tables to delivery rooms without hesitation, hands stained with death. A muffled cry echoed down the corridor, followed by the weak wail of a newborn. Theodore stepped around a gurney where a woman lay pale and still, her lips parted as if caught mid-gasp. A young doctor pulled a sheet over her face before moving to another room without saying a word. In a side room, Theodore found him. Ignaz Semmelweis sat hunched over a desk, fingers trembling as he furiously scrawled yet another letter. A plea, an argument, a desperate attempt to make them listen. Stacks of discarded pages surrounded him, some crumpled in frustration, others soaked with spilled ink. His hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and his breath shallow with frustration. A single candle flickered beside him, the melted wax pooling like congealed blood. Theodore stepped inside. Semmelweis barely looked up, rubbing his forehead as if trying to hold himself together.
Can I help you, sir? I'm afraid I'm quite busy.
Theodore shook his head, his voice steady but gentle. No, sir, I'm here to tell you that you are not crazy. Semmelweis's hand froze over the parchment. Slowly he looked up, studying Theodore's face as if he feared mockery.
I'm not crazy?
Theodore met his gaze. No, hand-washing is one of the most important medical breakthroughs ever made. One day it will save millions. Semmelweis' breath caught. He wiped a hand over his face, as if trying to clear away years of exhaustion. Then suddenly he stood, his chair scraping against the floor.
I knew it. I knew something was important here.
He clutched his chest, his voice rising with vindication.
I have the numbers. I have the proof. Fewer women die when my students wash their hands. And yet, they laugh at me. They ignore me. Why?
A burst of voices outside the room sent flickers of candlelight trembling across the walls. Theodore hesitated before answering, as if giving Semmelweis a moment to calm himself. Then softly, because admitting the truth means admitting they were wrong. He glanced at the crumpled letters, the ink stains on Semmelweis's hands. And some would rather let others die than suffer humiliation. Semmelweis' brief hope flickered, his shoulders sagged, and he sank back into his chair. He exhaled shakily, gripping the edge of the desk.
They are killing women with their ignorance, and I am powerless to stop them.
Theodore stepped closer. The candle between them sputtered, nearly extinguished. You won't live to see it, he admitted. But you are right. And not long after your death, another man, Louis Pasteur, will prove the existence of germs. When he does, the world will finally understand what you've been saying all along. Semmelweis closed his eyes for a long moment, his expression unreadable. When he opened them again, his eyes reflected resignation. He turned back to his letters, gripping the quill with an exhaustive stubbornness. The nib scratched furiously against the parchment, an act of defiance against the silence that surrounded him. A silence settled between them. As Theodore turned to leave, Semmelweis's hand suddenly grasped his wrist. His grip was weak, but his voice was urgent.
Promise me,
he whispered.
Promise me that you'll tell them. Tell the others how important their work is. Keep the truth alive, even when no one else wants to hear it. Because I fear I am too far gone to fully appreciate your visit.
Theodore looked down at the man, brilliant, tormented, alone. The candle's flame wavered, barely holding on. He gave a solemn nod. Then, without another word, he slipped back into the night, passing through the same dim corridor, filled with cries of the suffering. Theodore stepped out of the doors and stood in the relentless rain. Semmelweis had not been condemned by a lack of evidence, but by the unwillingness of others to see. His fate was sealed. His frustration would turn to despair. His mind would break, and the very institution that ignored him would declare him insane. They would lock him away, silence him, erase him. Then history would only move forward without him. With or without Theodore, time would vindicate him. Through Semmelweis, Theodore saw another great danger to knowledge. Not just ignorance, but willful ignorance, the refusal to learn, even when the truth was within reach. It was not enough for an idea to be correct. It had to be accepted, and that acceptance could be denied for reasons as petty as pride. Yet some truths were not merely ignored, they were feared. And fear demanded fire. A man long before Semmelweis had spoken of an infinite universe filled with stars and distant worlds, before the world was ready to hear it. He had not been erased, but burned. He had defied not just his peers, but the very order of his time. He had refused to recant, and the flames consumed him. Yet his words survived. Theodore exhaled slowly, feeling the steam from his timepiece fade into the night. History needed not an architect, but an archivist. Rome, Italy, 1600, the fire of thought.
To live is to think, and to think is to question. Giordano Bruno.
Theodore Langley originally thought his endowment of time travel gave him the power to control history across time. He thought he could save his father from a war that was unnecessary. He thought he could prevent other wars by saving or ending the lives of a few in history's most crucial moments. Every time, he had failed, and so he later sought inner peace by embracing a new purpose, being a steward of history, in safeguarding knowledge from its threats across humanity. From paranoia and ideology to suppression and hubris, many ills of society threatened to extinguish the light of reason and discovery. How much deeper could the threats to knowledge run than criminalizing the very act of questioning itself? Theodore returned to Rome, a city that had already tested him when he failed to alter the Ides of March. Now he arrived once again, not to prevent a death, but to witness one. A man condemned not for a crime of action, but for a crime of thought. Unlike Galileo, who had been forced to recant, and just like Socrates, who had been scapegoated for asking questions, this man would meet the flames unrepentant. Giordano Bruno had spent his life on the run, his sharp tongue and wild theories making him as many enemies as admirers. His mind was a chaotic storm. Copernican astronomy tangled with mysticism. Lucretian philosophy fused with Hermetic occultism. He saw infinite worlds in the night sky and wove them into an intricate, if disorganized, vision of the cosmos. Some of his ideas were brilliant, others absurd. Theodore quietly opened the heavy wooden doors of the damp cell that had held Bruno captive for 7 years. In seeing Bruno in such a grim state, he saw something he hadn't appreciated before. Conviction. Conviction not just in words, but in the way Bruno held himself. Shackled, yet unbroken. Staring through a narrow slit of a window at the stars.
The universe is infinite.
Bruno murmured as Theodore approached, his voice hoarse but firm.
Countless suns, countless worlds, life beyond our own.
Theodore leaned against the mossy wall, arms crossed. You're right, he said simply, at least about that. Bruno turned, eyes gleaming with something between validation and defiance.
Of course I am right.
He let out a sharp breath, half a scoff, half a laugh.
The divine order is plain to see for those who open their eyes. The stars are the seeds of creation, each sowing life across the great garden of existence. They are as the Hermetic sages foretold.
Theodore sighed. They're suns, Bruno. Massive spheres of burning gas, governed by the same physical laws as everything else in the cosmos. Bruno waved a hand dismissively.
Call it what you will, but I have seen the truth in my visions. The divine intellect has whispered to me of the endless worlds beyond our own, teeming with souls, perhaps even with men wiser than those who seek to burn me.
Theodore pinched the bridge of his nose. You don't need divine intellect for that, Bruno. Just observation and reason. You mix profound truths with nonsense, and it's maddening. Bruno smirked.
And yet, here you are, agreeing with me.
I agree with your astronomy, Theodore clarified, not your mysticism. Bruno chuckled, his chains rattling as he shifted.
A man cannot gaze at the vastness of creation and fail to see the hand of the divine. That is where your thinking is still small.
And that's why they're burning you, Bruno, Theodore shot back. Not just because you might be right, but because you can't stop yourself from being so sure that you alone have unlocked the universe's secrets. Bruno's smirk didn't falter.
Would you have me kneel before fools, before cowards who fear knowledge? No. I will burn, but they will never unmake what I have seen.
Theodore sighed, rubbing his temples. Bruno was brilliant, infuriating, and utterly unwilling to compromise. Theodore hated that he understood. He had once been just as willing to throw himself into the fire. He had stepped in front of bullets, into the path of daggers, thinking that just one life, his own life, was worth changing the course of history. He had been wrong then. Was Bruno wrong now? Bruno's expression softened slightly.
You believe knowledge must be carried forward. That is why you are here, isn't it?
Theodore hesitated. He disliked Bruno's arrogance, but he could not deny what the man represented. Knowledge was dangerous, not because of what it revealed, but because of how it made men ungovernable. Hadn't Theodore already seen this? In Galileo's forced recantation, in Darwin's hesitation to publish, in the whispers of Semmelweis's ignored warnings. Even Mendel, whose monastery notes on inheritance would go unnoticed for decades. How many voices had been stifled before they could be heard? Yet still, here Theodore was, centuries later, knowing all of their names, because history, despite its resistance, had indeed remembered them. He had spent so long thinking he needed to change history. Had he been doing so all along simply by carrying these stories forward? "I won't let them forget you," Theodore finally said. Bruno said nothing, only turning back to the stars. The next morning, Theodore stood amongst the crowd in the Campo dei Fiori, the execution square, whose name, Campus of Flowers, was a cruel irony for a place where knowledge and those who carried it were set to the flames. Bruno was far from the first man to die here, nor would he be the last. Heretics, dissidents, and reformers had met their end in this square, their voices silenced by fire and rope. Bruno did not scream. Even as they stripped him bare, gagged him to prevent his final words, and bound him to the stake, he met the flames with the same defiance that had sealed his fate. Theodore watched, sickened, as the fire rose, consuming the man who had dared to speak of alternatives. Theodore fought the urge to turn away. He had seen death before, felt it, nearly succumbed to it himself, but this was different. This was a brutal consequence of ignorance shuddering knowledge out of fear and selfish paranoia. A man was burning alive just for having ideas. Yet knowledge endured, not because of any one person, but because there were always others willing to carry the flame forward, even if they clothed it in nonsense. Bruno's execution was meant to erase him, to make an example of what happened to those who spoke too freely. But Theodore had seen enough of history to know that erasure was never guaranteed. Centuries later, in this very square, a statue would rise in his name, standing in the exact position of his death, staring in defiance of authority. Long before that, astronomers would expand upon the very ideas that had condemned him. There are indeed infinite worlds. The stars were indeed distant suns, some with planets of their own. Even those who dismissed his mysticism would unknowingly carry forward the truth he had glimpsed. They would prove it, not with visions, but with mathematics, telescopes, and the slow, relentless march of discovery. Theodore clenched his fists. Had anything truly changed since Caesar fell beneath the daggers? Since Socrates drained his cup of hemlock? Since Galileo had been forced to bite his tongue? Politics, power, fear. These forces all conspired against knowledge at every turn. Yet these enemies of knowledge never won. Not really, because someone, somewhere, always carried the flame forward. Theodore was one. He had spent so long thinking he could change history at precise moments, then had long accepted that history's tide was simply too unyielding to change. But he had been wrong. He had indeed changed history in ways he could not see, by keeping knowledge alive through time. He had carried ideas across centuries, and ideas were far more enduring than any one life. Bruno's truth, distorted as it was, would outlive him, because people like Theodore ensured that it did. As the fire consumed what was left of the man, Theodore activated his timepiece. The steam under his palm felt as warm as the fire itself, though it did not burn. He had thought knowledge was fragile, that it needed protecting from time itself. It seems that time did not destroy knowledge, it only tested it. Those who tried to snuff it out for their own selfish gain, in the end, only ensured its survival. The stars, as Bruno had said, would not be confined. Neither would knowledge, and neither would Theodore. With a hiss of steam, he vanished into the embrace of time. Epilogue. Theodore had once believed that history could be rewritten. He had stood in Sarajevo, Rome, Dallas, Munich, and Cuba, convinced that a single action, one well-placed intervention, could shatter the timeline and forge a new path for the better. Yet time had resisted him at every turn, slipping through his fingers like sand. Each attempt ended in failure, not by accident, but by the unyielding nature of history itself. It was not a story to be rewritten nor a puzzle to be solved. It was a force unto itself, indifferent, untamed, and far greater than any one man's will. And so he sought to understand. He abandoned his futile interventions and turned instead to those who had shaped thought itself. He listened as Herodotus detailed history's nature, as Socrates questioned human nature, and as Confucius, Lao Tzu, and the Buddha sought harmony, peace, and purpose beyond reason. He followed Newton and Einstein as they rewrote the laws of nature, stood beside Feynman as he unraveled their implications and traced the patterns of time and chaos with Poincaré. He watched Hawking redefine the boundaries of time itself, and saw Hubble demonstrate the universe's constant expansion. Yet knowledge was not merely the domain of those still remembered. He saw Democritus glimpse the atom, while Darwin, Wallace, and Mendel grasped the forces of life, all taken too soon. He talked with Wegener as he traced the shifting continents in the last moments of his life. He illuminated the unseen future to the Curies, and stood beside Bouchard as he uncovered the key to a no longer lost great civilization. He did not try to convince them to change their paths. He only listened, and in listening, he learned. It wasn't enough to simply carry and share knowledge on a whim. Theodore saw for himself how fragile knowledge truly was, lost not only to time and disaster, like the fires that consumed the Library of Alexandria, but to fear and repression. He watched as Hypatia was torn down by zealotry, as Condorcet perished in the wake of revolution, and as Galileo was forced to silence himself for the sake of survival. Goethe had shown him that history's truth existed beyond reason, that knowledge was only as enduring as the people willing to defend it. Yet even when science revealed undeniable truths, the weight of ignorance persisted. He saw Semmelweis fight in vain against the blindness of his peers, and watched Bruno meet the flames unrepentant, condemned not for action, but for thought itself. Now standing at the crossroads of past and future, he understood his place. He was neither a mere guardian of timelines, nor an active rebel against fate. He was a steward of history, a living vessel of knowledge, ensuring that no discovery, no insight, no hard-won truth would be swallowed by time's oblivion. He had seen thinkers defy dogma, visionaries stand alone against ignorance, and heretics perish in the flames of their convictions. They had fought to illuminate the world even when the world sought to silence them. Though they could not know it, Theodore had been there, witnessing their impact. Their voices had not been lost. He had been a witness, a listener, and in listening he had done more than observe. He had ensured that what they fought for was not forgotten. He had spent so long believing history was unchangeable. Now he saw that he had indeed changed history, not by altering events, but by ensuring knowledge survived beyond its time. He had not saved lives, but he had saved voices. Voices, when carried forward, could outlast any empire or fire. He traced his fingers over the worn edges of his timepiece, a relic of his father, his ancestors, and all those who came before. It was more than a device. It was a promise, hissing steam softly through its intricate brass tubes and gears. With a quiet breath, he activated it once again. The light engulfed him, the timepiece heating with warmth, not the heat of destruction, but of illumination. He had spent his life chasing history, and now he was part of it, woven between the voices of those who had come before. He had no destination, only purpose. He turned the gears of his timepiece, and as the steam hissed, he stepped into time once more. Not to change, not to rewrite, but to remember. Time would move on, but the truth would endure. Author's note: I have taken great care to portray historical figures with accuracy and respect. However, history is not static. New discoveries may reshape our understanding, and no reconstruction is ever final. This book reflects the knowledge available today, but like all historical narratives, it remains open to revision. In writing this piece, I used AI as an assistant, an extension of the editing process rather than a replacement for creativity. It helped refine my ideas, suggest revisions, and enhance clarity, much like an editor or research assistant would. Every decision, however, remained my own. Writing has always evolved alongside technology, and AI is simply another tool in that tradition. At its core, this book is about knowledge, not just as a collection of facts, but as something we must actively preserve, question, and pass forward. Lifelong learning gives meaning to the world around us, transforming routine into discovery. In an era of rapid change, our approach to knowledge must evolve, blending scientific inquiry with artistic expression to ensure its endurance. I cannot imagine a life without learning something new every day. The greatest minds in history questioned assumptions, challenged conventions, and pursued truth despite resistance. I encourage you, as a reader, to do the same, to seek, to question, and to carry knowledge forward just as those before us have done. To follow my work and connect directly, visit bit.ly/GabeStroopBooks.
The end. We hope you've enjoyed this production of
Theodore Langley, Gears of Thought and Steam, made with spoken,